Nice kill. Of course, so much damage coming from Mirana. This is what I talked about. Like the maxed out Starfall now is just absolutely insane for heroes like Windranger that are naturally on the squish side. But when it comes to this team fight, a very even team fight, even with the Aegis being picked up by BB, if they left after the Ember kill. I feel like with the Ember respawning and killing Kez, it definitely benefits BB a bit more because Black Hole was also committed. The longest cooldown out of all of these things that have been used.
They show that they can blow somebody up within that black hole. Obviously, they've got the Laguna Blade ready to go and to drop down that damage. But after that, your control is quite limited here for OG. You're hoping to land a bushwhack. You're hoping to land an arrow. Honestly, kind of maybe even hoping to land an LSA. Obviously, that's probably the easiest of the three at that point. So it's very tough to like have that second breath when you're OG in these fights. And we see it here. They run out of gas, they run out of air, and they get overwhelmed. They do get a kill onto a couple of heroes, and now they find Yopaj. They'll get another kill on him. Miero's got himself another dual victory, but Natsumi's going to try and chase and just cannot keep up.
I think this game right now is a lot easier to play on pickoffs if you're a BB. If you're OG, pickoff gaming is hard for you. Like, not
if you don't know where the Undying is and you throw that black hole, you're just going to end up losing yourself. GPK walking over. He's got himself an Aegis once again.
Yep. And of course, he gets the Aegis
Natsumi,
because he has the lone druid, right? So.
Yep. Bear immediately just goes after the Kez. And he's just ripping him up, and he's forced to Raven's Veil to get out of there. Moonlight Shadow also getting expended just to make sure that these lead. With the Remnant forward, they're still looking. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, they go to the dust. They've got the Shackle, and that should be an easy kill. They're holding him hostage while they're waiting for the duel. They had him out still.
Holding him hostage. They locked him in. Yep. Another win. That's a lot of numbers that I see on the dual damage, by the way. I don't see the exact number, but it's a lot of numbers for the Legion. He's big. Overall, yeah, I feel like they did kill him in the lane, but he's been pressuring the map so hard.
Yopaj losing that Lincoln's on the courier.
Oh, that's sad.
Not that he would have had the gold immediately. He's very close to it, though, and that would have been one way to kind of keep himself alive. The thing is, now you're worrying about this Lincoln, and there's just the issue. Okay, you've blocked the duel, but will you block the bear? And that's the biggest problem. We talked about it. Even when this game was tied at about 1,000-ish net worth, and things looked okay for OG, you had that inkling, you had that feeling like, hey, you know, maybe we can't really beat this bear if he's going to continue to just run at us the way he has and get this kind of farm, because he was up about 2,000-3,000 at that point in the game. Now he's up 8,000 over this Alina. He's up 9,000 over this Kez.
You've got some percentage-based damage versus him, though. So it's not only like when you look at OG, every single hero is bringing something to the table when it comes to the damage output. Like you have the extra damage from the Hoodwink, then on top of that you have the Ags on the Mirana. You also have, of course, the Midnight Pulse from Enigma, which will be dishing out the majority of the damage, by the way, in these defense scenarios where you don't really want to use the BKB on the bear anyway. So yeah, overall, I think that they can hold, but it has to be like a high ground hold at this point.
Hoodwink found by the bear, and they're still chasing. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, forcing the Manta out of Natsumi already with the Moonlight Shadow. The chase is on. They're looking for the Lina. They're looking for anything they can get their hands on. They're even going to blink in and go to the Doom, but they got themselves the Black Hole onto 2. It's technically the Legion as well as the Bear, but they've got themselves the Tombstone to get the save onto the Legion Commander with the BKB being popped here by Kez. The look and focus this Bear. The Raptor dances out, but the Bear's still not dead, finally falling. Nobody really dead other than the bear. That duel, not Doom, the duel used, but then needing to turn this around and get the save with the Tombstone after the Black Hole got committed on top of the Legion Commander.
Yeah, the big win for BB is probably the Hoodwink buyback, right? Like, that's the one thing they got out of the fight. And, of course, the Black Hole being used. Thank you, Observer, for showing that to us. But you could see, of course, that the high ground defense from OG is a viable option, right? Like, the high ground defense, when they're the ones being attacked on, like you can do something about it. Like, Enigma can catch the backlines. If they could catch the Undying somehow at the same time to prevent this Tombstone from destroying your Black Hole potential, that would be optimal. But it's so hard to catch Katomi. He's always far behind.
There's truly no reason for him to be close.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because they're not killing anybody who's in that Black Hole quick enough where he can't just step forward a little bit and drop that Tombstone on.
Like, that's why I'm saying the only way they catch them if they dive a little bit too much, you know, if they overcommit on someone and then
the dude! No save! No Black Hole!
Hits the Kez. He is in so much trouble to lose Natsumi. He's going to be dead with buyback, but this is looking grim.
This is looking like it might be, honestly, ending very soon. The only question is, like, do they want to commit completely? They know that the Black Hole is still on cooldown, so
can you do?
No reason to go back.
Even using it to save the bear.
Yopaj is trouble.
BKB, Lincoln's popped. Trying to go for Yopaj, not going to land the LSA.
I mean, the bear is low. But what can you do
gives
about
an
it?
Opening to OG.
You don't
Because
force pipe
now there's no Tombstone. At least it won't be point and click Tombstone. They still don't have Black Hole, though. So even though Tombstone did get used, stop. By the way, that's one of the reasons. Like, I know we on the other stream we probably finished game 1. I didn't really catch it, but that's another one of those reasons why I feel PL is okay right now, because it's one of those heroes that just completely demolishes Undying. Like, your Tombstone disappears to illusions immediately.
Hoping we do end up seeing that PL sometime.
I hope not. I'm seeing enough of him as is. Ember's in.
Ember's in. Ember's caught for a second. Magnum Scepter now picked up for the Enigma, who's going to have one chance at this massive Black Hole. Maybe something enough to pull in this Undying if they're able to go and go to the Black Hole, but it's going to be Mega Creeps here. LSA onto Bear. Bear will push back the Kez. Still though, Mirana stands in the face of GPK. Searing Chains down to half health with the Vessel on him, and they're down to just their 4s and their Throne, holding up for OG.
Holding on for now. But there's a resummon on the bear. They can still go in.
The duel! Oh, the gas! Oh, my bad, the Black Hole!
Go. Jump in, duel comes through. There's the Black Hole. It's going to be 2. Can the Undying get the save? Tombstone's going to be dropped down. They'll look to get the kill. They'll take out this Mirana's going to buy back immediately. Hoodwink still dead without the buyback. Enigma already used the Black Hole, as they're now trying to turn this around with the right-click damage coming out from Yopaj, but it's just not enough to get the kill into GPK. The LSA lands out of the bear. Bear stunned up. Arrow following it up. The kill of the bear. So they'll take that out, but Jules into the air is this save Wind Ranger, and they will find the follow-up to just bear kill, as well as getting a Tombstone here. So a little bit of a hold, but still up against these Mega Creep, and it's an immediate resummon that comes through for the side of Boom Boy. So yeah, you got kill on that bear, but again, you've got bear once more, and you know now there's no Black Hole.
Yep, there's no Black Hole. There's no buyback on Mirana now as well. It was a hold. An expensive hold, but it was a hold. And you could see, by the way, Enigma, I believe that was an Aghanims, right? Like, if I saw correctly, so they were getting pulled into the Black Hole a little bit. It's cool. It becomes harder to use these saving spells when you kind of have to be close, but not too close because you get pulled in.
Right.
Still, though, Katomi is just on point. He has Aetherlance and Blink just because of that. Like, this build, by the way, Aetherlance, Blink, Shard. You don't really see this every single game on Undying. It's really cool.
Running forward, GPK going in, trying to finish this game with a fight right here, right now. And they find anybody now. Tsumi is going to grab him, claw down to the ground, try and get the Laguna Blade is going to be through. And they finish him off. Now they've got the tombstone to get the save once again with the BKB popped here by Miero. They destroy the tombstone, but eventually Miero falls. Very easy to hide that bit.
He's going for the ancient.
Out of the tier 4
TP
towers.
back.
They are chasing. They're going to BKB and TP out on this Lina. While the bear is doing work.
Give me on the bear gonna get out.
Away the remnant forward. The searing chain don't connect. The pop link as they hit the shackle. They get the kill to take him out. Down goes the Enigma. Is going to fall and back, but GG is going to be called here by OG. They've been overwhelmed by Boom Boys, and game 1 goes to BB.
Yeah, the only reason this last fight looked even.
So at the moment here, Falcons, honestly, all 3 lanes looking pretty solid.
Sumail, Necro. Oh, I didn't see shit.
Very, very solid start here on these first few minutes.
Oh, and it's 32 to 12 on Necro versus the Lina. That is pretty crazy.
Not been an easy safe lane.
No.
And of course, the safe lane that, as you were saying to me during the draft, you're maybe a little bit surprised, not only because we don't really see the gyro mid, but just because you felt that was actually lane top. Well, I saw that thought mid. They're trying to make a move on to Maureen, but backup comes in from snaking. The other core's taken out. Thompson will get to walk away, but takes a lot of damage there from that attempt. But yeah,
I thought they were going to swap that.
In that safe lane, you could have seen a gyro doing all right up here, or at least doing better than Alina on the early levels. It's still it would not have been fun.
It probably wouldn't have been that great either.
Okay.
But yeah, we just haven't seen this gyro mid, so we just have to see what it's going to really do overall in the game. And so far in the laning phase, we're not seeing too much of it. That got insta-canceled.
Yeah, he decided against that immediately, the other core.
Did he like misclick it? Like, because I didn't even see the animation of it. It looks like he just before it even started at all.
Well, not going to be able to make a play top.
Nope. Power Rune. Going to set up for this one around the top side here. They're bringing everybody. 3v3 in the mid. We'll get the RNG. Thompson will. The crit. Actually able to sneak between the 2 supports. Able to just hit it away.
They might be able to go for him.
Disruption.
Well, probably not going to be able to. They've got the missile, but it's going to be able to create quite some distance between them.
It's way too far.
They won't be able to chase for the kill.
Too risky.
Division though.
Okay, level 5 here for Thompson.
Is it?
Find the connections. Maureen is now 6.
Oh, this one does feel like it's going to get pretty hard pretty quickly. This is, you know, if LGD are able to clean kind of their act up out of this early game, it's going to be very impressive. This is a very, very tough start. You know, as we've seen, tops on the gyro, it's just not got that same kind of ease with the rotations, right? You can't just, not like on his Wind Ranger where you can go up and down the map without losing too much mid. And you're much less mobile, it's so much harder.
And not like he's elusive, right? If he does get, I mean, sure, if he'll build up the movement speed a little, if he gets some damage from his barrage and all that, but if he gets caught by a Rolling Thunder, he's dead in like 80 to 90% of those scenarios at this point. So definitely seeing a lot more difficulties for LGD, at least in these first 7 minutes.
Yeah, 3K lead already for Falcons.
But what their lineup does do, right, is what we were mentioning is the 5-man, right? I think that's probably what they were thinking about is this Darkseer group up. Because I've seen this quite a lot from teams too, is like when your Darkseer doesn't have this kind of like counter where he's with like a clockwork and he's versus like a Shadow Fiend, he can take advantage. You end up playing this game where it's like, okay, Darkseer gets this first item timing, you smoke and you like 5-man with this Ion Shell and you look for that fight to catch back up with the Aura. Or with the Dominator, which it usually ends up being for Whisper.
Because how much can kind of Whisper carry the early to mid? Darkseer against what he's up against.
Not easy, honestly.
It's not an easy Darkseer game.
No, because like we did see one from quite a bit ago.
We've seen some Darkseers carry games.
Yeah, but this is not one of the ones that looks easiest on paper because of how tanky the heroes are, right? Pango just naturally gets tankier. Necro has the increased healing. They have a save from the SD, and Tiny, yeah, that damage takes quite a long time to build up from these Ion Shells, even if you have allies on top of them. And the 2 heroes who are going to be carrying the Ion Shell, too, as supports. It's not like one of these core melee heroes like an Ember Spirit or something.
No, like you can just kill them.
You just kill them, exactly. They can just get burst in a heartbeat, so we'll have to see how they do adapt and fix after this laning phase. After this laning phase looks quite rough. And yeah, it is going to be that vessel build that we were kind of alluding to there for Thompson and see what it can actually do in the game. He's very squishy too, is my big concern too, right? A Tiny comes in and just gets a combo on him.
Avalanche or a Rolling Thunder or disruption to set up into an arrow.
There's a lot to bring down this gyro.
It's hard to survive. And last game, of course, he did have some mechanics to save him out of Snowball. This game, who's saving him? Yeah, you can't surge someone that's stunned.
No.
Well, I mean, you can.
You can, but
do
yeah,
anything.
yeah.
You know, it's not. They're not going to be able to run.
You know what save he has? He has planar pocket.
I mean, that's honestly,
eventually.
that's the one save. Yeah, that's the one kind of one that might able to help him from some of the bigger lockdowns.
I mean, there could be some
redirect them.
There could be some cool kind of redirects, right? If he does eat like a Reaper or something in the mid game in particular, but yeah, we'll have to see if that ends up actually working out.
But I guess that's also the problem, right? Because the other stuns are not going to get affected.
No.
The Avalanche doesn't do anything against that.
Nothing.
The Arrow, the Rolling Thunder, you can't redirect any of those. So it's a tough one.
Yeah, it's going to be a much harder recovery. We see the Boots of Travel already coming out here for the Necrophos. Looks like they are trying to bring the numbers. They throw that level 4 Ion Shell onto the Spirit Breaker. They're going for Mar.
Let's have a look. See if they can take someone down here. Charge forward into the Laguna.
So much healing.
It's going to get the heals off.
What is that?
It's a lot of damage though, and with the Iron Shell burning him down, it will be enough to take Amar out. A big kill there for LGD.
Level 4 Ion Shell on the Spirit Breaker. Starts to add up very quickly when they have the stun lockdown. Malrine is able to find Thompson there.
And Thompson able to get himself knocked down to the river, which will allow him to run away safely.
Did a good kill, slowing down this Necro, getting Yuma some space to catch up and farm. As we were saying, Yuma's lane was pretty miserable. Still bottom of the chorus, but slowing down Amar nicely. And the first Rolling Thunder, not successful, so let's see if Thompson can take advantage of that with it being on cooldown, if he can look to go for another aggressive play here.
Yeah, because now, he's going to want to hit the side lanes, knowing that the Pango won't be turning up.
Exactly. Either you go for the SD or you go for the Necro. It looks like it's going to be that SD.
It's good aggression. See Amar thinking about trying to help out. Crip, able to get the disruption off to hold Thompson back. It will be enough to save him.
That was an interesting blood grenade there.
Very hopeful.
Yeah, minus 50 gold.
Maybe this blood grenade is going to do 300 damage. You never know. But won't get the job done. I'll get some pressure onto this mid tower once that move was made.
Honestly, a lot of that damage onto it has been snaking. I've been watching him kind of just poke it this entire time here. So, Whisper, you said Dominator's finished. He's finding these levels. He's still having an okay time, and Thompson just trying to hold them off from that tower. They'll pop the glyph.
Pop the glyph just to
ensure that they can protect it. And who's going to get the rune?
Oh, it's going to be Top, and it's going to be Thompson. We'll get the shield rune.
Pretty strong rune. Arrow? Nice try there.
Gives them the vision for the setup for the disruption, though. King Jungles.
Very dead.
Not get out.
They're trying to really protect this mid tower on the side of LGD right now.
That's hard, though. It looks like this tower's going down to the next push.
They have the arrow if they want for the catapult. If Sneh wants to use it.
He does have the shield.
He will. And he spams it out again. The shield rune is allowing him to just hold them off from that tower for now here still. So ensuring that he can still keep that up so they can get this extra farm here. Top. Yuma's catching up.
He is just only a few hundred gold behind that of Amar. It's not too bad considering how rough the CS was in the lane.
But Owen, it's been 11 minutes. We have yet to look at the bottom side. How's Skeeter doing, right? He's got absolute free farm. And as we're mentioning, a lot of squishy heroes.
It's a good game for a tiny, right?
One for him to sneak around and find the pop.
You're going to eat up this Gyro or Lina for a large amount of the game.
Until the Lina has like the 15 talent for that crazy magic resist, you can die pretty easily to just a combo if he's able to find the wraparound. So see if Skeeter wants to go for that Blink next, or if it's going to be the Shadow Blade. I think, yeah, Blink sounds a little bit better this time just to get in. They already have Invis on their team with the Moonlight. Doesn't want to be redundant, the stacking of it. And it's just easier to just jump on top of these targets and burst. Okay, now the tower. Let's see. Another call down. Will deter the push. Ooh, missed the money creep.
Cogs.
And even putting the that's different. 2 points in battery assault. This is the old clockwork.
Okay. I mean, as you said, Cogs just ain't.
No, I mean, no, they are. No, they are. They absolutely.
Well, they are still as good.
Still max. Level 1 and 2 are a little bit nerfed and all that, but they still are incredibly
You still want to get them up.
Oh, yeah. You still want the max first.
Marine.
Charge that slowly connects.
Too tanky. They can't go for him here. So trying to bring Whisper together here with that Ion Shell. So it's trying to, make that move that we were mentioning with bringing all the numbers in. But they're very under-leveled on the supports. Theo's still level 4. Doesn't have an ulti to be able to add with that Ion Shell damage. Amar, isolated.
Got the stun.
He's looking to be very dead.
Got the burst. I mean, big kills to take down this Necrophos. In the middle. Arian will find Theo Lacour here with the help of Crip.
And they should get the tower
They
now.
will indeed finally be able to bring this tower down. By the looks of it, Whisper trying to hold them back a little bit with the Mud Golem, sending it over and tries to deny, won't find it. Snaky gets the last hit onto the tower.
Thompson falling behind. Peter, another tower that he's looking for here. 2,000 HP, Tiny, of course, too, so this is going to be a very hard one for them to go for in this early game. Let's swing around toward bottom. Wisdom Rune is coming up in a minute here. I think Gyro, I believe the call down was used already, too, so I don't know if he can show up for the fight himself around here, too, if they want to contest. All 3 tier 1s.
Yeah, they just have to let them go.
Very early. 13 minutes, they've been able to claim them all, and that's going to allow, I mean, for Skeeter, right? When you get Blink Dagger, a lot easier for you to find some of these targets like this. Okay, Thompson. Vessel is soon finished. They have the level 6 on KJ. Got the hook shot to close the gap. Does put the 3rd point in battery.
Yeah, so a bit of a different approach.
So this is anti-necro, so extra damage with it, I guess, in a way, but the cogs are hard to skip a lot of times.
And for moves like this, definitely going to work out. Extra damage coming into play and more than enough to bring down Amar. Maureen and Snake King will respond.
Thompson.
He's going to try for the TP out, but there's a Rolling Thunder coming his way. He'll do his best attempt to try and dodge the rolls, but the connections are there, and Maureen will clean up Thompson on top of that.
Well, they're bullying Amar, but not worth it this time at all. Another big kill that they're able to find, and now Skeeter, massive stack he's able to find, and now the blink is finished. Can look to speed things up. Snay, this is an old build that he used to do, just going for the drums on the Mirana. He's also finding a fair bit of farm here, fair bit of levels as he tends to. Now he's got a hero to play around too. Rather than just a support with the disruption plus arrow combo, now he's got that blink, Avatos, arrow combo. Pretty much anybody's gonna die to that, the 2 of them. Ideally, finding one of the big cores, either Yuma or Whisper at this point, if they can with the Tiny, would be ideal. They do see Whisper right now.
Speed up. Perfect reveal there, gets the jump.
Nice ward.
Setup.
We see there on the far right there from Snaking, even blocking the camps too.
Gonna go in with the hook shot on towards Maureen. And he'll be able to break his way out of the cogs. And he's got backup with him, so they can't finish the kill, and now Falcons are ready to strike back. Skeeter walks up, gets the avalanche set up straight away on the Thompson. The Reaper Scythe comes down. Thompson's gone.
And they find KJ as well. Ooh, yeah, this is looking harder and harder, and this mid gyro is looking pretty susceptible to everything that Falcons is bringing to him. Snaking's honestly starting to catch up pretty quickly.
He might just overtake Thompson this game.
And overall, like, I feel like this is, if you, as we haven't seen it a lot, right? But if you do want to play these type of like mid gyro, this is a hero where you have to like dominate. This is not where you can start to fall behind a big guys. I'm gonna catch up.
You cannot catch up in farm. It's very, very hard.
And Yuma, absolutely. Yuma and Whisper have the work cut out for him this game.
But they can get Maureen this time. Charge set up into the light strike array. They've got him.
Nice little extra bash there from Theo. The way they got to play. Honestly, just play around Yuma, play around this Spirit Breaker charging, finding heroes isolated until they have Whisper, perhaps with like the blink, so we can get these type of wombo combo plays for team fight. Just got to look for these plays when Falcons is split up, because fighting into them a little too hard right now.
Well, they might try for Skeeter.
He is pretty far up here. They do get some vision of him. They could consider going for it. The vessel is ready.
Fully backing up. Senses that there's a chance something was coming from him on this bottom lane.
And where was Skeeter Q? I imagined it was going to be Okay, it is BKB. Playing versus pretty much all magic damage in this early game besides the Lina. The BKBs are going to be incredibly powerful for the side of Falcons. Yuma's catching up, though. So, as much as the gyro is falling behind, the Lina, which is the important hero for the team, of course, is doing pretty well. Radiant's about to be done. Has been delayed quite a bit here, as we see for Amar as well.
LGD. Do you think they would, you know, what's the next timing from their side of things?
I think the blink, right, from Whisper. I believe that's always a blink and the shard if he was looking for it. I think he did go for the shard first. But if they can, it's still kind of same. If they can find heroes isolated with Spirit Breaker charge, they can look for it. But I think straight up fights is still too complicated.
Not easy to enable things around Thompson's Jara at the moment. Still very vulnerable at this point.
And for him, he also desperately will need a BKB in this game. Probably as his first item. And yeah, he buys the shard, so...
So it's going to miss. They'll get the cogs out to stop Skinny getting the initial jump, but he'll still get the combo down on a Thompson. The both of them dead.
He's looking kind of like a support right now.
And we'll be able to blow up crit at least with the Laguna Blade, but yeah, this game is that position with Skeeter just getting on top of him. It goes to our power for the time.
Skeeter though,
jump, but he sticks around maybe a bit too long, and
that's
they'll
a
get
massive kill. Oh baby!
All right, he maybe felt a little bit safer than he should have there. I mean, he was having a great game, a clean opening, and easy kills for him to have, but sticking around on his own there around the mid, they punish him.
That's absolutely massive. Lina's now going to be ahead. Get what 40 seconds of extra farm time. They get time to get all these ultis to come back up too. That was dangerous positioning there from Skeeter. Instantly punished. Similar, honestly, last game he had some of these deaths too, where a bit far forward does get caught off. LGD seem to have good reads on how Skeeter's going to play when alone in a lot of situations. Now Yuma, he's got the talent. So at 15
very close to the Aghanims.
Yep.
And we saw, last game, a very different hero, different style, but Yuma's, as the carry, was very solid in how he was able to kind of bring things towards that mid-game to late game. Might be the same here, the space has been created in a bit of a different fashion this time round, more around kind of Thompson suffering a little bit in the mid lane this time, as opposed to the domination that he came in with in game one. But, maybe there's a chance to have the same sort of result with just giving Yuma the time and space to do what he needs to as the carry.
We'll have to see, because it is going to be kind of like this pseudo one carry versus 2.5 in a way from Falcons. We'll see if the team fight, right? The Darkseer prowess is going to have that extra effect with the vacuum combos.
And a carry, I guess, against 3 cores that are very ready to get on top of you.
Indeed.
Coming in with the Death Seeker, the Rolling Thunder, or the Blink on the Tiny. So many ways of jumping the Lina carry.
And when you're playing versus like an individual carry in a way, right? That's what the SD can also do, purge the Lina. The Reaper is going to go on the Lina as well too. Everything is going to be thrown on that Lina. 5K lead at the moment for Falcons. BKB, first one is finished up. Whisper getting close to the Blink. If he can get this Blink before that next fight, they still can look to win these fights if they land the Wombo combos. Little harder, of course, with the deficit playing into the BKBs, but if they get the initial stuns, it would be massive.
Because he's holding off on spending. Is there a chance that he's like, well, just get the full BKB first?
Yeah, it might be the case. He's getting the time to be able to sit back and farm it. If Falcons isn't forcing, maybe they do feel like they have more time. Falcons looking for more.
And Jungles will be the one to tank the gang.
Roshan Tormentor can soon start being on the horizon. The Pango on one side. Snay starting to set up for the area of it. Does have a ward at least placed down right now.
So we've not done money.
Whisper's getting a lot.
4K gold in the bank. I mean, I guess
does he go Ags?
Yeah, just get
That's
the Ags.
That's the question, yeah. I mean, he's getting a lot of space.
Or just buy the full BKB, or just buy the full Aghanims.
Probably discussing it with this team at least, which one they do find is going to be the most valuable. Crit.
The bash on him. The other core with the control, and they will have the damage.
Can Whisper get out?
Snake King here with Maureen. They'll get the vacuum wall down onto the 2 of them, but Whisper, caught by the Rolling Thunder, will die. Snake King looks to jump away. Should be fine to TP out.
Thompson, though, does get found on the side there from Amar and Skeeter. So 2 for 1. And they find 2 cores, of course, there from Falcons. Lead continues to grow and grow, and it really is just, they're going to have to just deal with the fact that they have like a support gyro from the mid lane. He's just going to have to contribute when he can, when he gets that BKB. He's had tons of pressure on Yuma and Whisper in this game.
And did Whisper end up spending up? Was he still holding on to that gold?
I think he did spend.
He just spoiled the BKB.
I mean, yeah, sure. Versus the Pango, right? In that situation, you can't just BKB and get out, right? You can't just survive. Overall, though, Falcons, much cleaner approach so far this game. 16-7. Not seeing the same type of matching kills as we did last time from LGD. Oop, catch on the SB. That ward that Snaking had placed earlier does scout it, and looks like they should be able to set up for that Tormentor as well.
Scaling looking pretty terrifying from Falcons. So one of those games where they're getting a lead, but they don't necessarily have to be in that much of a rush.
Because the Lina overall, yes, Lina scales, but Lina is not PL. By no means is Lina a PL. Snaking gets the shard. Nice when he goes for this type of build and he gets the shard given to him as well too, since he has the drums you can actually utilize. And has Yule, so even more answers versus the Spirit Breaker versus the Darkseer as well, has extra answers, so those BKBs absolutely necessary. And Yuma, although he's got a lot of magic resist, still very susceptible to just getting burst at this point. They will show.
He does have Maureen around to help out.
He's got the Yules.
Yules in a couple of leaps. Try for a hook shot, but the blink's already out from Maureen.
Theo got a bit greedy there, going for the extra tap into the ult rather than just going for... I don't know if he saw the Yules, but they might find Snay anyway. And they will. Oh, in the meanwhile, though, the Necro farming. See that lead go from 7 to 9K.
Very, very difficult to keep up on the farm as the mid-Jara. Tops are trying his best here, but after a rough early game, he very likely will stay down there on the bottom half of the net worth.
And he's been, honestly, he's been using ulti on neutral camps. I was hearing it a couple times. We didn't see it on the screen in particular, but he was trying anything to make sure that he can stay at least in a decent position. But yeah, 0 and 4, not finding much of anything. Lincoln's now picked up. Necro will have that protection. Charges along the map will be a lot more difficult. Same thing, the Laguna to pop. Yeah, they're just farming. Amar looking much more comfortable on the Necro. Even though Mars is his hero, right? Like, he's just, it's so much more chill. Mars just feels, it puts so much pressure and stress on you. Necro's just so, it just vibes.
I feel like we've seen it previous tournaments, you know, he always gives it one game.
Yeah.
You know, this time they got it away early because it's TI, you know.
Game one.
Game one. We're going to try the Mars, and then I think it's very likely they won't try it again.
Yeah.
You know, they tested it. The test was not a success. And indeed, this scenario here in game 2, without the Mars, and with something like a Necro, a completely different showing so far here.
Uh-oh, Thompson. We'll see him haste pop. Did they actually go the right direction?
They did not, so he might just be able to get out of this one.
They got the scan on him, but not able to quite go for it here. Whisper does have Blink and
if he farms these camps, though, they might come looking for him.
Oh. Oh, he's getting greedy. Farewell.
They're gonna get him. I mean, it's always the temptation, right? You know, you've been pushed away from the Ancients. It's like, well, there's these couple camps on the side, and most of the time, these players don't come for you. But Team Falcons,
they do.
You know, they're not letting Topsy get away that easy. They're gonna make sure that they thoroughly check the area.
Disruption. Arrow will connect more than enough. And Rosh now, perhaps, that's why they want to be playing around down here, right? Get these extra 2 kills, can look to set up for that Rosh pretty soon here with the Pango and the Tiny. Yeah, much cleaner as we're seeing.
This is one of those games that does seem to be all Falcons right now. If LGD is able to turn this one around, this will be very impressive, but not many a team are able to sort of turn around games against Falcons when they get this sort of a hold on it. And especially with these sort of heroes.
I'm really, I'm like, obviously game is not done, but I'm so curious to hear what the reasoning for this gyro was, right?
I mean, you just got to trust him, right? It tops him, right? It's vibes.
What are you
vibing, Topsy?
Yeah,
give me the mid-gyro. Sometimes the vibe, most of the times the vibes work out. This time, maybe not.
Snaking. We'll have another leap. Actually survives.
He's getting out. They have to BKB TP on the 2 of the cores. Steeler Core will not share the same luxury. Still a few hundred gold off his own BKB. He will die.
Having to use the BKBs to TP out like that is pretty rough too, right? Your first showings of them, and you just, there's no way that you can fight versus this. And they try to go for snaking too. He ends up surviving. 5 position, they can't even burst him down. Thompson, BKB is done, but as you were mentioning, Theolacor is about to have his too. So he, like you said,
similar
the third support.
Supports, yeah.
Even though he has that 1 or 2 little item in betweens too, but it's not much. All the weight on Yuma and Whisper. Bar?
What the kill? And they've got the control and damage easily with Yuma around. Big money for Thompson as well. Gets the last touch on that.
Any kill is important for LGD. Octarine almost finished up for Whisper too, getting closer and closer to it.
I mean,
his farm is
might be able to
absurd.
do big things. Yeah, Whisper is
insane.
But it's just not one of those games where you're sort of seeing a clear kind of get on top of these heroes, make an illusion. That illusion's going to kill everyone.
No, it's like
they don't have that vulnerability on Falcons.
Like it's usually these agi carries, right, where you get this illusion and it runs rampant. Tiny he'll turn and kill his illusion pretty quickly here too. So, but maybe it'll be enough chaos with the Lina. Maybe it's the Womball combo with all the stuns that they can get together with the charge,
some
the LSA.
5-man light strike into charge.
High execution, but slightly possible. Theo. You said close to the BKB. Yeah, the amount that they're forcing the waves in pretty nicely too, right? The fact that Whisper's able to always do this with no pressure, no like risk of a zero. Always gets that extra farm. The Octarine is pretty much done here.
It's very fast timings.
And that just means he's gonna farm even faster.
Either ready to walk up. Oh, is the Octarine on the courier?
No, he got it.
Oh, he got
Picked
it
up.
So that
Jump forward on the Lina.
BKB's there in time.
Had enough stacks.
Another BKB.
Fiery Soul. I think what's sitting at like 70-something% magic resist probably right now, so I don't remember exactly what it is. 65 with the 7, okay. More than enough to protect Yuma at this point. But if there's a follow-up, right? If the arrow connects, then he's very likely just dead there too, so has to be careful.
Pengu?
In the setup on the side here, they're trying to be sneaky.
And can they go for a move to Malrine?
It's a little difficult versus these Lincolns when they don't have somebody else to break it, because it will eat the Laguna. Skeeter will be just fine. And they're still waiting down there. They were waiting forever to try to go for this play onto the Pango if he stepped to the side, but not the case. Amar will go for the safe play. He buys the BKB for himself, as we saw last time. If he gets stunned, he still can't just die. KJ. Malrine will take care of him. Take him a moment, though. Oh, bounced the wrong way.
Oh. Oh,
okay.
Yep.
Maybe not.
He's going to be fine.
See ya. Will Malrine let him out, though? We'll see. Top, Skeeter.
That's a big one.
Ooh.
Top net worth taken out there. Amar gets him with the side.
Risking his hero there, too, right? Playing pretty far forward. I think that's the first mistake we've seen from
Yeah,
Whisper.
he's pretty much not left the bottom side of the map, or at least, you know, when he has, it's been very cautious. But yeah, right up at the tier 1 there.
Oh, KJ is being obnoxious. Look at this. Malrine just got his entire mana pool burned. Didn't get him with the ulti either. It's being very annoying.
Skeeter's on the hunt again.
Gets the catch. Is the arrow connecting?
It is. They get the arrow into the toss. The other course trying to keep them off Yuma. She say Yuma still with pretty high magic resistance. Having a tank through it. Tries to turn the combat.
Physical's too much.
TP, but the punch is coming from Skeeter. The BKB will not save Yuma from that.
They're just too far behind. Yuma just doesn't have the protection. They really they don't have a mid, right? They don't have that mid to rally around, even though Whisper and Yuma are trying their hardest here. Thompson just too far behind to even be like a body for him, essentially.
Especially into this pipe that the team's got there.
Yeah, Snaking's got it.
What does the mid jar do at this point? There's not a lot of options for Thompson.
No. Now, good itemization, good plays from Falcons this time, and not hemorrhaging as many kills. We saw one on Skater in the mid lane, but that was it, right? He didn't really die that much compared to that last time on the Alchemist. Getting the Roche, getting the Tormentor, they're taking all the boxes, getting that high ground now, getting the racks. Limited moves for LGD to make. And they're continuing. Still 20 seconds without the Lina.
I'll start to push them back a little bit. They respect the fact that Lina's coming back up in just under 10.
He ain't finishing that charge, that's for sure. Has to stop it immediately. All the waves now starting to be forced onto the side of LGD, though, and just hard for them to find any. I mean, we can't see them take any fights. Any of these 5v5 engagement. Pickoffs, perhaps, but Now we're seeing Falcons just playing together. They're ready for any of these fights that come to them. Too far out now. You know they're all going to connect. They're trying to find that small little pick off, and now Maureen getting the jump.
Straight in on the Thompson. We'll be able to dodge the arrow.
Whisper.
What's the BKB? Maybe seeing if he can find some sort of way to fight back, but they're completely spread here, Falcons, so no chance for a big combo. He'll just settle for the wall onto Amar.
Whisper.
The BKB's there. He'll turn with the scythe, take down Whisper. Yuma's been caught in the midst of it all. Tries to run, goes for the BKB TP out, but again, the physical damage is there. Yuma's gone. As LGD, they just do not have anywhere close to enough to throw back at Falcons at this point in the midst of these team fights. They don't have the damage. As Falcons just survive for it all.
I thought that might have been them calling it for a second there.
Yeah.
Losing Yuma and Whisper outside there, trying to look for any of these fights, but you can just see they can't pop any of these targets, really. Yuma just has to like try to BKB TP out almost every one of these times, but yeah. We had a feeling when we saw this gyro that this game could very likely
sometimes it doesn't work out, you know.
Yeah.
Both teams get to kind of experiment a little bit. You know, game one, saw Amar trying out some Mars.
True.
Game two, Thompson says, I'll try something a little bit unconventional in the mid. Go with the gyro. Didn't work out here.
What do we get game 3 now? Anything else unorthodox? Probably.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, one loss ain't going to stop Thompson.
Oh, no, we saw
doesn't
ODs and Pug in his band, you know.
He's still going to bring the fun stuff in game 3, you know it.
Amar, though, I don't think we're going to see the Mars.
Oh, we're not, yeah, that one's not coming back.
No. He'll stick with the guns. Stick with this Necro that looks very strong.
Now, if Thompson wants maximum style points, he comes in with a game 3 mid-Mars.
Oh. I don't think I've ever seen Thompson play Mars.
One day.
One day.
27k lead. Mega creeps out.
Dragonlance.
All right.
All right, look at that. I mean, Amar now starting to have fun with it. I think they know this one is in the bag. Yeah, he tips him. He's like, you're gonna, all right, whatever.
Hurricane Pie's kind of nice, right? Can
Yeah, I
get out the
mean,
cogs, stop the Spirit Breaker.
Sure.
It's not bad tech against the Spirit Breaker,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
whatever,
It's pretty annoying for the Spirit Breaker, I'm telling you.
He can buy whatever he wants at this point, Amar.
What?
Except the Midas. Never okay.
No Midas.
No Midas ever.
On any hero? Is any hero cool with Midas or no? No. But there will be a game. This is not going to be a Midas free TI, is it?
I think there'll probably be a couple. But
someone's going to buy a Midas, but don't do it, kids.
Well, we like it.
The maths is not good. It's really bad. It's really bad. And I say that as someone that has bought a fair few Midases in my time.
Yes. On some pretty bad heroes.
Yes, and some pretty bad patches. But
yeah.
no, and even this is too much for me. So no Midases.
Now the Roche should be pretty easily secured. Even the ward coverage, Falcons on top of it, even though Mart's going for his Dragon Lance and his, some more of these fun items, and of course. As you said, it does have some merits to the build, even if it looks funny. Okay, they'll stop from the Roche for a moment here. They just want to kill. And Skeeter at this point, literally anybody's going to die to him, even solo.
Yeah, he's had a great time on the Tiny this game.
Absolute freedom, right?
Yep.
As we said, the Darkseer pick was not to address the Tiny, but Tiny's able to do pretty much anything he wants this game.
Get the Roche.
Another one.
The Aegis. Get the throw. The plan here for Falcons.
Whisper in some trouble.
Oh, it's got Theo Lacour to try and help him out.
Well, that almost helped, actually. Bashed him into Whisper.
Aaron's going to stay hot in the chase.
He's got a blink, but he gets hit again. Bye-bye, Whisper.
No buyback on him either. So he's going to be dead for this defense. Amar.
Dobson.
I'm going to try and go for him. The Manta's there, though. Barely any damage being taken here by Amar.
And he's just fighting the two of them.
Go for the scythe.
Arrow.
Azuma is going to try healing up here. Mosquito comes in with a wraparound. Couple of right clicks from the Tiny will do it. Azuma gone. No buyback on him, and we're going to a game 3. GG's called. Falcons striking back ever so hard here in this game too. LGD, we get some fun stuff. They try and come in with the mid gyro. This one doesn't work out though for Thompson.
No, on top of the mid gyro not working, the lanes also were pretty disastrous, right? It was 36 to 12, I think.
Yeah, the
it was
safe lane fell apart very early on, very quick. The Yuma did manage to recover a little bit, but the start was rough.
It was. So overall, I think Falcons, they pretty much ticked all the boxes this game. Much cleaner.
Much better from
overall,
them.
everything looked much better.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, can't wait to see what's going to go down in game 3, because we're going to get one. It's 1-1 now, here with Falcons taking game 2.
To be honest, I don't think anybody is going to complain about getting a game 3 between these two teams. Maybe a little bit too cute on the gyrocopter mid, but hey, I am very happy that they tried, and I can't wait to see what they'll try for game number 3, which will come your way, of course, very soon. We're first.
Time and time again, we see these supports. They're either dying on the map or they're running into one threat and having to go scepter TP out.
It was quite good, man.
BZM maybe still gonna have that courier. That'll complete the Lotus Orb for Divide.
Very solid game on this Earth Spirit. 8-0-13. Perfection here. Has another smoke, looking for the fight. They have that nullifier, as you said, so
33.
a lot more confident to just force a really aggressive go, and it's on the
Zoo combo. Go. 33 is Zoo combo is crazy though.
And almost kill it before
You always play Zoo.
Enigma Galaxy get here.
Beastmaster, Brewmaster, Lycan, Versace.
Lornoff just trying to clear out the
Zoo
creeps,
combo.
There's no creeps to clear out, it's just a Lycan.
Oh.
Bane almost dead already, but diving so deep in the Reaper
Oh
side.
shoot!
Successfully lands. Whitemon couldn't get there for the box because they dove so deep.
What was that?
Extreme punishment now. Opportunity here for Enigma Galaxy. All they can really do, though, they have to clear out these creeps, these Lycan creeps, because otherwise they were going to take that barracks. In fact, they're still trying to get it. Somebody stop these things. They don't have physical damage to stop them. Oh my god.
Ooh.
They almost lose their melee barracks that way.
To be fair, that rack should be dead.
I mean, yeah.
What is this dive, right? The most unnecessary dive of all time. It's just a guaranteed lane you back out. But somehow, you put your Kez in such a rough position that even Whitemon with Blink cannot bail you out of the Reaper. Pure found a way.
Life finds a way.
That's one of those plays, like, you can look and be like, why didn't I get boxed? And it's like, brother, come on. Like, what? At some point, you got to respect your 5's position, right? Like, you can't sacrifice where he's going to go so bad that he gets jumped by Storm in the first place or something.
Yeah, brother, this is TI.
Exactly.
This isn't a pub.
Well, maybe he doesn't know that.
No, I think Pure treats every pro game like a pub.
Maybe he treats
part of why
every
he's so dangerous.
pub game like TI.
Oh, there's scary.
Well, that's some breathing room for Enigma. They get to save their racks. It's going to regen up. You get to fight for this next Roshan, as long as you don't bleed some kills here.
Smoke thrown in. BZM puts himself on the high ground to get some vision, and they spot Omar. Will not be saved. And will experience his 13th death.
That's a lot.
Game number 2.
That's a lot. And it's going to be Roshan here.
That's what, over 20 deaths in the series?
Yeah, if you picked him for some fantasy with that death token, it's not doing too well right now.
BKB from Sumail going after Whitemon here. Doesn't have an easy way out of this one. Catchy Lick will pull him a bit of distance. They get up to the high ground, which Iron Wings does not chase after. Meanwhile, Lornoff, again, they see Whitemon. They want to kill Whitemon. It's the only way that the Reaper's sign can maybe go off. But,
have to deal with summons.
Not have the damage threats.
And just straight into the pit. You don't have Lycan on the team. You don't have Magnetize. Is that enough of an opening? I think.
Yeah, Enigma has all their heroes because Omar popped back.
They just don't have the Storm BKB, so Lornup's very susceptible. If he goes in, he's going to need a bailout.
I love this setup. They have the Lycan. The Lycan makes the Roshan roar, and the entire team is moving, I guess, to the other side of the map to prepare for Roshan switching over.
They're also waiting for their ults, right? They don't really want to fight right now.
Sure.
They're happy just waiting this out. They're going to have another Lycan ult, another Magnetize. Roche is going to switch to their side with their outposts. No buybacks or like boots of travel Necro to worry about. Very smart play from Iron Wing. And it's going to dodge another smoke from Nigma. What is their smoke land rate in this series?
I think it's 0%, really.
It might be 0, yeah. They ganked that one Helm Creep in game 1.
They did.
So we'll give them like a quarter of a point for that. Shackle the wolf.
The wave is still gonna die. He couldn't even push the wave out. And back to Roshan. Aurora goes off, but Nigma Galaxy is really not in a position to contest.
No way to contest it. You just have to take the high ground. Trying to use buybacks or bring the cousins. It's a great Ags bite target.
What's scarier than a wolf? A wolf with a katana.
2 wolves.
Inside of Iron Wings are 2 wolves. Both are going to dive past the tier 3.
One wolf wants to win. The other wolf wants to dive fountain.
Man, he's getting luxury. Swift Blink, Kez, almost level 25.
He is kitted.
Smail's just trying to get to his Shivas, so he has some defense when the Kez hits him, which he did get there. Now is going heart.
Got the pendulum too.
Oh, that helps a lot.
Yeah, pretty much the most efficient neutral item on this hero. Not always the best for the game, but that's exactly what this hero wants.
I mean, isn't that the best tier 4 neutral item for like 50% of the hero base?
I don't know. Conjure's Catalyst is pretty dumb.
Well, that's the other 50%.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah.
That's all you need.
You're just trying to get Pendulum or Catalyst?
Pretty much, yeah.
I guess that's fair. I mean, what else are you even really looking for?
Apparently, the Claw. Pure and Ari both took Metamorphic Mandible, which I feel like that could be broken if you actually use it.
There's the bite. The wolf chicken.
Oh no!
Blink bushwhack leading onto Smail. Smail active in the
Oh my
BKB.
god, new straight down!
Smail is getting opportunity to
What's
a
the
lot of
rest, dude?
damage to all these heroes. He had to
Not
pick
dead
the
though.
side. Here's the
Just gonna kill a white one. Gang those, get silence. Newly fire. It's not gonna get saved, it's gonna die. No buyback.
Too much in this Lycan form. Threatening to buy, Lord up. Will manage to pick up a kill though. He's gonna get another galvanized stack off of this one and a lot of gold. That was a godlike streak. Pure's getting low.
Jane though, he does have the Aegis. Can he get
killed?
killed?
This Aegis somewhere inside their base. It would be oh so sweet if they could. They got it. Now with the buyback is Samael.
Back goes
Kill
Samael.
him a second time.
Can't get a Q though.
They managed to stop that one immediately with the Shivas, trying to burst him down.
BKB's gonna
BKB
give up.
goes off, see if he can blink himself away.
Oh, he's gonna die. Pure's gonna die.
They defended and didn't lose a single building?
That's good defending.
They got some serious buybacks.
But, yeah, close to buyback.
Require Iron Wings to dive into the fountain area again, but Nigma Galaxy will keep the game going.
I will say, this has not been the most disciplined closeout
No.
we've seen. That was a scary amount of burst damage coming out from the wolf chicken.
that
was disgusting.
That was a lot.
with that extra Echo Slash attack, it really just pounds the damage in. But they're giving a lot to this Storm. This Storm is level 25 now. With Shard, with Catalyst, with Pharasma. And he doesn't have BKB.
A combo, no BKB, can you beat out? No, he's dead. Day 400.
Too much.
Sumail's there to save.
Sumail's gonna have to carry through this one.
She's gonna get saved, but he's gonna die. Maybe. There's no Reaper Scythe though. There is! How did he move though? How did he move during Reaper Scythe?
That goes the way of Nigma Galaxy. Maybe they're trading not numbers-wise better, but these kills are worth so much more.
Oh, for sure.
Nigma Galaxy in both experience and killing spree gold.
So many levels for heroes that needed it.
Yeah, they almost have Sumail. He's going to get to his 25 probably.
I didn't think either of these scores were going to hit 25, and now all of a sudden you might get both. But he's going in.
Oh! The grip!
BZM after the BKB. They're trying to stop GH, and they finally do, but BZM has already taken a heap of damage. His BKB is now
Just getting
down.
quite low. He's gonna get there. Sumail's there.
But they're going to struggle to finish him off here. Pushback attempted another good play.
Oh! Gives Sumail a chance to go in. BZM is dead! Sumail just BKB TP!
BKB TP's out while Pure chases after Divide. Around the trees he goes. Divide hoping he can stay alive long enough for somebody to help him out, but there's nobody nearby. He's just gonna have to run his way out.
It's a good dodge, it's a great time to.
Infinite chase potential. Actually, Omar tried to save.
Omar tried to save, but he's gonna die this time.
Die alongside Divide Llama. Not the best finishing touch to this fight for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, well, it's a 16th death, you know.
That's true.
You got 25 on the Necro. Some more big kills going their way. Can they manage to somehow turn the corner on this game?
Sumail's doing bits!
Where, in theory, you can kind of scale this Storm into a position where he just kills everybody. I mean, you're a really long way away from it. I'm not saying we're close to that pivot point, but we're starting to see the sustain build up. If you can get the Largo Ags and the Necrophos Heart plus Ags,
to kind of stop the burst potential, let the Death Pulse cooldown talent go to work. Storm Spirit is racking up single target damage, like he's not going for Aghanim Scepter.
Somebody has to kill people in this game.
I guess so, yeah. Because he's thinking about, you know, Moonshard for that last slot that he has where the Lotuses are sitting.
This doesn't strike me as a Storm Ags game. I don't think you're going to get a lot of clump pulls. The fights are really split. You have a bird wolf on one side, you have another wolf on the other. Everyone's hasted. They're all split up. The Earth Spirit's rolling around. Like, who are you AoE pulling in this game?
Sure.
I think you just need to hyper-focus as much DPS as you can squeeze out of the Storm.
The better attack speed you have, the faster you can utilize this 25 talent, right?
Sure.
The overload is buffed up, so you want to get all these overload charges out as quick as possible.
Some signs of life in a game that probably could have been over if Iron Wing had been a little more disciplined on that high ground. They got a little too ahead of themselves. Still a lot of skill their own, though. I mean, they still can look for the Earth Spirit 25 talent. They can potentially get an Ags and just kick people.
Yeah, I think that's part of the arithmetic of why they were so lax with ending this game is, okay, we can't really throw this game because they probably think they still outscale Nigma Galaxy.
I think that's true to a certain point. I do think this game can get weird because of the late game sustain. Like, the Largo is just so far behind, we might never see that. However, if that were not the case, I don't think you should feel too comfortable in this late game.
Okay.
I think Lycan, he struggles in the ultra late, no matter how farmed you are.
Scotty almost done for Pure. Yeah, where do you go with the Lycan from here? Upgrade your Blink, and then what?
You can get you trade out. You can trade out one of the slots for Hex. Okay, bring more disable. I don't think you really go Refresher. You could get an AC in this game. Their lineup does like an AC. There's some more armor differential. Kind of help punch through here. You can go Abyssal if you want to just stun this Storm in his BKB. It's pretty annoying. got some options. They're not great, but they're there.
Enigma Galaxy
fight now.
Smoke work for them here. Pickoffs and Kenta Whitemon. That's really good for them. Lead off with the Hex.
That's straight away. That's him to buy back.
That is rough. Lornoff's still going to try and command another box going off, and Lornoff is going to have to give up. Running low on mana, running low on BKB. BZM with the 25 talent is a menace.
He's going
rolling in with the self-magnetize. Keeping the magnetize on these heroes all the way back to the fountain, but they're not going to let Divine Llama get that back to the fountain. He just gets chased down with a double blink in from both the Lycan and Lornoff.
See ya.
Got bursted down. That was without the Scotty there on the Kez. He gets it now.
He got absolutely massacred by the double wolf.
Look how fast the damage comes in. Another great bushwhack. Ari's making this blink dagger look sick.
Oh my slow! He's not gonna die.
But they can. Pierre's already done so much damage.
Oh!
Okay,
Okay,
that's where Samel wants to be. Oh, the wheel. That might just bail them out though. They're gonna get Pure out of here.
Damn.
Just as Samel was ready to go with the Reaper sight.
Oh my god! You're gonna hex up.
It's low ground. They go and get
kill
the
this up front.
Woodwing.
Are they actually not going to get Pure here? That's disgusting.
He's out.
Yeah, gripped. The Bane gripped him from his fountain.
Yep.
And he got out of there.
Yep.
At 33, insta TP. He nightfalled out. Like, okay, this fight looks done. I'm out of here. I've seen this before. Third time is not the charm, guys.
And they have still not gotten a building. They've taken so many team fights inside of Enigma Galaxy's base.
They just refuse.
Not a single time do they hit the buildings.
They got a lot of buybacks there.
Yes.
Which, you know, buybacks will end this game. You know, 3 on a 7-minute cooldown.
I mean, Iron Wing are not going for a war of attrition. They're going out for a knockout punch, where you run out of buybacks and we win one team fight and you're gone.
Oh, there's also Banner in the pit. This is actually okay. This is stupid. I'm sorry. Like, what? Why are we diving Fountain 3 times without taking a single building and leaving Banner in the base? Like, they hate sieging that much. There's just some team called, we will never siege the high ground. We will only fight you. We don't even like the banner. Now they're going to take the banner.
Whitemon reclaims it.
Like, yeah, that could have been useful, you know? Maybe that's why they went, like, we don't have a banner, guys.
It's so weird because I feel like 33 is
discipline
joining Pure in the craziness,
yeah,
you know?
He's getting sucked
like,
in.
I would expect Pure to die in the fountain while 33 is Mega Tier, right? That's what I think of when it comes to Iron Wings. But despite being a Lycan, he's not touching the buildings. He is joining in on these kills.
Well, he's also scouting them with a wolf right now.
He's getting so much information. Lornoff zips into the pit, trying to get some info. Not really spotting much. Here comes the BZM Earth Spirit. Rolls in, hits the magnetize, and they are running. Divine in some trouble. 33 focusing him down with a nullifier. They try and heal up, but it's just not good enough. The physical damage is overwhelming them. Samel, he's trying to do damage back to them right now, but the single target focus is just too damn good.
That's
Lornoff
GG.
is putting out damage. He's the only one, though. Last one left alive. One final zip out to get away. It's him and a buyback from Samel. That's all they've got left, and Lornoff is out of mana. He's got one more zip to make.
Oh, silence!
And down he goes.
Dieback.
Dieback for Lornoff. All the heroes are gone. No more buybacks are left. For Enigma Galaxy, it is Samel against the world.
And now they'll take some buildings, because now is the time. When you won the game, now you can take some buildings, as that damage is overwhelming. They just ran into them. Straight into the brick wall that's all his healing. No cares. Yeah. Just a disgusting amount of physical DPS coming out from the Lycan. Kez, the Earth Spirit is the damage leader against the Necro. With the magnetized Crochet going in, Sumail just gets melted. Too many answers in the late game. And there's the banner. The long-awaited banner. We did it.
And they're going to do a little fountain farming to kill Samel. How many heroes are going to die to make this happen?
This is just disrespectful.
Are they even going to get it? Reaper sight. There's the block save, though.
Oh, I mean, Whitemon eventually got the axe, so...
Mission failed. Didn't kill Samel.
Back to buildings.
Nullifier Bloodthorn on Samel. Needs some help. Catchy Lick helps him out. BKB turn around. They're dying. They're dying. They got to get out of here. Iron Wings, they're losing this fight right now. They're going to be caught in the action, trying to retreat. Pure has one last hit, chasing him down, and he falls. Necropose Samel chase him down all the way. They got Whitemon as well. Iron Wings.
What is happening? in this game.
If they lose this game, it will go down as one of the greatest throws in TI history, no doubt. This has been entirely unnecessary, but I'm sure fun as hell.
I don't think they can really lose.
I don't think so either.
I've seen teams lose from better positions, so I guess technically they can. You can always lose a Dota game. We've all been there, right? 98-2, 2%. That's better than 1%.
That is accurate. Yes.
Very strange. I guess they're just in mode, mode disrespect. Like, we don't want to win. We want to absolutely annihilate your morale. And hey, it's TI, so I kind of respect that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's working too well here.
Well, I would imagine they're having fun. And I feel like one of the biggest things that comes to TI is loosening up a little bit, not letting the pressure and stress get to you as much.
There's truth in that. There's also truth in figuring out your form early and building confidence behind that form.
Yeah. And they will have a series to play later today. So
exactly. I think winning is always the most fun thing in Dota 2. And people always have this, let's just have fun, guys. You know what's fun? Winning the game. That's pretty fun.
It is pretty miserable to lose this game, that is for sure. Pick off on Whitemon.
That's an
Bane in some trouble. 33 chasing him down, not letting him get off a good Fiend's grip in this position. While the Kez is still dead, 33 has to carry the load. Lorinoff being gifted Lotuses to work with. They'll make it out.
There's just no way to contest these objectives without buybacks.
And now this is the combo. You get late game Earthsphere like this. Self-magnetize plus Bloodstone. You roll in.
Yeah, pretty disgusting.
How do you kill this guy if he's doing so much damage with the self-magnetize and an activated Bloodstone?
Yeah, he's got 5,000 HP.
Yeah, you're not bursting him. He's healing up the entire time, so his effective HP goes through the roof.
That is why we're going to see this hero. I think 6-slotted Earth Spirit is in the top 5 scariest early game heroes in the game. There's just very few things you can do against him, and there's a lot he can do against you.
And Krellas only gives him more tools late game.
Definitely a nice option for the hero. You can go Krellas, you can go Refresher, you can go the Ags with the Stone Displacement to break up a ball. You can go Hex, you can go Shivas into bigger AoE. You could do so many things on this hero, and all these items are really good right now. Give an Aegis to Pure. They'll say, you know what, if you want to go in the Fountain, 2 lives to do it with.
Do you think Iron Wing all put Cruel for their fantasy, which is the fountain kill fantasy
maybe.
bonus? Like they're just trying to get fountain kills so they all get extra points.
I think if you're playing the TI and your main priority is your fantasy as a player, so that you can get a purple item, your incentives are very misaligned. That's all I'm going to say. I think you need to rethink what our priority as a squad is, you know?
Wow. Can we pull up the fantasy tab?
Do we have it?
Because 33 is at 12,000 fantasy points.
What does that even mean? What?
Our poor Spectre. I'm sorry, Spectre. They don't have it bound. They're like, I'm never going to pull this up in official TI broadcast.
Okay, that's pretty good. But I wonder what that's based on, because that's not really what you're getting out of your fantasy roster.
No, I don't know what fantasy points mean anymore.
I think it's the old system that's just...
Yes, I think so too.
I mean, he is 12, 2, and 25, so that's got to be some good points.
He's the highest net worth, 40K.
It probably just looks at this wolf and goes like, I don't know what happened in this game, but this guy did some work.
This is not normal. And he could still buy an Ag Synth. Get yet another damage item.
True.
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
Kill the courier, then smoke. And here it comes.
Oh, he's got
Is it a chicken? Is it a wolf? It's a wolf chicken. And it's going right after Samael. Samael instantly BKB to buy.
What is Storm doing, bro? He's not even doing anything.
They have a nightmare save. The whale
Nightmare save though.
inside the
He's gonna
fountain
get
will grab
crazy.
A bunch of heroes, but none of them dead just yet. Lornoff trying to stop these heroes from hitting the fountain or hitting the throne right now. His flip goes off. Got a hex on him, and he's dead. He does have a buyback though. He's gonna come back into play. Try and join Samael. Samael who gets bursted down.
Oh, no, my back!
They killed him nice and quick. Now they go back to the Ancients. 33 is munching on it. Lornoff is looking for kills.
This is just hitting
Ancient's
Ancient.
gonna fall. The same look. Somebody desperately tries to stop 33. 33 almost gets it.
Can he save the Ancient?
2, 3 hits. Can he get another one to finish it off? He does. Ari will end the game in fashion. A support hoodwink crossbows his way to victory.
Well, that is one way to end a game that you probably could have won.
With
It's the very poor life of Bounty Hunter.
Oh, another
The
Pengu.
exact opposite of the sweet life is
Tops and DK, Pengu.
Because it ain't going well right now.
Chris is just playing Shadow Demon.
maybe, maybe with some high ground mistakes from BB, but for now I feel like we're already in a spot in which we are waiting for those. We're waiting for some high ground pushes, for some the last tier to fall, and to see how the high ground defense goes with the tiny toss backs, with the blinks from the axe as well. It's okay, they smoke up. Maybe they can, if they can find Lina, it would be a perfect kill.
Jump in, Avalanche, Meld Strike with the call, and Culling Blade early, but it doesn't quite matter. They'll still get this kill. There's a big streak to take. Getting GPK and taking away the Unstoppable. Natsumi being the creditor of that gold. Big gold for him, and keeping this TA viable throughout this game.
They got the gem, but there's one ward they didn't ward, right? Like, and that's the most obvious one, the ward that is showing they're trying, which is what killed Lina in the end. Even with the heart, by the way. I talked about it, like how squishy this hero is and how she's preventing these kind of deaths, or is trying to prevent these kind of deaths with the Satanic, but realistically, if everyone goes on Lina, she's just gone. She's not a Centaur. This is just not possible to stay alive against.
Caught Scam, and that will be another kill here. This time for Miero. Bounty not having a fun time. That is 0-7-3 for him now.
All he has to do on a bounty though. Oh, that terrorize was close. That was really close. All he has to do in this game on bounty is track people, right? So if you have 10k net worth, or if you have 5k net worth, like, of course you'd rather have some utility on top, but your value is mostly in the track and just having this invis to run around the map and give some vision. If you die while giving vision, that's also fine. Your position is to feed. It's the feed hunter.
Can you explain that to my teammates next time?
I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it. I heard you have a fun time.
I don't. Bushwhack connects here onto the Centaur, but they'll Stampede to follow this one up, try and get a kill on the Tims. If you can sharpshooter down on the low end, he might be safe. The chase is on.
You get past me.
Tiny end, 1 click, 2 click, and that is going to be a dead clicked Undying. Easily done. The damage from TA definitely felt.
I just love how much they're doing with how little they are given in this game on Radiant. Yeah. Like, they're making this game very interesting considering what they had to face up against in the lanes. And I wonder if this Lina's build is actually going to hurt her long-term prospects when it comes to scaling, because there's no Mjolnir or anything like that, right? Like, you're going for right click, but you're going for right click with Pike plus Satanics. It's a little bit of a slower farming build, at least.
Looking at top here, GPK just pushing it in. Meanwhile, you know, they are getting these kills onto Ketomi. They got a kill again on him. He's got 4 deaths, but Hero's undead, and GPK, Karatich, just 1 kill each. So they're not killing off these heroes a lot, but they are getting a little bit out of it for the side of OG. They've got this Daedalus for the Templar Assassin with the BKB TA, a definitely viable force in fighting Boom Boys. But they've been getting the pickoffs. They've been getting the one guy. But can they find a full fight here for OG to bring this game back? Feeling like they're on the edge of this one, trying to force their way into this comeback, and they're going to do their best to move around and maybe find an opportunity to fight. They've not been able to kill Miero yet, and he might not be able to die at all. Smoke's gonna break here. Shiva's, and they get the stun. It's onto the bounty. There's one right click on the strike from Natsumi, makes him turn tail.
Now Necro is Lina though.
Oh, connects. Lina's caught, and these shots coming off the trap. Sideblade's doing some damage on the GPK, but it's not going to be enough. The Reaper Scythe comes in with the BKB pop. They'll get the save on the axe, but now he's trying to run away from GPK. The right click is in. That's going to stop his blink out for a second, and might stop his blink enough where they're able to catch up. GPK so quick, and he runs him down with the right click damage that he's got. They'll find themselves the Tiny, the Death Seeker through the toss up into the air in the avalanche, but can they get away? No, they can't. This is going to be a dead Tiny, and another kill here for the side of Boom Boys. They'd already gotten the Bounty Hunter. And that is going to be 3 on their death list.
Like these layers of tankiness on OG. What the hell do you do, Bcop? Like you have this insane centaur with 10,000 HP running you down, right? Or you think you can kill him, you go on him, he moves back a little bit to reset with the heart, it heals him up completely. Meanwhile, Necro is then running at you with all of his HP, right? So you can't go on one or the other. Like the only option in this game is to kill the Lina and find her. And they found her. But even that fails because she's too tanky, she has allies around, and the TA couldn't commit. Like if TA committed, she would die. But okay, the blink out, she should be fine. So far, I mean, he is surviving on TA. He's doing like really well considering the state of the game. I'm just wondering if the map is going to shrink a little bit too much for him to continue this kind of a play style.
Right. The biggest issue is surviving is just not enough. You can survive, you can get all this net worth, but if you can't use that net worth effectively, then it doesn't quite matter. And they're going to get another kill on a scam. He will die here to be 0-9-3.
Yep,
TA hasn't been given that opportunity to really throw that damage out so hard just yet.
Yep, he's trying, like in that last fight as well. He tried to keep his distance but get side blades out at least from the trap, but overall it's much more difficult for them. Maybe some tossbacks on the Lina way behind. But eventually you gotta think about the Agnes and Centaur, right? Like if you're thinking about only going for one target Lina, like they have Tombstone with the Undying. Centaur attacks eventually.
BKB gets used here from the Tiny. Centaur is in. And now the blink into the call that's going to be on the 2. Can the Tia get the damage out of the Centaur? No. There's the save. Kantomi getting that one with this Tombstone. Right clicks coming in from the Lina. The BKB's already been used by the Templar. It's going to be such a tough fight coming in to defend this top set. And with that save, Centaur not dying. They put a lot on him. That blink call into 2 heroes looking like it was going to do some work, but ultimately doesn't do enough. And there he is. Jumps out of the Tombstone, ready to go. Stampede, he was hiding in there the whole time. Maybe they forgot about him, but they'll get that kill to the axe. He's got no buyback. Neither does this Hoodwink. Tim's, Raven, both dead. Move to the mid set, and this might just be it with no BKBs. Like I said, this is so hard to fight.
Yeah, I forgot about him, by the way. I legit forgot.
I thought maybe he had just gone somewhere else. Like he was still in there.
He was doing some decorating, you know, internal decoration of that Tombstone. He made some changes while he was in. I can imagine the Centaur staying at home, you know, and just making it cooking a little bit. He has that pan that he carries on one of the sets as well. Yeah, overall,
hiding there.
I feel like BB, they made this look a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I didn't expect like a really difficult high ground push, but I expected maybe OG with some toss back into a call in the backlines play, but they're just way too big. It's like Shiva's heart AC at this point.
Jump in, hook stop connects. BKB is going to be forced early. They go to the blink and into the call, and they'll get the Aegis out of the hands of GPK. But again, committing on that, how much are they going to get after this Aegis is now used and they're back alive? They can continue to try and fight. But can they get that blink call combo to go in one more time to get a kill here on the GPK? And is it going to be enough to really move itself into more than just one kill? Necro moving forward. Avalanche now down to half health, but immediately the Tombstone, the second he gets into trouble, he'll use it, he'll drop it down, and don't forget, it's not Hat's game. There's only one Tombstone. They'll get that kill on a teams. They'll take out the Hoodwink. So
There's no
fast
buy.
on the damage.
Yeah, straight up, this is basically mega creeps. You could see the concept, jumping the Lina, blowing her up first, then you can fight after, of course, but she had the Aegis. And BB, they kind of allowed that to happen because of the Aegis. Who do you jump now? Without the Hoodwink, like, there's just not enough control. Call is good.
Good call, good call. The damage, though, it's just not there. Templar Assassin cannot get the damage out. Raven's gonna die. All that net work.
Dream, and it's a regen as well, too. As it's about to hit 6. Amar
Pretty low here.
as the Lotus.
Power shot's not going to hit.
Okay.
And as you say, Lotus and 1 charges would have likely been fine.
Hard for him to play alone up there, though, now at this point. But mid, it looks like they might be able to get tops in here. They will.
Look, an easy setup there from Snake King.
With some creeps under the tower, too, so they should be able to get a bit of damage up here. Is Wind Ranger 6 yet? Not quite. When the Wind Ranger 6, that's where it becomes really hard for the Pango to lane. And just get that focus fire and run him down. Yeah, Skeeter still not really recovering just yet. It's 20-8 to the 29-8. Starting to get the levels, though, so he will just likely leave that lane very soon. Unless he dies again. Looks like he should be okay.
Not fun to stand in the lane. And top, they do make that play as soon as Yuma has the focus fire.
Yeah.
Run down Amar.
Even bring Thompson for it, so that's a cool move. Gets involved in a kill, can quickly shift toward mid. Check out the stacks. Not going to be any. Maybe, does he want to linger around the area here? Looks like he's thinking about it, but wants to maybe poke the mid tower a little bit with his ultimate. Marine. Ooh, KJ, careful. Might get Lagooned.
Just on the verge of getting kind of comboed down there by Marine, but
That was so close. You can see what it was going for, though, right? Like, Thompson maybe could close the gap and get that stun there, but not quite able to. Power rune, 10 seconds. LGD really trying to control that one, preventing Malvarine from getting the fill up. Quieter early game than we saw in the last 2, though. 3-3 at this moment.
Rune.
Bottom rune. Thompson gets an arcane. That's
very nice.
a really good one for the DK, especially for that next ulti form if he's going to have it up in time. Skeeter is still only level 5, too.
They want to punish Whisper.
They're bringing numbers.
Yeah. Coming in with Marine's TP. Disruption will buy a bit of safety. But as he comes out of it, no way to get out. Shackle not going to latch completely, but Skeeter's very low. The power shot comes in. Yuma taking Skeeter out. Now the focus fire turns over towards Marine. They might have killed Whisper, but LGD, quick with the responses, fights back.
A lot of rotations.
See if Crit and Snaking can clean anywhere else.
Oh,
Moves there with the cogs
Stunned
from
by
Crit.
Crit.
Does allow him to ensure that Yuma does not manage to run.
So a 3 for 2.
Thompson, make sure he gets that.
Right at the end of the arcane.
yeah,
Oh
so
my
can
god.
try and maximize what he can do with these early dragon forms.
That's a big pressure in this bottom tower is definitely going to be the call for them right now. A lot of resources have been used from Falcons there to push them off. Should be able to get almost the whole tower here with this DK ult now.
Whisper's going to move up to the top, but Falcons, they are hot on his heels.
Some fast moves.
They'll take him out.
Wait, and Snaking's level 6. Oh god. Whisper's like, wait a minute. What the?
Couple of bounty runes as well for Snaking to pick up for the team.
Okay, wow. I mean, that's, catches him completely off guard. The wraparound and the level 6, both positions. Really clever there from Snake. Full tower, though, will be claimed. So good aggressive move from LGD. They're going to have access to this bottom side, which is where Sven does like to live.
And what do you expect from Thompson on the build? Is it just going to be this Blink to open things up?
I think so, yeah. I would imagine. I imagine, like, what, maybe Blink Mage Slayer? Or Blink BKB? Sounds a little boring for Blink BKB, but...
Oh, that's that's a clean one there from King Jungles.
What a beauty. Nice Skater continuing to struggle. Look at the difference between him and the other carry, right? 1,300 at this point in the game.
Thompson.
DK forms back up.
Get the power shot slow as well. Marin tries to turn. Shield Bridge there is going to protect him. Crit comes in with the cogs, holds back Thompson.
5 heroes from LGD.
Crit should die for this, but was at least able to make sure that Maureen gets out safely.
Holy moly, the aggression that they're bringing. They literally bring all 5. DK form coming back up probably because of that arcane rune usage. Can maybe get some damage onto this mid tower because of it too. Maureen. In from the side. Okay, Amar is going to get involved now. Look for the support kill, and he finds it. What an angle. And he's tanky too, so this build that he's gone for, right, rather than Diffusal, Treads plus Falcon Blade, this is a 1500 HP Pango. Could be annoying for them to just burst down in the early game now at this point.
Yeah, because they've obviously got good setup and stuns, but it might not be as quick as a kill as they would have hoped for if they do try and throw things down onto the Pango.
Yeah, their damage actually, it takes a little bit of time to build up, so it absolutely could be enough to protect him until an ally gets there. Top, Yuma.
Yuma in trouble.
Top 3 on the core here.
Maureen's very fast. He's got boots of travel.
Oh, he doesn't know he wanna go back.
Skeeter. They actually look for him here. Whisper's trying to close the gap.
It's not easy though, they need...
Sentry's down.
Yeah, Snake King's ready. Whisper's gonna watch from the side. The ult's gonna get dropped down.
Hey, this ult is gonna hurt Whisper a lot. He should be okay. Doesn't want to use the lasso, wants to save it for a potential kill, doesn't want to just stop and walk away. Blink almost done.
Yeah, Tommy's going to be here with this wave pretty much on Thompson.
Picked up quickly, 10-7, 17 kills now at this point.
Yeah, having a game on our hands again. As,
we are.
Game 2 was a little bit one-sided. Falcons made that one look quite easy.
Yeah, like Panel said, right? This one looking much more 50-50.
Yeah.
Depending on, you know, how these mid-game fights end up going. And the fact that Skeeter is slowed down right now is pretty decent for the side of LGD, but the other 2 cores are looking really good from Falcons, so got to keep looking to keep that pressure up. And with Thompson with the Blink Dagger, I imagine they're going to look for that aggression.
Yeah, you go for the smoke play.
Yep. At least try to slow down. At least try to look for one of these cores. Should be a mark.
I imagine they're just going to be able to walk up and set this play up.
A little
awkward. Be off the mark, but with the focus fire and the shackle, they'll still have no trouble taking him out.
I mean, they do bring the 4 again, though, so doesn't mean that there's all that space. Every time Skeeter sees that, he's like, woo! Rubs his brow, and he's like, I've got all the space in the world to catch up, and he is starting to. They don't really have an access point out down to him here either, since they showed all 4 up top. Somebody TP'd mid too. Skeeter knows he's very safe to get probably a solid like 2 minutes of farming. Ooh. Off the mark there, crit. And overall for the game, for the Sven though, as we were saying, not the most straightforward for him to just play it, right? He's playing versus the Shadow Demon, the Disruption saves, the Purge, of course, which is very annoying for something like a Sven, and the Ghost Rider, of course, so. Not the easiest targets for Skeeter to be able to go toward.
For the 14-minute Wisdom Steal, and he might just get away with this. Yeah. They don't have anyone over at the moment, LGD.
Looks like they're focused on other things, perhaps, for the moment. Whisper is coming over, but it might just be too late.
I think it is. Yeah, he's going to have it, so Snake King able to get away with taking that Shrine of Wisdom away from them.
Very smart little individual moves, as we're seeing from Falcons. LGD bringing numbers in situations, but Falcons playing around that. Diffusal now finished for the Pango, and Whisper, he also wants a Blink. So that does mean they're going to have 2 Blink Daggers. So usually indicates that they got to get some good aggressive plays in that mid-game. Theo. If Crit lands that hook, they might even find Thompson there, so off the mark. Yeah, Blink BKB, Blink Shard BKB. Nothing fancy, nothing different. And let's see if I mean, what they're going to do, right? If you do go double Blink Daggers,
you don't want to sit back.
You don't really want to sit back too often.
You got to get these towers, you got to get these kills. You do not want to let the Sven and Lina free farm.
Especially not that, you know, the Sven, who you did such a good job of at least shutting down in the laning phase. You know this hero can recover if he's given the space, and he is getting that space now.
I've absolutely got to see LGD just keep this action up. And they cannot slow down. Here's the smoke.
Smoke's up. They probably want to break open the mid tower, honestly. Allows him to get easier access.
Yeah.
Sven and the lead.
I mean, he's about to have his level 2 Dragon form Thompson off this wave, so he can get the level 12.
Let's see if anybody from Falcons even shows up in the area. They might be reading this.
A little short on the XP, actually. One more creep.
Yuma, he's in trouble.
And block him off. Crit doing some good moves this game with the cogs, blocking off a lot of people when they've been trying to run.
Looks like Falcons
if they want to fight into it, they'll get the lasso into the arrow onto Maureen. It's enough to bring him down.
There they go.
Carry, but they still seem to be cleaning up the action as they'll take out the CM. Crit will hookshot back over to Whisper. Skeeter's in as well with the stun. A defensive disruption comes out, but as the disruption comes to an end, Whisper will still die.
It felt like Falcons was reading the movement, right? They were avoiding
Focus
the mid tower.
winning this.
I think it ends up getting brought down anyway, but they were playing around the top side to find that initial grab there. They lose the Lina, but Skeeter, they have multiple different carries in this game. He shows up, gets some good cleanup kills for himself, and now he's actually top 4. Quickly off of that there.
Because that's the thing about LGD's lineup, right? It's all single target, really.
It is. That's true. That's actually a very good point.
And they need kind of multiple of those cores to lock onto the same one to get the kill. So if you're trying to deal with all 3 in a team fight, it's not easy for LGD, especially in a game where they're slightly behind on the net worth. They have to try and play for these pickoffs. If it comes down to a team fight, execution's going to be very hard.
And you losing Yuma at the start is probably the worst case scenario, right? The way that he dies, gets absolutely nothing off, just gets burst in a heartbeat. Ideally for LGD, with the way that they itemize, right? With Blink Daggers, they want to be the ones getting the pick off first, having that number advantage into the fight, so. Now, though, not really the case, because there's the Blink from the Pango, so Falcons now have the way to also get the start of the fight themselves a lot much easier. (14-10).
Yuma's going to need a fair bit of time.
He does.
We'll be going for the build-up, just for that full Mjolnir first. That will be rewarded if you get the game going right, but you're absolutely playing for the long term there.
Amar, ooh, dodges it.
He's quick with a blink there.
Yeah, the risk of the Mjolnir, right? It's like if you do get picked off a couple times after you purchase it.
But if you get away with it, the farm is going to start flowing in with how quickly you're able to clean up the camps.
Does need a BKB immediately after, though. There's a lot of control and magic damage, so. KJ.
They're going to see him.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay, Thompson's going to get the chance to jump in on towards the Pangolier. And they'll catch out Amar. They'll look to Whisper, but the disruption comes in. Whisper's going to be fine for now. Rocket Flare, Frostbite will do it. They bring Whisper down. Bit of an awkward start there from Amar. Swashbuckles into the midst of the river.
Yeah, he kind of suicided a little bit there, right? I think for the next few fights, we'll probably just see him do the Rolling Thunder into the jump since he does have that Blink Dagger, and there's not anything really that bypasses it.
No, jumping in like that's very risky when they've got multiple ways to kind of click you and lock you down.
Yeah, 1-for-1 exchange, though. Both offlaners die. And I mean, Snaking gets another tip. I mean, Whisper, giving that respect to Snake.
CM players look pretty good today. From Snaking.
I think this hero's underrated, honestly.
I think, I'm surprised, honestly, even previous tournaments, that other teams don't really consider this one.
Because, like, yeah, sure, the Hoodwinks and some of these other, and like the Ringmaster, if there's a Bane pick, etc., right? There's certain reasons that these heroes are insane, but I think
the damage and the team fight presence that this hero can have.
And you farm very fast. And if you're a team like Falcons, where you like to farm and hit the creeps, right? It fits the niche. How's Thompson's BKB looking? Getting closer and closer.
Solid stuff from him so far this game. 2-1 and 5 on the mid DK. Maureen very close to the Aghanims. Should have that done for the next fight.
Level 15 also has been hit. And yeah, there's the blink. So double blinks on both. I mean, both sides having kind of similar things in a way. Maybe not from the same roles, right? But
this is something he can get away with this game. Just not getting the BKB, just tank up, get the heart. Will he commit for that, do you think? Or because obviously there's a lot of the stuff through the BKB, right? The lasso, the focus fire. So just having raw HP, beefing up, extra damage.
I mean, BKB is usually just much better and safer, but...
Because there are still a lot of stuns that the BKB will stop. Well, we'll see if he commits for this, Skeeter. Will be a lot of fun if he does go for the Blink Echo straight at heart of Taras.
I mean,
on the Sven.
massing strength is what you always want to do
Sure,
on the Sven, but...
You're going to hit hard, and you're going to have a lot of HP they've got to get through.
Heart is also a pretty broken item at the moment, too, but
yeah,
we'll see. There's a bit of a crazy one if he does want to go for it. BKB is finished. LGD. An easier way to approach this fight. Falcons will be able to get this tier 1 mid. Tormentor time. Can start to swing toward this bottom side.
Whisper very close to his own BKB, just 1,000 gold away.
They're setting up bottom. They want to contest this Tormentor. Or at least get some type of kill outside of it, perhaps we see here. Wind Ranger and DK kind of inching forward.
Skeeter out with the blink just in time before they did get very close to finding him on that camp.
I think the lane ward caught the initial TP before the Moonlight Shadow. I think Snaking had just placed it, so it did see them starting to make the swing around. Perhaps this can secure LGD, though, for getting that Tormentor themselves, if they want to bring extra heroes. Hook shot in mid.
Crit looking very good on the clockwork this game.
Yeah, and honestly, we're seeing the difference of just cogs in comparison to batteries. Salt cogs are just broken. Really hard how much you're able to do with them. And he is going the build that we saw pretty much from all of the Clockworks, the blink after the distiller.
There you go!
And this road should be theirs.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone trying for any crazy blink plays on LGD's side anytime soon here around the Roche.
Momentum starting to build up pretty heavily for the side of Falcons. Whisper, after having, you know, a pretty good early entrance into this game, he's gotten slowed down a lot. Bottom of the course. Not the easiest for him to just run into now at this point without that BKB.
They really do need them on all their cores, LGD. Yeah. They need that little bit of a slowdown.
Sometimes you don't see many BKBs in some games, and sometimes you just see 6 BKBs ASAP on the course, so. Tormentor. Rocket will hit.
Telecom might die.
Lives.
On.
KJ going a very aggressive build. Amar won't be able to find Theo. Won't find the secondary one, but interesting to see this from the Mirana, right? Usually we see a first item, maybe even a second item before they go for Aghanims, but he's just going straight for Ags.
Thompson doesn't want to be forced to press the BKB. But he has to. Second light strike was coming in.
First BKB usage. Not the way you want to see it.
Falcons still plenty of time now with the Sages to look to take some more towers themselves.
The warding and dewarding from Falcons has been kind of next level in this game in particular. I'm seeing Snaking just like we saw him like the wraparounds onto Whisper a couple times, right? I feel like they have just a bit more information. And they're playing around it as we see in these last few moments. Maureen. It's a Lincoln's game for sure. You're playing versus Bat, DK, even versus the Shadow Demon. Could see a lot of Lincolns coming into play here. Skeeter gets the blink. Camping the high ground now. A bit dangerous for LGD to approach this area. Thompson TPing to join his team. Woke up. Still have the Aegis on the Lina. No BKB on Thompson. If he gets caught here.
He just might. Skeeter's found him. In with the God Strength, the lockdown of the Rolling Thunder. They'll try and get a disruption off. Not going to happen. Rolling Thunder comes across from Amar. They'll get the two of them.
Again, it's the vision, right? They just know where he's going to farm. They see the whole bottom side. They knew they'd forced his BKB beforehand. Falcons playing this pretty cleanly now in these last 6 minutes. Tier 2. Gonna give him the outpost as well now, too. And let's go. Come on, Skeeter.
Please do it. It's going to give him the confidence to get this a full heart for sure. He's going to feel pretty good about the position he's in right now.
I want it.
And he's going to show us. You don't always have to get that BKB.
He's doing it. He's committed. He's got the relays queued up. He's doing it.
So this is build coming to your pubs. If you're a strength hero, well, maybe if you're just a Sven. But if you're a strength carry, you try it as well. Blink, Echo Saber into the heart.
Hey, Centaur does it too, man. You know, like first item.
As you said, heart's kind of good.
It is kind of good.
It's kind of good right now.
All 3 cores on the side of Falcons, pretty much dead even net worth. Kind of having that little competition. Thompson actually doing a good job of keeping up, but as he said, Whisper, he's really falling behind. And they're going to start buying these Lincolns to deal with him as well, too, and these Lotuses.
I mean, that's the thing. When you see that the enemy's friend's gone for this heart without the BKB, are there any items you're then picking up on LGD being like, this guy doesn't have a BKB, let's itemize against this? Like, are you buying stuff like, are you using him up in the air, doing his ult?
Who is going to buy it, though, right? That's where I was like, the Mirana, the Aghanim hurts. It could have been something like that to address the fact that the Sven's not going to happen.
Maybe that's what kind of happened. He's like, well, this Mirana's not buying a Yules, so I don't need a BKB. I can get away with a heart. Starting to build up to be a difficult one here again for LGD. Falling behind. Falcons getting a lot done around these moments with the Aegis.
And it was LGD who, they're the ones that went for these double blink daggers, and they weren't able to find these kills, get back into the momentum versus Falcons. We'll have to see how these next fights start to kick in together. But besides gold, it's also levels, right? Whisper's level 15.
Yeah, he's falling behind a bit, which is
struggling.
Of course, the case with the bat, and one of the reasons why a lot of other offlaners aren't playing the bat right. Whisper can absolutely make it work, as we've seen many a time, but some of the flaws of the bat as a hero and the nature of the hero is definitely being shown when the game slows down like this.
Yeah. If the game slows down, like sometimes when I see Whisper do is he'll go the boots of travel and he'll keep up with the farm and all that, but I think he probably felt like he had to do a little more this game, so he couldn't go that super greedy route. Yeah. And we're seeing the results of it. It's hurting him a lot.
It's hard.
Independently.
Not as hard as game 2. Still very much a chance here for LGD. Yeah. Both Thompson and Yuma, you know, their farm, not far, it's pretty much the same as the cause of Falcons. Just the struggle being that it's up against 3 very farmed cores of Team Falcons right now.
And it's overall on a DK, which is a hero that at least I haven't seen how much it does as the game progresses lately. It feels like it's fallen off in comparison to a lot of these other heroes that just scale a lot better. But we'll have to see.
It just takes a lot of items really to be able to get to the point where you're doing any sort of formidable late game damage.
And you're not like you're not the safe lane who goes through that old build, the Mask of Madness, Armlet, BKB, Daedalus kind of style. It's a bit different. All right, LGD. BKBs are ready.
Aegis is gone on Falcons.
Gone. These Lincolns, though, very problematic for them to deal with. The initiators have to find a way to break that. And that's perhaps why we do see the build that Thompson's going for, right? Getting that Lincoln's breaker into the stun. They do need it. Going for the long wraparound here. Does mean they're going to lose their wisdom again. A couple that we've seen Falcons be able to steal away. These levels absolutely matter. Snay.
And they're going to know now. Thompson's still going to try for the jump.
He gets caught by the stun.
To get the BKB off. He's gone for 50 seconds. Whisper will be able to burn down Snake King.
Whisper.
But as his own BKB comes to an end, Whisper is going to get tripped up by the Rolling Thunder. Theoloco will offer up a disruption, trying to save him. Will allow to get the blink off up to the high ground.
Can he get out, though?
He's not going to be able to. The hook shot's there from Crip. So Thompson, he wanted to lead the charge, go for the jump, but one of those situations where he did hold back on popping the BKB, doesn't get a chance to get it off.
Oh, and honestly, another thing that it's kind of obvious, but like overall, other things like besides Batrider getting nerfed a lot, dude, Distiller destroys this hero. You're fire flying around the sides, and they just Distiller you even with your BKB on, and they see you. So he's trying to play around these angles. It's just not possible. And yeah, like you said, Thompson not getting that insta BKB off, quickly burst down. Map feeling small for LGD now.
Falling more and more into the comfortable position they love to be in, holding control of the map and having their options open. They can look to try and close this down, or they can happily farm to their heart's content on the Sven and the Lina.
Absolutely.
The only one really with that tried and tested scaling potential being Yuma on the Wind Ranger, but again,
not easy for him.
A few too many cores that he'd have to try and take down as a Wind Ranger alone.
Yeah, and the real difficulty is even though they have a save too from the Shadow Demon, the burst comes out so quickly from Falcons. These heroes die, as you saw, before the BKB is able to get off in a lot of situations. And yeah, map is small. Falcons looking for the next play.
They're going to find the big kill as well. They get Yuma, and he's gone for a minute.
He can't even get the BKB off again. They just have too much control. Another one.
Ooh.
And that's a gem. They just picked it up. Immediately stolen away.
Falcons, they're definitely going to be ready to get back on towards the high ground here. 2 dead on LGD. They can take the buildings down very, very quickly here with this incredible amount of damage that Skeeter has.
Just feels like they've played really well around the information. Just knowing where LGD is going to make the moves, reading the moves as well too, and just keeping this farm and keeping the fights going in their favor. Ags now for Amar. And a DD rune as well.
GD. No crazy item pickups really that close. Yeah, sure, there's the Hurricane Pike now on the DK for Thompson, but it's just not really an item that is going to do anything crazy.
It's just
you said you can see the merit of it, but yeah, it's still... They need a whole lot more.
They sure do. Their damage is going to be pretty slow. Wind Rangers take some time with the focus fire, and now there's the War Cry with the shard as well too. Heroes are getting incredibly tanky. It's a 4,000 HP Sven. Still have this ward as well too that we saw them place deep. Marana.
Crip. Look at the opening onto Thompson. Thompson will be able to slide back up to the high ground. TP back up from Yuma coming in, but can't stop Theo Lacour being taken out there on the stairs.
Dude, the Marana doesn't even have the Aghanims done yet.
It's been a long time coming, that Aghanims.
He did have to buy a gem for the team, so it didn't hurt him, but there's a reason you don't see most people rush it like this. Getting that small item in between just helps you get to it even faster in most situations.
And we'll get the catch here.
Nice bonk backs.
Well, that'll keep the game going.
There we go.
70 seconds or so without the Pangolier. Thompson getting a decent amount of money from that kill.
I think that was the first... Can we actually check? When was the last kill that they had beside? It felt like it had been a long time, yeah. So... about 10 minutes.
It was just, yeah, it was just Amar, right? Amar.
And Snay, sure.
Oh, it's Snay. Yeah, of course, yeah. That's it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, it's something.
It's something.
Give them another minute of gameplay to try and close that gap a little bit.
Oh, they saw him. I think that top ward does scout Yuma.
Got Thompson by his side. They're straining off Yuma. But Yuma get me off the shackle.
Can you guys stop?
The shackle. Into the Dragon Tail, stunned under the tower. Skeeter's in trouble. He'll try and pull himself away, but the jump force there from Thompson.
No way, he's regen.
They're going to bring him down, though.
Oh my god.
Right, that's a big one.
You know,
what a big BKB pop, bro.
There you go, kids. That's why you buy BKB. Doesn't matter how far ahead, you need a BKB.
What a big BKB pop.
That leaves you vulnerable. If you're trying to dive towers, they catch you in a stun, they'll find the follow-up. So that's another big kill. They
Massive
get
one.
Amar in the mid. They over to kill off Skeeter.
And I think they recovered a gem too, right? Off of one of these kills.
And they might get a Roche.
This is pretty huge.
All right, we've definitely got a game on our hands here.
They have buybacks.
Okay, maybe they don't get the
if they want, and I don't even know if they need to use it. Crit is in the area to go for a steal, so I don't
know. The Roche is a little too far. They can't get too ahead of themselves, LGD. They've got to kind of reassess the situation. They got the 2 big kills.
It was massive.
Bit of a chance now to get things going back their way.
Gets him a full item on at least 2 of the cores potentially after those, so pretty huge. Malrine, though, keeping his composure, keeping his cool. He's like, you guys, I don't know what you two are doing, but, you know, getting caught. Did Skeeter go for, is he queuing up the BKB or no? Still not yet.
Nah. One death's not. If you die a couple of times without it, then you're like, I'll buy it. But once you're like, nah, I don't need BKB. I'll be fine.
He was completely isolated, to be fair, so. Looking to secure the area, still trying to set up for the potential of that Roche. It is going to move in about 40 seconds, though. Skeeter is back up.
If LGD feel off the back of those plays, they've got some sort of newfound strength to try and tackle a team fight head on.
Still did not find that ward from earlier that they had placed behind them. Crit, zoning the area. The Daggons are starting to get upgraded. Malrine's burst increasing, his cast range of course too. They're committing for the Roche.
Any chance of a steal?
This is gonna be a fight.
It's gonna move. It's gonna get arrowed in place though. Looking for the
Jump
fight.
in.
Immediately deletes the Shadow Demon.
Oh, Theo he is in such a dangerous spot.
Hook
there.
shot onto the top side. He does get the stun in.
But
there's no BKB pop. Whisper is gonna die.
They've already lost the Whisper back. He'll buy back as well.
Thompson keeping out.
Goes with the BKB. Nice, he cancels
Okay,
it.
so
Wants to
the
stick
DP.
around.
Okay.
Support buybacks coming in. LGD's made the call to try and hold this area.
Yuma still has BKB. Trying to find an angle for a jump, but the Lincolns are out. Buybacks used, looking for the Roche.
Can they finish it?
It is low. They should be able to. So it looks like Falcons are going to give that one up.
Oh, I mean, so why did Falcons fall back completely from this?
I think
they don't.
BKB cooldown, right?
Sure.
I think was still there, and then
it would just been too much risk, even though that they have this kind of lead at the moment.
Well, there's no BKB for the Sven, sorry, and then
just a buyback on Whisper.
Buyback, 100 seconds, he's gone.
God. I guess they're just afraid of like Yuma still having the BKB and just maybe not feeling like they need to contest it, right? Maybe they're like, we can just deal with an Aegis.
Thompson.
Arrow will catch.
Still set up there. Is it enough to take him out though? He's got the shield crash and the swashbuckle off, and now the backup comes in. Skeeter jumps forward onto Thompson, but the shackle shot's in play. Holds him back. Rolling thunders there though from Amar. They take out Thompson.
A lot of damage.
The damage!
Focus fire destroys
focus fire damage.
The Sven also takes out Snaking.
No
Amar
BKB.
and Mariner trying to finish off the jump, but he's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2, but he's completely on his own. The Kong push back into the Light Striker array.
It's a big play though. But
and perhaps that's why, right? They were like, we can probably just deal with it easily.
Didn't matter that they had an Aegis. Didn't matter that they lose Skeeter kind of early on in that play. They can still clean up the team fight, take them all down.
They're confident in their scaling. That just has to be the answer, right? So even though they have Sven dying, they have these 3 cores that are just incredibly farmed at this point.
I just didn't have enough to get the Pango at the start there. They have good lockdown with the stuns, but not the kind of anywhere close to level of damage unless Yuma's around. Yuma turns up. He has got a crazy amount of damage. They're able to cut through the thousands of HP that the Sven has, but he can only do it kind of once, and against these multiple cores, seeming pretty hard for the Wind Ranger to carry alone.
Disseminate also adding a good fair bit versus that Sven, but yeah, Falcons, they've got more than one carry. 2 sets cleaned up here. Dagon 5. Liga is hitting every single one of the timings.
Crazy burst, and nearly level 25. There it is. So
it's just so ridiculous that you're doing so much magical and so much physical when you go this build, right? Valrine having a pretty flawless game here, 9-2-6. 23,000 lead. And the growth for Thompson, it really is much of nothing, actually. Just a blink the BKB, and then he's got that Lincoln's Breaker, but not too much extra increase for him.
Really, it's just all on Yuma to try and kill an entire team somehow.
Oh, that's a pretty busted neutral item with Lina, huh?
Oh, the mandible.
Yeah. He's like unkillable pretty much, it feels like. As he has been most of this game anyway.
Yeah, only the 2 deaths so far on Maureen.
It's tough because there's so many distractions, right? The Sven comes in, the Pango comes in, they have to use the focus fire on either one of them. Can't really go for it onto the Lina. What is that? That's the Shiva's done?
Pretty much. He's nearly got the money for the recipe, Thompson.
I mean, what's he looking for then? Like a multi-stun kind of angle thing? Because you have the AoE increase on your AoE stun thing, and then you have this other AoE. I don't know. It's kind of some interesting type of build that he's gone for here. Full AC now for Skitter, completely foregoing for that BKB. Yeah, so much goes through it.
Absolutely doesn't need it at this point. He is so far ahead.
Hook shot. Whisper. We'll be able to get away. Snaking will not. He does get caught. That full disperser for Amar? It is. Oh, wow. Okay, I mean, he is also. It's crazy how farmed these 2 are. Staying ahead of the Sven, staying ahead of the Wind Ranger. Jump onto Amar, but incredibly tanky. Lincoln's protects. Ends up saving his roll anyway. ults, unable to punish Malrine. And he's not the tank. Like, if they could find him and isolate him somehow, right, they can kill him pretty easily, but it's just the fact that he's so fast around the map. He just clears these camps in seconds, rejoins his team. They can't take advantage of this at all. Can't punish this Lina. He was he was expecting something perhaps coming his way, but not going to be the case.
I've got another
Linken's.
Yeah, with the
Lotus
CM
also.
Snake King picks one up.
I mean, how are you going to lasso a target, really? Lasso might get blocked, focus fire might get blocked, your DK stun might get blocked or reflected. Game feels good. It's still just getting harder for LGD somehow. Falcon's itemization. Perhaps go for that final fight here. I picked up for KJ, but there is so much hybrid damage.
Ooh, hook shot miss.
Oh.
Arrow does connect.
Wanted to go for Yuma there, but Malrine blocks his hook.
Might have been a bit of a risky hook for going into the base, or you think they get away with it at this point? You can
Maybe.
dive.
You can at least try to force a reaction, maybe force a BKBMR.
Ooh, jump.
He'll go for
They
it.
get the setup on a Yuma.
Stun.
Option there.
Yeah, see, force reactions, back up, reset. They got a DK ult. Whisper looking for a chase forward here, but very deep.
Ooh,
This will
Aeon this.
protect him. OGD still trying to see if they can get something going
Hook
here.
shot.
Someone's going to kill onto Yuma. Yuma's in trouble. They burst through him.
What a hook from Crit. It hits them both. It went through the Wind Ranger and hit the Bat Rider, and it actually connects on the Wind Ranger when he's bypassing.
Dead for 100. Does have buyback on Yuma. Very likely going to need to use it.
The damage just comes too quick from this Lina and Sven. They'll get the lasso.
They do. If they got any follow-up,
No start, no
Shackle's
follow-up.
going to get blocked by the Linkers. He's low to Skitter. He's trying to get out of it, but the focus fire will bring him down.
Can go there,
Does
sir.
die.
Have to use the buyback here, but LGD will be able to hold off on the defense. Push back Falcons, get the double for Yuma.
Roll back.
Amar,
Rolls back up.
he's thinking about going back over. Roll in, jump forward, looking for Yuma.
Focus fire
Another
on Arma.
focus.
Yeah, he's
You
going to
got
go for
TP
the TP out at the end of it. He will get out of this one, but Snake
Snake is
gets
gonna
left
die.
behind. So a third kill to be found.
Marine.
LGD
He's
keep
there.
the game going, Malrine.
Actually gets the kill.
Can he get out though? Because Yuma's hot on the chase.
He might turn.
He might just get another kill.
Laguna in 2 seconds.
Uh-oh, Yuma's in trouble.
Oh my
Nah,
god.
he's dead for 2
Oh,
minutes.
shit,
All right, Malrine
And
making it
Whisper.
look a little easy. They really want to kill him.
Buybacks.
Do these two have the
Thompson
damage?
doesn't have the damage.
Doesn't look like it.
Good
Malrine's
push.
getting the backup coming in through these buybacks. He's still alive. Whisper really wants to finish off the kill, but Malrine's flying away.
Taking 0 damage.
He's going to be able to survive. Malrine lives. Thompson's got to run. Amar kills off Whisper. Thompson turns with another free fire, but he's gone. The tip's coming out
Man.
as this game, and very likely the series, looks to be over as there's 3 dead without buybacks. It's only Thompson and Theolacore left.
Malrine, just the true rock for the team in this game. They buy back everything to make sure that he survives. Closing this one out perhaps now in these next few seconds. Insane how he tanks it all. The war cries, the little barriers, little extra things from the pupate. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no
Thanks
way to
for
hold them off the
donation.
Ancient, as this game is over, the series as well, and indeed Amar, very happy that he got to tip back, of course, after the earlier situation
True,
with the
that's
tips.
fair.
He got to have the final tip here, Amar, as
Thanks for
Falcons.
donation. Which one is fun? I want to watch this.
Sharing it with a hero constantly, but
So that's a big difference here, is you have this farming support for Vici that's going to pick up some of the slack where, yeah, the Viper suffering, but you got to look at this Viper plus IO kind of as a whole unit. And in that sense, they're doing okay right now.
Fiji Gaming assuming that there is more aggression coming the way of the Viper. With a 14-minute Wisdom Shrine coming up soon, they expect Liquid to try and make a move to kill that Viper and take control of that part of the map. But it's not actually coming. Liquid are chilling out right now. Pretty well spread out. One support with a core. And otherwise just farming 3 different parts of the map.
dangerous to commit in there against that curse if you don't find Tofu early.
Yeah, especially with Nisha already pushing in the mid lane.
Really
He's coming over with the NAMP damage. XM,
If he gets picked off at the start, they already got the Viper Strike on the Winter Wyvern, though. That's not the worst. Hook shot, a little bit off the mark, trying to blow up XM. Got the LSA on him, stopping the rollout. Now here comes that IO Wind Ranger combination with beautiful shackle shot. They do have the focus fire on Ace. He loops back, though. Jinkyu's in trouble, and Ace is going to walk away. Shiro cannot commit, not up against this Lina with the amp damage. Missing the LSA, though, might have just cost them. Nope, never mind. They still kill Bach, who is so underfarmed. He dies very quickly. Just right clicks from Kez and Lina.
That's an extremely dangerous fight for Vici. You are giving Nisha free reign because he can just bots in there. And all of the focus is going to be on the frontline targets for Liquid. You do get to kill the Wyvern first, which is really nice. Amp damage Lina, cleaning you up, not very nice.
I mean, I would say that's even...
Oh, reload for the Wisdom Shrine? He might get it.
Good try, but Tofu is going to be there in time. I always feel like you can try and do this like once a game, you know? Maybe you catch him unawares, but...
It's pretty cheap. This is a low cooldown spell now.
Yeah, it is.
All right. So Vici are going to lick their wounds here. Go back to farming up some items. Shiro still having a very good game. That's a Mjolnir done. He had a nice shackle. He got some kills out of that. I just don't like how forced this is with the positioning. If XM is going on mid or something there, but he just gets annihilated by the amp.
Just combo it up
this fight
before
is
he rolls back.
just kind of over for Vici in the long run. You're not fighting Lina from this position. It had to be either going on the Kez or going on the Lina to make sure you win this fight in the long run. Too many targets you have to initiate on. That's why this Earth Spirit has to stay alive. So you keep finding the rolls and setting the damage up. If XM dies early in these engagements, it's going to be really tough for Vici to win the long haul.
How many power runes has Nisha gotten this game? He hasn't gotten all of them, but I think Liquid has gotten close to all of them.
Yeah, I don't think
right?
XM has had a single one.
Hookshot lands, but there's a Viper. That is something that Boxy certainly did not account for. He's like, what? What is a Viper doing sitting behind a Tusk?
It's a good question. He has nowhere else to farm, nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
That's not a bad trade for Y. Brought a lot of heroes mid. Got the gate. They're going to TP bottom, defend this tower. Mikke really wants to hold this map as long as possible. Buy time for the Nisha Lina to come online.
Shiro has made the call. He wants to kill Mikke. Go for another gank.
Good
XM.
ward, though.
Just the timing not right.
They can set up
have
on
the
him.
ward that sees him coming through.
Oh, this would be
now Liquid's going to bait it. Focus fire already being used on the tower. This makes this fight perhaps even easier for Liquid to take. With XM caught inside the cogs, they're going to make sure that Boxy doesn't die for this one. Relocate to the other side. Nisha's in some trouble here with the Illusion Rune. He managed to dodge the Viper Strike, but he still takes out to the poison anyway.
What a sick reload.
Vici Gaming, a beautiful relocate, bails them out there as that initial part of the fight was looking terrible for them.
It really was. I'm not sure how this went as well as it did. I think Liquid are unsure. Like, they had vision on the Wind Ranger going through the gate. They're TPing to set up on it. And then the Earth Spirit just rolls in. Drops a Vessel Charge, drops a Magnetize. You freeze a clock under him. He's still dying. And Nisha just got reload on.
I legitimately think they had kind of blinders on, right? Because isn't part of the Wyvern in this game is supposed to play to counter the relocate.
A little
right?
bit, yeah.
And they got just free initiation on the Luna.
Surprised at how long that Earth Spirit lived. I think that is what made the difference there. Having the Vessel on XM, 2,000 HP.
Sure.
He just absorbed so much damage. It's ridiculous. And now you're going to have level 11 Jinkyu with full locket and neck. Dude, he's so farmed.
He is big. I mean, as underfarmed as XM is, Jinkyu is making up the difference. And leading to a very even net worth game here at 18 minutes. Haste Rune! Go XM, go, no!
Not meant to be.
He can't get a power rune. Somebody help this guy. Well, they're going to try and help win the fight.
Why is he so tanky?
Is he still going to live? Oh my god, he lived.
What? Why is he so tanky?
He just can't kill this guy.
I don't understand.
As underfarmed as he is, Earth Spirit's just too tough.
I got the Viper.
Viper not so much, and the Snowball's going to chase after Nisha, but he got a haste rune, so they can't close the gap. Fortunately, Y does have a blink dagger pretty early on. Does manage to get the blink away. Meanwhile, the LSA stun on Shiro is forcing him back. Q's trying to keep him alive, though, and will be done successfully. So not as bad as it looked like for Vici Gaming initially. They still trade 2 for 1, but at least XM doesn't die.
I was about to say, that fight bottom was really important for the Viper to get back in this game, but then he just wanders into another fight and dies, absorbing the hit that was meant for this Earth Spirit, which he's just tanking so much. It's ridiculous.
Oh, Shiro with a big solo kill on Mickey.
Giving him a taste of his own Wind Ranger medicine. He's so fat on this Wind Ranger. It's ridiculous. Full Mjolnir Dragonlance going into that fight, and now he has a entire Ogre Axe running. He is just out of control. Level 15 already.
Yeah, if he can commit to BKB and just chase down the Lina.
It feels great, yeah.
Bypass the pits, maybe force the Winter Wyvern to do an awkward, like, single-man Winter's Curse, just try and stall him up.
He's a big problem in this game. You have IO backup, you have the Tusk tag team, you have 2 other cores that can just go and make space for you, even if they die, so what?
Now, it is very difficult to hunt down Lina when she gets Aghanim Scepter. This hero becomes so fast, and she's able to play on top of trees and cliffs, which is kind of a problem for a hero that wants to just commit, like Wind Ranger does.
He also took the Fiery Soul Stacks talent, which I'm a big fan of. I feel like people should have been considering this a lot more. You get really tanky on this hero. You can get up to, with the Ags pop and that talent with max stacks, you basically get to 80% magic resist, which is just a disgusting number.
Yeah, you've been you said for a while that this was kind of broken on Rubik.
I think it is.
You think it's broken on Lina?
Yes, I think it's absolutely broken. You just
do not take
magic.
Oh, he breaks the smoke! And he still gets out. What a timing there from Y. They're going to invade and take over this area for the Wisdom Shrine. Vici Gaming will probably do the same on the other side, so this isn't a big deal.
XM's going to run into Ace. He wants none of that. This is an Ags Rush Underlord, by the way. He went Shard Ags.
I do think that's the build. I don't think you go Rod of Atos anymore.
All right. I dig it.
I think it speeds up his timing. Because you get the Rod of Atos, but what are you doing? You're not walking around looking for kills.
No, I think it's just about the scale with Gleipnir.
I agree, but I think you get the Ags, and then if you feel like Gleipnir is still the build, you can get it afterwards. You know what I mean? But like the early Ags makes this hero come online so fast.
I agree. This is what you want. I mean,
you can set up things like this where the Tusk can't even snowball dodge the LSA. It's
pretty
just
nasty.
A freebie.
It's a nasty combo with the Lina. Double Ag Scepter online. This is where the global pickoff game is going to become an issue for Vici. They don't have heroes that can show on these waves without just getting pitted and annihilated. Becomes a problem. So they have to find ways to continue to farm without getting picked off and scale into BKBs here. And Jin-Q is definitely doing a decent job of it. He is looking at a BKB of his own. He's scary, man. I'm just looking at how much gold he's getting in this game. It's going to pay off eventually here.
Yeah, if you're going to be rocking, if all your eggs are in the Lina basket, having a triple BKB timing between Wind Ranger, Earth Spirit, and IL?
Sounds pretty good.
Does sound good. Will it be enough? Will it be enough for Vici Gaming to crack open this game? Because it has been at a deadlock as we're 23 minutes in, and we're still sitting in a 1,000 net worth lead.
There's the BKB for the Wind Ranger. I think Vici are slightly stronger right now if they execute the fight, if they can get on top of the Lina or the Kez early with these BKB timings. They're pretty nasty.
Yeah,
A lot depends on that, though. It's really dependent on them getting that jump.
My actual concern is that they do not win the fights hard enough. As in, like, they try and go for the Lina, but she's able to be fast enough and fly over some cliffs that they can't kill her. And they kill some other heroes, but they don't, you know, they don't debilitate Liquid quite the way that they want to with this BKB timing.
No, it's definitely difficult to find the fight here.
they caught Shiro!
No snowball
An
save.
opening LSA hookshot follow-up. They still managed to get a winner's curse on top of that. Unfortunately for Shiro, his BKB does bail him out of that situation. Not so much XM, though. Nisha just goes in straight LSA. No setup from Boxy. Just catches Shiro completely off guard.
Pure instinct. Why are you there? What are you looking for? And how do you find that angle? That's just a GOAT level player, right? You're just in the right place at the right time. Create a massive opening in this game. You don't even get the Wind Ranger, but that is enough to secure Roshan here.
Yeah. In
a very deadlocked game. And that is the power of the Underworld Axe. No snowball save. Just can't do anything to turn that player on if you're Y. Give the Aegis to Mickey. He can get a lot more aggressive now, too. A massive find. This Lina is starting to heat up in this game. The levels this hero can pull off the map are just insane. He gets to his talent so quickly, especially if you start throwing some extra kills in there. That's a scary, scary moment for Vici. Yeah, BKB bails your Wind Ranger out. He did not like any of that sequence.
And that was with the Kayayasha pickup timing, which allowed him to be able to throw that LSA as fast as he did and catch Shiro like he did.
Such a nice item on this hero.
Soon going to have level 20. Soon going to have a Blink Dagger as well. The initiation is going to be rather spooky. At any time, you might get hookshot into a gap-closed Blink Dagger LSA chain that 100 to 0s any hero.
And that's the issue of this game. How do you start fights if you're Vici? I think that's why I like their draft, except for they didn't address the Lina problem. And the Lina problem is a big problem in this game. It's a really big problem. So you need to find ways to either survive the initial go and turn it around, or initiate yourself if you're Vici. Or I guess there's some concept of the extra IO net worth will eventually just outscale Liquid here. Like we're talking like Heart, Ags, IO, you know?
Yeah.
There could be some concept there. He's going to go Ags now, so they are kind of playing to scale. Their late game is pretty disgusting. I mean, let's be real. Viper, Earth Spirit, Wind Ranger with an IO 4th core in the Ultra Late sounds...
Do you think Viper is actually going to be scary? Because I feel like Viper can be scary, but he has to stay ahead of network. But this is not a Viper that is going to be staying ahead.
That's certainly fair. He's not scary. He's thinking about Crimson Guard, too. It's a good point. I don't know if Bach is going to be able to find some late game impact here.
Yeah, it almost feels like IO is going to have to be the core that Viper won't at some point.
See how much Liquid can take off the map right now. Certainly starting to build a lead. The global threat is coming online. This Lina pickoff is unanswered. Vici are starting to just huddle up. Unable to get the lanes out. They don't know where the Kez is. They don't know where the Lina is. How can you push the waves? It's too scary on the map right now. The vision's not there.
Smoke breaks on the triangle. Liquid are not going to go in blind. They just say, okay, fine, you want to huddle on your side of the map? We've got more control right now. We can farm more areas if we want to.
Every minute that passes is another level for the Lina. Level 21.
21 in 27 minutes, and not going to go Blink, going to go Scythe. So
he's considering a lot of options here.
Do you think this is like a Scythe, like Silver Edge game where he's going to solo hunt around the map? Or do you just like the extra control?
I'm always tempted with the Silver Edge on this hero. Parasma's quite good on this hero if you want to transition into a little more of a hybrid hero with some right clicks, which I think could be nice here. If you're going Hex, then you're kind of committed to the Spellcaster pickoff style.
They put Mickey in a weird position here because he's going to loot the Aegis and it's going to be lost behind the tier 2. Now they do have a lot of initiation to try and bail him out. There goes that Winner's Curse. Mickey, grappling claws on out of there. Winner's Curse holding these heroes in, and Ace is going to get some good Firestorm value, but Isha's in trouble. They got inside the tag team plus Focus Fire, and he's gone.
What a find.
Ace could not win out against the 3 inside the pit, and now Tofu's going to be run down as well. That was just ill-advised for Team Liquid. They thought they could bully Vici Gaming more than they actually could.
Way overconfident. No BKB on the Kez. You don't want to just respawn into the mosh pit like that. There's no way to take a fight. And because you're kicked in so deep, the fight gets displaced. All of a sudden, Nisha has to sacrifice his positioning on a great ward. And that's how they find him. Y makes the connection, and that Lena's just gone. Like, look at the smoke coming through from the bottom. It's Tusk Wind Ranger smoking to this fight. A very cheeky angle. And they're about to backstab it here, but then they see something.
Oh my god, he shows right as they were going into that fight. They just complete 180. I mean, great heads-up read. It looks like Y was the one to make that call, because
they did not have a lot of time before Shiro committed to the other side of that fight, so just a super heads-up play. They get a massive kill out of that. A nice team fight that probably wasn't going to go Liquid's way either way. It's just too deep. These heroes are tanky. You have to respect how tanky they are, unless the Lena's there with you dealing the damage. This Io is mega fat. This Earth Spirit is 3,000 HP with a plate mail. This Viper is 2,500 HP with Vanguard. They don't do a lot of damage quickly, but they can absorb a lot and set the fight up for Shiro. Who, by the way, has a full Hydra's Breath going into Linken's here.
Yes, I wanted to talk about that, because how much does this change the scaling on Wind Ranger?
It's pretty nice. It's a lot of damage. It's definitely way more damage in scaling than if you commit for the Hurricane Pike, which is your survivability route. And he doesn't have to worry about survivability too much, because you do have Geomagnetic Grip, you have Snowball, and you have the IO to keep you alive as this game scales and scales. Like, you have some ways to bypass Liquid's control here. I think you're in the right spot. The Linken's makes a little sense for pushing some waves and not being afraid of this Lena Hex. So I'm okay with that. I mean, Linken just feels really good on this hero. I don't think you want to commit for too many defensive items here, though, if you're Shiro. You got to do some DPS this game.
Scythe is done for the Lena. BKB for the Kez. Liquid have now hit a timing, but they have lost that Aegis. So they're still going to be confident enough to go for a smoke and try and be aggressive. But Vici Gaming, they're about to hit some timings of their own. XM is trying to get to Shiva's, which will be massive. And you already talked about the Lincolns on the Wind Ranger.
This game has just been so close the entire time. A little Wind Ranger or a Wyvern Shard, which is not as great as it used to be, I think.
No. Old Shard was so much better.
Oh. You'll take what you can get out here.
Shiva's for the Underlord.
It's pretty nice here. That should basically complete Ace's kit, other than some luxury items here.
And the Shiva's done for XM, so they will be able to match each other in that regard. They're both going to have a very tanky hero that is not very susceptible to physical damage, but can still be threatened by magic damage, which they've got Hydra Breath on one side, they've got Nisha's Lena on the other. So neither the Underlord nor the Earth Spirit can just march in with full confidence.
No. You need to think about where these two turret heroes are in these game fights and try and focus them. Get on top of them. That's the MO for both teams.
Who goes after the Wind Ranger versus who goes after the Lena?
Yes.
Well, no, I'm asking.
Oh.
Because I can see how Shiro is going to chase after Lena, but, like, who goes after Shiro, I guess?
Oh, nice pickoff. They get him?
Son on the BKB, so a BKB charge wasted as well. An awkward spot for XM, like...
Just casually looking for the rune and...
Yeah, this is not the time to be playing low ground river area, you know?
Very well executed kill from Liquid. You need the cog push back there to separate the tether. Create some extra chain stun so he can't BKB roll away. It's a pick off they're looking for. Roche up in a minute. The Air Spirit will be up. A little unlucky of a timing here for Liquid.
How do you feel about Dagon?
Dagon? We've seen this more on the Lena, right? The TikTok build?
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's okay.
Do you think that
the cast range feels pretty good?
Building right-click scales this hero more?
I do. I just believe in that. Like, I would rather just see Silver Edge Plasma lane. But I understand this assassination build and what it can do and really cause issues in these pro games if you play around it really well, right?
Yeah.
It's just it's very finesse-based.
We'll see if he commits to it because he is currently finishing off an Aeondus, which is flying out to him. So VG Gaming will not be able to burst him down. They may still be able to kill him, but Melina is certainly going to make their life a little bit more difficult.
Also just a little worried at going this burst build against an IO lineup. I feel like it's fairly reliable for Xingqiu to just tether the guy who you're putting on the front line. And you can almost always have a Lotus plus Locket plus Mech. You're going to have a heart here eventually. I don't know if the Lina has enough gas with this type of build to take that first guy down.
Baited out an illusion.
Oh, he denied the rune. Pretty big. Wasn't amp damage.
And find an opening on Y, who will be healed up by Xingqiu, but there's a Winter's Curse. Caught 3 inside of that one.
No right clickers, though.
The team was not ready to follow that up exactly. They hit an LSA, but there's really not enough there. XM immediately rolls in after Nisha and starts threatening his life. Eontis is going to proc soon. They have the pit trying to separate these heroes. Eontis does go off. They need a couple more seconds for the lane cope. He gets it up now, but he's been slowed down. Viper Strike. VG Game just all in the Lina, and there's nothing that Liquid could do about it.
They blew their BKB disjoint in the curse.
Yeah.
That's the green light to just full send it at Nisha, and he has no BKB. He has no Silver Edge. Like, there's no way to disengage for him. Which also, it makes me wonder about this Aeon-This. That type of situation is a situation where this Aeon-This doesn't really do anything for you, because you're just getting chased down no matter what.
Yeah.
It doesn't disengage you from the situation.
Yeah, it would feel like if it wasn't for the fact that you can relocate Viper behind the Lina, right? You could just run away from the Wind Ranger, and I think you have decent chance of finding some sort of cliff opportunity to disengage.
Sure.
But it's the fact that the Viper gets behind you,
it's really
strikes you, slows you down, so you're not going anywhere.
Then the Tusk is jumping you. There's a Earth Spirit rolling every 4 seconds. It's so much chase down. Get tossed, fool. Are you going to contest this without the Lina?
Oh, they have another carry. That's the Kez from Mickey. Trying to blow up XM here. With no BKB, he's stuck inside the pit right now, but look at all those heals from the IO. A tanky hero almost went down to like 1,000 HP, but then gets bumped up another 2K.
These Lotuses are so strong on the IO. If you can farm them up. Did blow his Greater Lotus there.
Okay.
So it costs you a little bit. But you're happy to do that, to not give anything to that Mickey Kez.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Greater Healing Lotus, Mech Holy Locket.
It's disgusting.
How much heal is that?
It's at least 3K, I would imagine, over the sequence.
Sure.
This feels like Liquid are in a little trouble.
Yeah.
I just don't think the Lina's posing enough threat right now against the heal.
I mean, we haven't seen the Kez.
Oh, look at this. They're baiting this.
They are. Gotta put it on the 2, but immediately the jump from the Tusk onto the Lina. In some trouble. Eontis goes off. He's trying to fly away to the trees, trying to get away from Shiro. They have a cold embrace to bail him out for a little bit now. And a Winter's Curse soon, but there's just no getting away from Shiro. He locks onto him and will never let him go. Meanwhile, what did Mickey get done? He killed an IO, still has his BKB, and he's probably going to have to use that to just, well, he can't TP away. He still needs another 12 seconds for that cooldown. Grappling Claws back to Shiro. Not really where he wants to be. Meanwhile, Ace has been blocked in by the shards. He can maybe TP away with the rest of his BKB, but he has to get away from Y first. Mickey, Shiro takes him out. Ace finally goes to the TP after killing Y.
Oh, nice play by Ace.
But Shiro, once again, destroys a team fight, killing the Lina time and time again. I mean,
he's having himself a game.
This Eon just is doing nothing for him.
No, it did not pay off in this game, and there's just no way to disengage to reset this Lina's position.
Is he supposed to go Lincoln's? Stop focus fire?
He needed some way to disjoint this Wind Ranger. Silver Edge, Lincoln's. What else really is there? You can go like MKB Satanic and fight it back, but that's a heavy investment. You're not guaranteed to win that battle.
And now with the 25 talent, it means Shiro can be a lot more free with who he focus fires, because he has been single-mindedly just focusing on the Lina. But now, if opportunity presents itself, he can focus fire other heroes, get the kill, and bring that cooldown back.
And we should mention that bait was pretty nasty.
It was. 15 seconds for the Kez, but they're going to go for the IO anyway. Managed to bump him into the pit here. Not too bad, but they went for a Laguna Blade on Shin-Q. The Lincolns blocked it out, saving his life.
Beautiful read by Shiro.
That was so good by Shiro.
These guys are playing well right now. This is not an easy game to grind out these little victories. You don't even probably feel like you're ahead by that much because you're not. And so much relies on Shiro having a perfect game right now. If Liquid can kill him once, this game just breaks open. They have yet to be able to do so. And now they're feeling the heat, feeling the pressure. It's sliding Vinci's way. Full hags on the Viper. It's pretty nasty. He got there in the end. He's level 22.
Yeah, he's going to go back to Scotty.
He's kind of annoying in the fight, right? It's not the guy you want to focus, but if you don't focus him, he just exists there. He's counteracting a lot of the Underlord's presence.
Underlord's doing similar things. He did end up going for the gate, the DPS. So this was, I think, regarded as a pretty terrible talent. Was for a while. Got buffed up. And then with this pit build that everyone's been going, people used to be going refreshers with this build. Made the gate a whole lot stronger. Gate forces the BKB out of Shin-Q. And they'll Viper strike, and they're even feeling like, you know what, we got to relocate out of here. Just to make sure. No reason to get off.
Well, they're going through the gate.
So they go through the gates. He stays out to the Underlord. Shiro is going to try and go after him. Meanwhile, they managed to get the scythe onto XM. They take Ear Spirit, bailed out by the Tusk. A snowball to Mickey. He's going to turn back around. They have the Winner's Curse. That's kind of awkward, but they'll still get these 2 kills rather easily. And Shiro looks like he was never able to catch up to the Underlord, so they didn't get anything for that.
Mega awkward there for XM. Rolls in, doesn't pop BKB, and Nisha instant hex. Sets that fight up beautifully. Very fast reaction. That'll push him to his level 25. Takes the slow burn. Non-dispellable now. Makes that talent a lot better. Vinci, little misstep there. These fights are not easy for either team if you don't set them up properly.
Dire's bottom tower.
Has the reload cooldown now. Gonna try and spin it to push some waves out.
They know Shin-Q doesn't have his BKB. So if they could burst him down during this relocate timing, they got him. It was easy too.
Dead for 70. Straight back through the gate. No free reload plays on the map for you. Liquid, they're in a claw back now.
And you've got some answers. You've got NKB on Mickey to threaten the Wind Ranger. I mean, with the Aegis expiring, that's a very real threat. You said this Wind Ranger dies one time, this game may fall apart for Vici Gaming.
It feels like that.
And it actually feels like that's a possibility. If they can kill this Wind Ranger, who has been untouchable for much of the game. Another shard. This one goes to Nisha.
Nice, some extra stacks here.
And here comes the damage. The Daggons are going to start coming in. They've got a Daedalus on the Kez as well.
Yes, Kez is becoming a problem. Mickey quietly having himself a nice game here, 10-3 and 8. Fully kitted now. He's got to do some serious work if he goes unchecked. If he ends up in the Viper goo with no BKB, he's going to be really sad. But other than that, I don't think he's worried about too much.
Yeah.
I guess Shackle landing. I mean, yeah, if Shackle lands on you, your day's always ruined. That's not really something you can plan for.
Sure. Shiro trying to get an Ags, maybe even an Ags synth. Which makes this hero hyper-mobile.
Oh yeah, pretty nice here. Each need to find more ways to scale their lineup here. There's just so much net worth pouring in for Liquid. I also think Vici are way happier in a situation where Liquid goes into them a little bit. Might be easier to find that back line.
Yeah, if Liquid's running into you, it's easier for Shiro to find Nisha, right?
That's my feeling right now. I also think they kind of want the fight to develop in a way where the Viper is the first point of attack. It's been a lot of like XM rolling in, trying to find someone, and then he just gets killed. The Viper's not mobile enough to join him on that kind of go. it gets really awkward really fast. Whereas if Liquid just commit in onto the Viper with the IO behind him, I think that's a worst case scenario for them. They need to not bite that bait. We're going to switch sides here. Take each other's outposts. As Roche, 1 minute spawn, pretty fast.
Does mean it's going to be on Dire's side.
Are you going to go up that high ground? What's your read of the map right now?
There's no way, right?
I see.
Maybe you make a play off of Power Rune. And actually do pick. Force a reaction of Vici Gaming. Ace commits through. Hits onto the Viper. The Kets is doing some serious damage. Jinq gets down to about half. But the turnaround fire from Bach forces McKay back. Meanwhile, in the river, XM, who tried to roll in with a Magnetize, not able to keep that going. Winner's Curse grabs a few heroes. The relocate attempted, not going to be able to bail them out, and they're stuck. Boxy getting bailed out by the Cold Embrace while Nisha plays around the cliff with his flying form, getting away from Shiro. This is exactly the way Liquid wanted to be able to draw this up.
They ran into the Viper first, but they didn't full send it past him. They kind of backed up, baited Vici back in. And on that re-engaged, a sick curse turns it around. Even with the Tusk by, you're not able to help your cores. And Shiro, he connects on Lina once, but it only pops the A on disc. He gets over a cliff. There's no follow-up control. Pretty much everything Liquid we're looking for.
Yeah, a world of difference. If Nisha is chasing...
This could be the kill.
This could be the one. Shiro gets off a shackle shot. Beautifully done. Turns around that focus fire. Trying to get away. No detection on McKay, and he dies.
What a find.
A godlike spree brought to the end, and Vici Gaming's game is now in peril. Roll in onto Kent. He's going to die. They do manage to get something for this cost. Ace going to try and roll out, stopped by XM. So they do manage to get Shiro, but it's going to come at a hefty cost. Hold the brace. Wait a minute. Maybe a turnaround now that Nisha has joined in. Hits the LSA. Full support's going to die. And the Underlord, while he finally does fall, look at Bach. He's actually standing his ground, knowing that he can't get away from these heroes. Is anybody going to try and buy back to help him out? Jinq does have a buyback, 50 seconds. He's done. They're going to go for it now. It actually goes to the relocate, the commitment, though. They already hook shot it in. Oh, Winner's Curse goes out. It does manage to hit the Viper. Taunted onto Jinq. He jumps after Nisha, trying to get up to him. Nisha goes up to the high ground with a flame cloak. He gets away from these heroes. Jinq with the relocate pulls Bach out of danger.
It's a 6 save. Barely in time. That's going to cost you your 4th buyback for that engagement.
That's rough.
That's brutal here.
You are in the hole now. 16,000 net worth lead for Liquid.
And the damage coming out from that Lina off the Dagon ult burst onto that XM Earth Spirit was nasty. So that's the power of this build. Just get to chunk somebody down, and this game has swung every direction. Sick pickoff on that high ground ward from Liquid. Just shattered this game open. The 1 kill on the Wind Ranger. It's all you needed. He doesn't have Satanic. He can't heal back up as long as you can get on top of him and start the damage. It's not an easy way to turn that around.
Which means somebody else on Vici Gaming has to take up the mantle of carrying the damage in this fight. Can the Viper do it? Because Bach was putting up a decent fight there. And that was without his Scotty. Oh, and his Scotty is going to be delayed even longer as the courier gets picked off by Boxy.
Boxy has just owned this part of the map. Done some work for Liquid for sure. Quick little Roshan, why not?
They will give the Aegis to McKay's Kez once again.
He seems more important at this point, honestly. If you can just get in there and start fighting these heroes with 2 lives, it's very difficult to deal with.
Thinking about an Ag Synth and a Scotty of his own to make the Wind Ranger's life absolutely hell, because he's already get the NKB to guarantee hits. He can slow him down with the Scotty. He'll do wonders for him.
There are some ways for Vici to scale back in this game. The fact that they spent 4 buybacks, though, just kills so much of your economy.
Yeah.
What
are those ways in your mind? Is it the double X, Earth Spirit, and Tusk?
I think that's a very interesting possibility. I think being able to display some of these heroes is super powerful. Setting up your Viper and Wind Ranger with kick or the Stone Remnant kickback is super nice.
Because you talked about, like, it's a little bit advantageous for Vici Gaming if Liquid is going into you. And what better way to make them do that than...
No, just make them go in.
Yeah, get a hero out of position so they have to try and run in and take that fight.
I would like the Satanic on Shiro as his last item, too. He already has the Ags eaten. He's fast. He can drop the boots. And then that gives you an entire second life in the fight. A lot more firepower against the Kez.
What was your mindset like about getting into that TI?
Last year I came as a stand-in, so basically I felt really no pressure going to the tournament, to TI. So I was really enjoyed throughout the whole tournament until the finals, yeah.
The whole tournament, because that's what I was wondering is, at any point during the run, were you ever like, oh, this is getting kind of real now. Like, it's no longer just for fun. Like, we're going quite far. Or you're saying the whole time you were like, whatever happens, happens.
I felt the most nervous on the first game against Tundra at the playoff. Yeah, that was probably the only time I felt like not myself. But I immediately adjusted into it.
Nice. I like that you're saying that you felt not yourself, because that to me sounds like you're usually quite easygoing. Like when you come to a tournament, you're not that nervous. Is that true?
Not really. Sometimes you do feel nervous. You do feel pressured sometimes. But for me personally, I felt I played the best when I'm really calm and really like enjoying everything. The atmospheres, the vibes, and everything in gaming.
Okay, so then, if you don't mind me asking, how are you feeling right now, coming into Shanghai?
Right now, I think I'm actually adjusting into, like, trying to catch back up how I felt last year. I mean, it was a long season for this year for me compared to last year, where I just played for 1 or 2 tournaments. So, yeah, I'm slowly catching back up, and I hope I can enjoy it like last year.
So for you, when do you feel that rhythm? Like you were saying that you were nervous for the Tundra game last year.
Yeah.
After you beat them, you got back into it. What does that feel like for you? Like do your clicks feel better? Do you just know what to do? Can you even describe it?
I think I just stop at everything.
Okay.
Like basically everything. Like I'm enjoying like what I'm doing. I'm so clear-headed, and like every spell casting or predicting what the opponents are doing, like everything is on sync.
How often does that depend on you syncing up with your teammates? Are you usually the kind of player that, like, as long as you're focused, you can worry about your game? Or sometimes if your teammates are off, you can find that affects you as well?
I think as long as I'm focused, the others doesn't matter at all. Like I can basically like control everything.
Extreme Gaming has a lot of attention this TI. A lot of people are looking at you guys. Does that pressure from the public, do you feel it at all? Or does it do the opposite? Does it energize you?
We are playing at home ground. For sure, there would be a lot of expectation for us. And the tension would be there. For sure, there's no doubt.
You think that home field advantage, you're going to be able to feel it, like, not just with the crowd, but like I was talking to Bach earlier and he was even saying that just seeing the signs and like you're seeing the Chinese script for text and stuff like that, it makes you feel at home.
Yeah, for sure. I think being here just feels like comfortable.
And then how about your team's state right now? How are you guys feeling as a group of 5 in the current patch, current meta?
Throughout the year, we had some struggles. We had some up and downs, but now I think we are like getting ready mentally for it.
Nice. Well, I think that mentality is going to carry you far. Xnova, looking forward to your Shanghai experience.
Thank you.
Nobody's buying their shards, so they've gotten what, 3 shards out of Torum?
Pretty nice value.
And they still have Kesses.
Keep doing them. Closing in on that 60-minute mark, too. We got to start thinking about those neutral items if it goes the distance here.
And that can change the game. A Wind Ranger, I think, is one of the heroes that gets the most value out of tier 5s because the enchantment, right? That magic damage bonus from Audacious is so broken on a fast-attacking hero.
You're looking for Stygian Audacious. Stygian Audacious is disgusting. The lower BAT is also pretty nice on this hero. it does increase the rate of the focus fire hits, which can also just be absolutely disgusting. And he goes for Disperser over Satanic. And that's an interesting decision. Higher DPS, a little more mobility in the fight. Not nearly the same amount of sustain / survivability over the long run. So your positioning and your shackle landing is even more important. Also, no nullifier is... He could have gone nullifier. That would have been another consideration. If you're just trying to really assassinate the Lina. Having a nullifier to be able to run in and nullify both the Aeon and now a Wind Waker on Nisha would have been a huge deal here.
Yeah. Yeah, that Wind Waker is going to be an issue.
That's a nice little pickup here. Very tough to kill him now.
It's another situation where it's not like a full disengage. Like, you'll still be able to chase him down, but those seconds are precious.
I also kind of want to see the Gale Force, honestly. Being able to pull some of these heroes in.
Yeah, sure.
Feels pretty good in this style of game.
Level 25 Viper, how much does that change? I feel like it doesn't really match the Wind Ranger or the Earth Spirit. Those big timings have already been hit. I mean, Io still has the attack one, right?
He does.
I mean, that's insane on a Wind Ranger or Focus Fire.
It is pretty good.
But what happens if your IO is just dead at the start of a fight? XM's still going to try and roll in and do something about it with the BKB. Wind Waker reset. Mickey slicing off XM. Doesn't manage to get the roll away. Focus Fire and Mickey. He's in trouble. Polar Brace trying to bail him out. Winner's Curse, but it didn't catch Shiro. Shiro's okay. Forsack trying to get Mickey reset a little bit. He goes back for the toss kill. Shiro had to go back, and that leaves an opening field for Liquid to chase down heroes. They're only going to get the extra one. So 3 deaths on the side of Ichi Gaming. They came close to getting something, but close is not good enough.
And it's all the IO casual reload top to kill the wave, comes back, just gets insta-give. Never gets that BKB off. No buyback available. Just an awkward play for Vici. Giving a massive opening to Liquid as they take advantage of the situation.
I mean, as soon as that hit happens, I feel like he's got to BKB. Just,
yes, he does.
Knowing that there's probably going to be some follow-up.
Underestimates the burst damage. Sick plays from Toku, too. These are not easy late game fights to play as the Wyvern.
Yep.
But the Embrace was absolutely on point there.
Liquid, this is where they want to be much freer high ground.
Oh, yeah.
Go for it with only a Viper and Wind Ranger to stop them. They'll get a lane, probably 2. Crimson Guard will slow them a little bit. Liquid will keep it going. Glyph will slow them down even more. Maybe, we'll see.
This is 2 lanes guaranteed. You're not leaving this base without 2 lanes, I think.
I guess the question is, will they be... Is there a chance that Vici Gaming can catch any of these heroes as XM is coming up in 7 seconds?
There's absolutely a chance here.
There's a risk here to finishing off these 2 barracks. And they are not willing to take that risk.
That's very close. It doesn't. This Rax doesn't matter too much.
No. You already have control of the map. Getting super creeps doesn't do anything for you, I feel like.
Oh, Vici's lineup is pretty bad against him, to be fair. Another casual reload. It's a Wisdom Shrine. This one will not kill Xinkyu. And he is close to that 25. Could be a big talent in this game. We've seen a lot of people take the reload cast delay as well. This talent's also pretty nice in the right game. I'm not saying this is the game for it, but yeah, it's basically instant. It's kind of nasty.
I feel like you need the damage in this situation.
It does feel like that. I think you need to. You're getting to that point where you just got to all in and hope the fight goes your way.
Here comes the gate. They're going to dive away. LSA laid on to Shiro. And the LSA, oh, now the Winner's Curse as well.
Oh,
they stopped the toss snowball, and it's trouble for Shiro. They do manage to get a hook shot. That it was dodged there. Y gets out with his BKB. He's actually okay. Still, though, they lost XM to Mickey. He had to buy back. Now Bach is in trouble as well. Got to force that. Nope, actually pull from XM. Get him out of dodge.
That's not the worst for Vici, because that looked real bad.
Yeah, that looked like both the Tusk and the Wind Ranger were going to die off of that LSA that catches the Tusk right as he goes for the snowball side.
6 stun for Nisha. He is finding some crazy good openings. Does cost him another buyback in this Earth Spirit. Just more economic damage as the lead compounds.
Box 2 for the Lina soon. You've got level 25 on the Winter Wyvern, so even the Splinter Blasts are providing extra disables.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
nice
Liquid
talent.
have stuns on Muck. Nisha sees an opportunity here, but didn't go for it on Y.
He's just playing discipline, playing around the pits. The pits are winning Liquid these fights. It's creating too much of an opening. It's just bogging the Viper down.
Somebody will get that ward eventually. Vici Gaming do not see the opportunity. Liquid is just being too disciplined right now in their positioning. They're either going to smoke up as soon as the vision is gone. They're going to move past this area.
Very disciplined game from Liquid. They're just grinding out the win here. Not an easy game to do it in, even with the lead.
50 seconds until 60-minute items, but we may not see that come to fruition here as Liquid looking for the death blow here. And jump initiation on the Winter Wyvern, but no follow-up. Y spots him, but no core was there to help him out. And Nisha playing around these high grounds. Already hit side LSA onto the Viper, delaying the retreat up to the high ground here. Vici Gaming gonna have to play this 4 versus 5. With an extra cheese on Nisha as well.
They want the IO. There's so much damage.
Oh, Mickey just takes him out. BKB commits, and he is dicing up the Viper as well. That is not a tanky hero anymore. Except went in, and with his BKB, does some damage. Shiro's not going to commit. Trying to go for Ace. Ace, he will get that kill, but Shiro, oh God, this Kez is just too much damage. An ultra kill, and XM will be run down by Nisha. GG is called. Vici Gaming have been drained from this game 1. They have just been kill after kill into buyback after buyback until there was nothing left.
Very disciplined late game team fighting from Liquid. This is what we want to see from this squad. I think this can be
Sky winners, champions. Like what more could you ask for?
And they were also TI 3rd place last year, right?
This is true.
Yeah, so
that's true. And I know from speaking with no one that there were a lot of things he I was talking to myself. There were a lot of things that he would like to do differently. Like he is here and he's a big voice on this team looking to prove himself. And the crazy thing about some of these competitors, man, is 3rd place isn't good enough. That's not good enough for him. He needs to win.
Yep. And now under the leadership of Puppy as well. They didn't have him last year, so who knows how far they can go. We can take a look at the other ones as well. So Stream B will also have winners going up against each other. We're going to have Boom Boys versus Iron Wing on that one. Another blockbuster there, Fly.
Yeah, these are all extremely spicy. If we're talking about cooking, a lot of spice happening today on Stream A, on Stream B, honestly, all the games. This one is going to be very interesting for me because Iron Wing is this team where I feel like they always have the potential to just destroy everybody, and sometimes they don't turn up. But today, looks like they're feeling good right now. It looked like their games against Enigma Galaxy went pretty well. It looked kind of stompy almost from what I could catch. So I want to see what kind of shape those guys are in, because I think when they play good Dota, it's extremely crispy Dota.
Yeah, we also saw their slight potential, spoiler anyway, Liquid winning first game up against Vici Gaming, even though I think Shiro at some point was beyond godlike. So
that's a blame your team scenario right there.
That's classic Liquid.
Yeah, well, we'll get more info on that, of course, at some other time. But we're going to take a look at Stream C, and that is for the 3rd series of the day. Losers going up against each other, so that's where we'll see LGD and Resilience. And I think this will be a very close game. Both of these teams are the only 2 series this morning that went the distance, so I'm expecting the same for this one.
Yeah, that's actually a goodie. I mean, at the start of the day, I don't know if I would say that it's a goodie, but then after watching the 2 series, it will actually turn out to be very interesting.
Yeah, and you did see that the score was still 0-0 for Gamer Legion versus Aurora, but we are spoiled. We have streams on our other monitors. I'm sure you guys at home might have the same, but that is actually a very close game. Gamer Legion is looking very good at the moment, and in the lead, some might say there as well. We take a look at the final stream. Stream D, they only just finished, so they are waiting for Yandex and Mulligani to kick it off. But their final series of the day is Enigma Galaxy taking on OG.
That's a classic.
No,
that is a classic.
Yes. Honestly, kind of sad that Thompson isn't somewhere there in the middle of those 10 players, but NGX against OG, that's a cool one. I feel like that's the one series not to miss.
There's a lot of series not to miss.
I was going to say,
you just need 4 monitors, I think. That's the only solution, guys.
That is the only solution, yeah. You can
I mean,
figure it out,
There's a replay system. It's
true.
It's TI season.
Just don't sleep.
Yeah, just keep watching. Pick the games with your favorite heroes. Unfortunately for all the Dota players out there, a lot of heroes are viable right now, so there's gonna be a lot of games to watch, no matter what. I think it's gonna be a 4 monitor situation. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, and saying it out loud.
Well, yeah, but you can opt not to sleep or sleep less. So you can watch a series in the morning. It's possible, and otherwise it's okay. You can tune into us and we'll keep you up to date. Just be mindful that if you don't want to be spoiled, then, that's the wrong place for that, because we will show you the results every now and then and see how everything's going. And we are getting closer to getting Team Spirit versus Extreme Gaming on your screens. Don't worry, we're still locked in on the second series of the day here. We'll get to all the other ones later on. I want to know about some of the heroes we might be expected to see in this one. We talked about the signature Rubik already. But other than that, is there any other heroes that come to mind for these teams in particular? Because I feel like both of the teams are kind of versatile. I also think that we don't really know too much about Extreme Gaming because of the addition of Lanham. And I don't know. We know that Jawade rules with the draft and he picks the heroes. Is Lanham a type of coach that does the same? Is he going to be like, you're playing that, you that, you that?
I think I have a feeling he will draft for them.
Yeah.
I think it is also very normal for the Chinese teams to have this setup where the coach does the drafting.
Yes.
I think they've been doing it for years.
True.
So I do think he's going to be drafting. I don't know how much impact the other players are going to have. I don't think he's, Shao8 was called like the director.
The director, yeah.
So I don't think Lanham is quite that.
No one's going to be at that level.
Yeah, so I think there's going to be a little more added input from other players, which could be a good thing. They might have like their unique ideas that they're like, now we get to really like say what we want to do. Ame is going to be able to pick whatever he wants, that type of thing. So yeah, maybe some more Flink's going to come out. That'll be a classic. Heroes to look out for. That's one of them. I think more Flink could be something like this battle of the carries. Tinker, we've mentioned before. I think that is an NTS special that he might be the only guy here who's really going to play that hero.
Yeah.
And I've also seen Laurel play some Ricky in pubs. That I want to mention that. I think that could be an interesting one. Don't really see that hero. So.
Have you been seeing, did he pick it against Invoker?
It might have been Invoker.
Because I've seen people doing it in that matchup because Invoker is just toxic. It's just such a toxic hero. So people are looking for answers. And I think if you give Laurel an excuse to whip out the Ricky, he'll whip it out on stream.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's not only against Invoker, it's really good against the Spirit as well. Like all of the Spirits.
Yeah, that's
maybe except for Earth.
Okay, well, I was going to say one of the Spirits is already out. We are in the draft for the first game of this best of 3 with Team Spirit on the Radiant side and Extreme Gaming on the Dire side, with the first pick going the way of Extreme Gaming. So the first couple of bans are already in with the Invoker, the Earth Spirit, and the Lina. And we got Lone Druid and Treant Protector banned out by Team Spirit. Are we just going to see Treant Protector first phase banned every single game? Is that just where it's at still?
I think so. I think ever since like the patch where they made Treant like broken, it's been the first phase ban every single time, alongside with Lone Druid, which is also banned this series. But I think the Lone Druid, it kind of did get nerfed a bit more, whereas the tree seems like it's just too strong.
Yeah, the vision is just king in Dota, and I think Treant Protector, he kind of gives you this map hack, not just with his shard, but just the fact that he can walk around invisible anywhere, it's just completely annoying. And living armor also kind of ruining the other lanes for everybody.
11 bans. I just did quick math. There has been 11 games so far, so every single game. Yes.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it does.
The living armor buff where they changed it into damage block is it's very difficult to deal with in the other lanes. It's almost like there's an extra guy in the other 2 lanes, depending on where the kill threat is.
Could you explain that to me? Let's say there's my parents watching. How would you explain this damage block on a Treant ult? Let's maybe, because I did not reach the patch note, so I don't know what it does, let's say.
You put an armor on a guy, and I think it starts at 80?
Yeah, somewhere like that.
Somewhere like that, at max level.
Yeah.
I don't know the number, but the important thing is, you hit a guy for 80, they take 0 damage, and this is including reductions, so it's after reduction. So if you have armor, if you have damage reduction in any other form, all of those things are factored in, and then it blocks for 80. So it technically scales, which is really, really crazy.
It's broken. It also works on towers. You heal your towers up. It's just annoying.
Yeah.
This is a first phase pickup, Drow Ranger. We've seen Drow Ranger picked up earlier today in some other streams, and we of course have seen a lot of Drow Ranger in the last couple of months as well.
I'm gonna need my pro players to break this one down. First pick Drow is
overall
crazy.
First pick is unusual.
Yeah, Toro loves this hero. That's a classic. So I'm sure he just wants to pick it, and then they'll find some Rue hero for a pairing.
I can tell you what's going to happen. Ame also loves Drow Ranger.
Yeah.
So if they lose this game, Ame's going to tell his coach, first pick me Drow Ranger next game. I'm going to bet on that already in case they lose. I think Drow is definitely a comfort hero, and it is very much your entire strategy is just going to be Drow. So as soon as they pick this Drow Ranger, everything else that's going to come out is going to be building for this Drow to be able to hit in the fights and become this like turret where everybody's going to protect her. That is just how the hero functions. So I think we're going to see collapse on like some sort of melee initiator, same for Laurel, and then probably Rue is going to have to play some sort of 5 that can protect the Drow Ranger, like whether it's a Clockwork or another melee hero, maybe something exotic like an Ogre Magi. That will be funny. So that's going to be the build-up, and I think Extreme has to respond in a way where they need to find, again, an opening to get on top of the turret. Just like we talked about Lina being this hero that you need to gap close. I think, again, this is going to be a case where they have to gap close. Maybe Ame Spectre is going to come out. I mentioned it before. I think that is a hero that can definitely deal with these range carries.
And it's a Winter Wyvern. It's considered maybe a little bit of a counter towards Drow as well, because Drow really fast will kill one of her teammates. Maybe. With the ult.
Yeah, well, they picked Drow into Wyvern.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, so...
You are not mistaken.
Well, the neat part is that usually Drow is like a really long range hero, so if there will be someone next to him, it would also need to be some long range hero, but that's not often the case. Usually, like, let's say you have some Axe blinking in, he's really far away from the Drow. You just kind of stay clear of him. However, the Wyvern heal is very nice. You cannot deal physical damage through the heal, so you kind of cover the Drow. That's a very nice boss fight.
I was wondering where the Undying was in the games we watched today.
That's true.
It's in every single pro level pub that I've watched, like picture, because I guess because it's like a Treant. Like Treant gets auto banned, everyone picks it and it gets auto banned, and then Undying is kind of the other one. And it can play off lane, it can play 5. It's a great body to run in front for Drow. Now there's this problem of, okay, you need to deal with the Drow and somebody needs to get on top of the Drow Ranger, but you also have to kill the Tombstone.
Yeah, I really like the new shard build that I think Maladi started doing. That you just get the shard first, and then you just hide people in the Tombstone. It's pretty dumb.
Yeah, I think it's just constructing this whole Drow lineup already. Now you have the probably Pulse 5 that's going to protect the Drow, and I agree the shard build is very good. You just pop the Tombstone. It is essentially a save. You can even use it on somebody who's cursed if you have enough cast range. And now it's up to... Okay, they responded with the Darkseer. I think this is a good response.
I like this.
For Drow Ranger. I think Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, it's 2 heroes that can obviously manipulate the lane, because Drow Ranger is a very strong laner on top of Undying being on the lane. You need to do some funny stuff in that lane to be able to survive. So getting these heroes that can pull the wave together, good jungle if things go bad, and also have a pressure point when Darkseer hits his wall against Drow. So I really like the Darkseer pick. I think it's great.
And I really like the Dark Willow pick, because I feel like we've seen her a lot in the other streams, but not yet on ours, and it was about time.
Yeah, Willow is good against. No, Willow is great against Spirit Breaker because you see him charging in. First of all, you're a natural Yule's Buyer, which is a great item against Spirit Breaker. Also, the brambles make it very annoying for Spirit Breaker in the fight because he has to navigate through all these thorny flowers on the ground. So I think it's a good response. You see the supports you're playing against. It's good against Spirit Breaker in the game, and it's good against Wyvern in the lane because you can just out-trade the Wyvern and you have a lot of magic damage in the game. So I think it's a classic response. This is kind of the hardest pick for Spirit because they have to pick something blind here. I'm not sure if they're going to go Collapse or Laurel. I'm trying to think, how will they construct this lineup now?
Because they have overall last pick.
Maybe a Centaur here could be pretty stable. I think it works the role of Drow. It's another save. It's a good lane with Willow. I don't really see too much wrong with it. What do you think, Saber?
I like it. I like it a lot. Centaur Drow is a super nice combo. Okay, they decided to go with Storm. Perhaps the Centaur will come later. I like the Storm pick as well, because if you look at their heroes, they kind of need a playmaker, someone that's going to go in and start stuff, and then the two supports, Dark Willow and Undying, will like slowly come and throw their spells as well. So you need the initiation. So I like the Storm, and they got things.
There it is.
Okay, I feel like the Storm is actually not too bad against the Tinker. Like, you want a jump and you have that. I don't know if it's necessarily enough. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious what this matchup is like now, because I know historically speaking in Dota, Tinker was owned by Storm. Like that was a counter. But now that Tinker has this annoying shard that's essentially perma-rooting, maybe this goes the other way, where you're forcing Storm into like an early BKB that kind of sucks.
It does, especially against Spirit Breaker, because if you get charged, you still get bashed through the BKB, so you don't really want to buy it, but you kind of have to.
I think the cool thing Spirit did is they kind of used the enemy's bans against them. So they noticed that both Ember Spirit and Puck are banned, which makes Storm just better, because if you see Storm, a lot of teams would just pick Ember or Puck. So they kind of use the enemy's bans against them, which is cool. And then the Tinker, I actually don't know how good of a Tinker game it is, because I think he does well in the lane against Storm, but in the game, having any hero that can catch Tinker is going to be annoying, and Storm is one of them. And I don't think this new Tinker also can outrange Drow Ranger, because against Drow, the turret type heroes, you either outrange them like a sniper, or you get on top of them like a Darkseer. I'm kind of not seeing the synergy from Extreme right now, but it is an NTS Tinker, so it's hard to know what to expect.
And there's no Tombstone hitter either. Like Tinker and Undying, I mean, these heroes just don't really interact with Undying in any way. They kind of have to run away from the Tombstone, as things are.
That's true.
I mean, I guess they can solve that with their overall last, or not overall last, but with their last pick for Ame. But I guess you don't want your carry hitting the Tombstone, because that means he's not hitting enemy heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the one solve is like Morphling is a big one people pick against Undying, because you just get a Tombstone, but then you're picking Morph into Drow, which sucks, and then you have Morph Tinker, which kind of sucks because it's a lot of farming. It's very greedy. But it is Ame. I mean,
perhaps he can pick Anti-Mage and collect his free win.
Oh,
all four of their heroes.
Anti-Mage Tinker. It's a classic.
However, it is maybe not the best with Tinker and Darkseer. But I would expect him to pick some melee guy that kind of pairs well with the Darkseer. Okay,
we got the spec.
I like this even more than the Anti-Mage, to be fair. Yeah, super good against Draw. You always get on top of him. It scales super well. You have global. You have a team. You have a Spirit Breaker that's gonna charge someone. Tinker can TP in, and Spectre can haunt in. And suddenly it's super hard to play the map because you just can get picked off anywhere.
Yeah, this seems like a very scary draft to go up against. if you're a Spirit. If you don't get a lead in the first like 20 minutes, this is
I think the Darkseer Spectre is a great combo for sure. And it is what we talked about, some sort of gap close. But you are giving Collapse a completely free game on whatever he picks here. And I think Collapse is... Whoa, okay. I did not see this one coming.
We talked about this hero being countered by one item.
And that's the thing about items. You can buy them on any hero.
It's true.
Like, you don't need to get counterpicked. You can just buy it like every single game.
But even Spectre's not bad against Night Stalker. Is it like
you dagger him?
You dagger him and you get vision. I actually am really confused by this pick. Saber, please.
I personally hate it. I think it's really bad. But, you know, what am I? I'm just the washed up guy on the panel, and Collapse is the 2-time TMS winner. So I'm sure he knows what he's doing. I personally would have really loved if he picked like a Centaur, so they have a second stun, because as it stands right now, they have the Storm Pull, and that's kind of it. That's the only real stun they have, which gets really hard against Tinker. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he can win the lane. It is good against Tinker, because you can always find him and you can always silence him, so he can like rearm and TP out. So in that aspect, I like it. Good against Tinker and Wyvern, but the rest, I'm not so sure about.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I can really see as well. I mean, I've been playing this hero because I'm just bad at the game. People are getting Essence Distiller against me, and I'm very sad at losing these games based on 1,000 gold item. But
for people wondering, by the way, that item gives you the target's vision.
Yep.
So Night Stalker, vision hero, it's like, got that one.
But I do love picking Night Stalker into Wyvern. He's just food. You have to jump him. I would be a little concerned picking it into Spectre, because I feel like Spectre is very punishable in lane. This is a point in the game where you want to punish her, and Night Stalker is a bot for the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, this is a weird one. I was totally going to go for Spirit before I saw the Night Stalker. I know Night Stalker is amazing against Tinker, but I don't think they needed it. They just needed to punish Spectre in lane, in my eyes. So I'm going to go with Extreme in this one, just because of the Night Stalker. Hopefully I'm proven wrong and we'll see it pop off, but Extreme.
All right, we're going to see if two other voices can make sense of it all. It's Odie Pixel and Fogged for game one.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yes, looking forward to this. Spirit versus Extreme Gaming. And yes, already some interesting stuff going on in the draft. XG, they get some pretty scary final two picks, right? The Tinker, the Spectre. They're ready to take over the map and take the game late if needs be. Sure. On Spirit's side, ending with this Night Stalker, I mean, if anything's to go by from what the panel said, I feel like we've got to expect Spirit to be expecting to run this game over.
That's what I think.
There's no way they want to play this long or late. Yeah. They just want to dumpster them in the early to mid game.
So that's kind of my read. Like when they play the Centaur, they play kind of more farmy style. I think, I could be completely wrong, but I think the reason is, like you're saying, they just want to just stomp, run over the game. Don't let this Tinker and Spectre be able to hit creeps and go to this time in 30, 35 plus. They want to end the game ASAP is what I'm seeing. But I don't know if it's going to work, because this Night Stalker can be a risk versus, you know, the Distiller, of course, too. There's also other things that can be really disruptive. Spirit Breaker charging him gives good vision as well, too. But can see the concept about disrupting the Wyvern, finding the Tinker, and just snowballing. So let's see if that's going to work. Oh, thank you, Collapse.
There we are. He's got
me. There we go.
So these two teams, both of them ready to go with the voice line spam to start this one off.
We haven't had any. We didn't have any in the
last game was kind of quiet, right?
Very quiet.
A little bit of all chat, but the voice lines, we didn't have a few, but at least definitely from, from both sides. Yeah, we're seeing both of them.
They're using...
hey, there's Saberlight.
This is good. Good one. Oh, yeah, I really like that Spirit line, too. You can't kill the king. It's a good one.
Both teams ready to go.
Okay, so
nearly, but we've got a little pause. I was only going to be a little pause, hopefully.
So I'm really curious to see what that is, because I was in the same vein. You know, I was talking to you back here just with Saberlight, where I'm like, okay, the Centaur, it has the save for the Drow globally. You put the pressure onto the Spectre on the lane because you have 20 base damage advantage over him or so you can slow him down in farm. A lot of different reasons, but there has to be something, and we're going to get to see it, of course. Like Collapse is going to give us a real reason as to why he wanted to play it, and maybe it is just that, snowball factor. And we'll see if the the bit of lack of stuns is going to be a problem for Spirit as well, too, because like the panel did mention, Saberlo was saying, too, there's a Vortex, and then it's Bedlam, it's the Willow follow-up.
Sure, some roots and so a lot of silence, right?
A lot of silence.
Between the duration of the Gust, and the Night Stalker getting on top of them.
Now I'm curious to see how this one's going to go. Now, it's a clash of two different styles, and it looks like a very Spirit draft, and it looks like a very XG draft, so I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I feel like she's going to be very happy with getting that Tinker and Spectre kind of core close up to the draft.
And we get to see some more fun stuff too, is like how this interaction with the Storm versus the Tinker works. As we know, always in history of Dota, Storm hunting Tinker, very good. But nowadays, Tinker with the new shard, like Jenkins was mentioning, you can do some type of trippy stuff with just chain locking him down, chain rooting him. Let's see what we do get. So already queuing up Dagon.
Let's see how the lane goes. So how does the lane go in this matchup? Storm can do all right, or?
Yeah, Storm can do all right. You have ways to secure creeps versus the laser, so you can always just use Remnant. You have ways to push the lane in, so you're going to get stuff on the Storm.
And how much of a factor is it that the draft has ended with XG pretty much having a draft where nobody wants to hit a tombstone?
Bit of a mess up there from Laurel. Just drop the Remnant in place rather than throwing it at the range creep, ends up missing it. I do think that can be a big factor, yeah. I think they mentioned it on the panel as well, too. This tombstone is very annoying.
Yeah.
The fact that you go in, out, over and over again provides insane amount of protection.
Because literally none of these heroes want to right-click, right? It's like the Wyvern might be offering a few, and then second in line is kind of the Spectre, but the Spectre really doesn't want to be telling people to fight and hitting the tombstone.
No, I mean, Wyvern can't in this game. If you're showing yourself like that as Wyvern, it's like, okay, thank you. Night Stalker and Storm are going to just rip you to
fair enough. Well, then the other, there's none of them. Nobody wants to hit the tombstone.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those big problems for them to deal with. Maybe the Darkseer. He still gets a little bit of attack speed, right?
Ame, first blood here for not me.
And it's a lane that, it's a Night Stalker in the first 5 minutes, and it's the lane that gets the kill, so that's a big deal.
Key part of the snowball potential here for Spirit if they can get these lane wins.
Yeah. And Not Me has been a fantastic addition for them. I have to mention how much he's been able to do for this team, his early aggressive plays that he does. Super nice. And with Willow, it's a super good early aggressive hero. Can't find these grabs even onto Ame, as we see.
We're getting a couple of Bramble connections onto X-Nova, and with the Shadow Realm,
he might just be dead.
I think he will be. A dagger in an attempt to slow the two of them down. He'll try and get in the trees, but they've got him. A second kill here for the off-lane duo of Team Spirit.
A lane not really designed for kills with the Night Stalker too, so fantastic stuff. Toro getting a bit of pressure onto him here, but he has more than enough last hits. He has the Undying Body as well.
Yeah, both teams on the bottom lane taking a bit of a beating from one another.
XXS, gotta be careful.
Might just be dead.
Fairy Fire too.
Ooh, won't be forced to pop it at least, but still kept incredibly low.
I mean, he could just die.
Play it safe for now. Well, I say play it safe. He's getting back in nearly in attack range there of Yatoro.
Might be able to get him if he goes for Soul Rip. He has Mango. Got him.
That'll do it. Okay, both side lanes looking kind of hot here from Team Spirit in these first few minutes.
And look at the way that Rue itemized too, right? He's playing versus an SB and a Darkseer lane, so you don't really need stats. You just get the boots, you get the mangoes, just so you can spam that decay out as well too. All three lanes looking hot.
Oh, bash.
Maybe return kill.
Another bash will do it. Not going to get it. Needed a bash out of one of the two of those hits.
Another bash.
Oh, needs a bash.
Oh my god.
Not getting him. But Yatoro did have to take quite a bit of time to try and get that kill, and that's more than enough time for XXS to get back in on top of him in the Iron Shell, get the trade now with the Surge, might just find Rue. So, rectifying the lane decently, not quite able to get Rue, but it's still killing off Yatoro, something back the way of XG down there.
That was a fun little exchange, nice little bash, and then not getting the extra bash, of course, afterwards. I think XXS is actually kind of happy with that at all.
I think
because he gets like a double wave. He gets a double wave by himself as well too, so he gets the level 4 after skilling Vacuum, so it gets a fair bit.
So far over the mid, looking pretty even. Slightly a few more charge denies here for nothing to say, but the rotations are coming in.
Gets the rune.
If he can stay away from this Lal, it's getting slowed down by the blood grenade. We'll slow them with the remnants. He's up.
And
the high ground. FI trying to chase. Nothing to say. He's going to try and hide in the pit.
Nowhere to hide.
Vision for the Shadow Realm. That's a good spot there. He will still get him. The Remnant comes in low. He cleans up a double. He might just get more. The Root's going to connect onto X-Nova.
Wait, is this going to be a triple kill for Laurel?
That's going to be pretty huge. I mean, either way, however X-Nova dies, they're going to be happy. They are able to set it up. So Lal gets that final touch. Triple kill for Lal.
I've never seen a Storm get a triple kill pre-level 6. I got to be honest with you. That was insane. Brought the numbers. It works. Even versus that March. Oh, nice. Bramble.
Again, not me with these brambles, tripping them up. The Shadow Realm hit comes in.
What?
Not quite going to be able to kill him, but definitely going to force him back to base there.
Crazy aggressive plays. And this is before that nighttime comes in for the Night Stalker, too. They're just making moves all over the place.
I mean, this is what they needed to do, right? We said with Spirit with this lineup, we got to see him play it fast and aggressive, and they're certainly showing they're ready to do that.
100%, and Collapse on the meanwhile just left on his own up here too. We see the build he's gone for too. 3 points in the silence, the newer build that we're seeing more people go for here. He's got phase boots. Armor's looking super good.
Silence, as we say, going to be incredibly obnoxious for a lot of XG's heroes early on.
Yeah.
XG need time, so if they're going to be able to buy that for themselves.
It's a lot of galvanized stacks too for the Storm very early that he usually doesn't end up getting. He's probably up to what, 4 now? Yeah, 4 here in that mid lane. He's going to hit 6 fairly earlier as well, too, because of all those extra kills to be able to potentially make those moves. Nothing to say. Looks like he might get it first, though, still, with the way the rotations came in. Power Rune, though. Laurel's going to get the protection for it, and he gets a regen. Probably one of the best ones he can find here at this point. Quick moves to the portal, sending the Undying top NS. Almost level 6.
I like to try and go quick on the dive once they hit the 6.
They're bringing the Willow up too.
Snova.
They got the scan. They expected the move with the way that they're playing here. Collapse can still heal up a bit more here. Can eat another creep. And he sees backpacking those gauntlets every time. Triple backpack of the gauntlets into the eating a creep.
Down bottom, Max Success having to keep his distance.
Securing it for Yatoro. All 3 of those cores in a better spot than they're opposing. It'll be a 1-for-1 wisdom. And Laurel overall in this game, we do have to mention the lack of disables, right? Yes, there's going to be this annoying shard.
Sure,
right,
but that's
the Tinker, but
that's a few minutes away. Outside of that, it's maybe getting lucky with the charge connection, but you're dodging those. So
overall for this, the Storm Spirit game.
I mean, do you go for some build on the Spectre where you get the Orchid in there early, or is that just kind of griefing? You have to stick with this Radiance Manta.
Yeah, well, depending on which build, we'll see what Alma even wants to go for.
Sure. Those look pretty good for the Storm's prospects this game.
Collapse trying to go for the dive.
Oh, nothing to say is come in to try and help out with the defense.
Zombies.
And we'll focus the Tombstone here slowly but surely. Already, though, X-Nova dies.
Charge onto Collapse, but
Laurel's ready to dive in, and they get the grab. Vortex on nothing to say. It's going to go for the second TP out, and we'll make it before any of the roots connect.
Very heads up TP from him, but the aggression from Spirit, we said this is what, I mean, this is definitely the reason why they went for the NS.
Yeah,
it's all about this aggression. We're seeing it coming into play. XG's lineup, it is more about the later in the mid game, of course, too, but so far the pressure absolutely building up here. But as I said, a lot of times when there is a Darkseer in a lineup, it kind of looks like this, right? The Darkseer plays for himself, gets to level 7, is going to get those Ion Shells going onto one of the supports, and then they can look to play better around it. But the supports, again, also can be pretty low level if you don't have a good lane with the Darkseer as well, too. So level 4 on the SB. Toro is 7. He's got the Falcon Blade.
He might be in trouble here. And they're bringing him back up out in time. TP's coming in. Yatoro,
the heal.
Still alive, but the illusions will bring him down. Spirit, they'll look for a trade, see if they can find Collapse, but the Hawk comes in from Arme. Sets up for the double kill for X-Nova.
Good movement. Success. Still healthy.
Too much for them to go on. Not me. I'll have Shadow Realm back up in a few seconds.
Charge comes in from an angle. They get the vacuum back.
That's the power of those shells.
XG striking back on the other side of the map.
I like how they bring even Ame in, just get that extra number, get him involved into some extra kills as well. And yeah, the power of the Darkseer, right? It's always around that level 7 that it comes in with the extra.
Collapse
now.
Still hanging around. But Gus comes in as well. Puts a stop to the charge. Sets up for the damage coming onto FY. Not enough to kill him, though.
Lacking some of that damage. First nighttime, soon disappearing. Still in a comfortable position, of course, but we did see a good punch back there from XG with that first haunt coming in. Stabilizing the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Split back up across the lanes. Not feeling that XG is going to be coming straight back down to the bottom lane.
We saw NTS change the build, right? I believe I saw the blink. He was deciding to go for instead.
Oh, the Dagon rush.
Yeah, yep. I think it makes a little more sense too. Just to follow up, then he actually can just burst something like the Drow with the Spirit Breaker charge. They can go for these type of aggressive plays on the side. More standard. And then he is going to go down that Dagon route. That can be very strong, right? But overall for the Drow, like a pretty low HP hero. If you do just get laser dagoned from super far away. And Ame, okay, showing he is going to go the Radiance. Goes for the Urn, the small item in between. Get another one.
XG. Again, finding ways to get nothing to say involved early.
The power of his Tinker, right? Up to level 10 now. Even though the lane, we did see those extra kills for the Storm Spirit. He's able to make these rotations. Playing around Darkseer is nice too. Just being able to join in easily.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A lot of global presence from XG.
Look at the catch onto XXS. CPs are coming in. Charge as well. Close. Does still die. Have just enough mana to get away on the Storm, but not me. Will get left behind.
Oh, it's a nice creep that he has too. As he said, a bit of lack of stuns for them. He does have a Centaur creep for now. He might die, but could have actually almost caught the Storm Spirit. It was very close to the stun catching him. XG striking back. Yeah, the global potential, we're absolutely seeing it to be able to match Spirit's movements.
Yes, it's very strong. And if XG do get the chance to kind of keep this game even and the Radiance comes online for the Spectre,
scaling is
he can't help but feel the Spirit are going to have trouble down the line. This is not going to get easier for Spirit. They've got to somehow try and maintain the advantage. Now slips away and the Spectre starts to get the chance to hit the creeps and Ame gets this Radiance Manta timing. It's going to be very, very hard. And you kind of consider their draft.
And it's nothing to say Tinker all at the end of the day, too. Like, yes, there's the answer with the Storm Spirit in a way versus him, but as we said, it kind of goes both ways, and he's up to level 11 now. He's starting to get that, that big increase for himself. Ame?
Yeah, they've got to try and put some sort of pressure onto Ame. They were able to snipe his courier, so the Talisman of Evasion's out of the game for a little bit.
Nice juke there of the Bramble. Not able to get the connection. Trying to accelerate a bit here to look for an early tower, but does look like XG will be able to get at least an exchange. They are going for the push down bottom as well. Good vision as well in these last moments that XG was able to place, so they get to watch where the Storm Spirit is, know where Laurel is. They know that most of that aggression is going to come out from him early, unless they see it's nighttime or the NS pops ult. Most of that early game move is going to be around that Storm. And they do keep tabs of him with that vision. Ion Shell too, it can be a fair bit of damage if he does get the connection, but not quite able to that time.
XXS walking up pretty deep. How's FY to help? Shatora and Brood did try and chase.
Some lack of this catch. Definitely seeing it at least for, versus XXS in particular. Is a tanky Undying? Not something they want to go for.
Not at all. Not something that Nothing to Say wants to get involved in either. No. And it's this deep on the map.
If he pushes far too bit forward, then they'll probably go for him here, but don't want to waste too much time for him here. Game slowing down.
XG. So see if they can find.
He got another Centaur, I believe, right? So they did they're making sure that they have that secondary stun.
Not sure what they're going to catch here. I mean, maybe they get a chance to take out Collapse again. The smoke's over to Ame.
The damage builds up very quickly because they'll have the double or triple ion shell plus the follow-up stun from the Centaur with the Spirit Breaker. Collapse seems to know something's up though.
Yeah, I guess they were just trying to be there in case a smoke move came in towards the Spectre, ready to protect Army, but wasn't the case.
And we see the build. The Collapse is going for a bit of an interesting one. He has a Eul's queued up. He is playing versus the Tinker, versus the Darkseer is incredibly good versus, honestly, even the Spirit Breaker too, right? So it does have its merits. Not the standard you do see from it so often, though. And actually, I'm sorry, really quick. Can we see if XG... Is anyone even building an Essence Distiller?
Got to be one.
Just a Wyvern, I think so. Yeah.
They will have it, yeah.
They better. Playing versus Night Stalker, playing versus Storm. Oh, he's going to have the benefits. And yeah, he's pretty much got it. He's getting pretty close to having it finished. Okay, Nighttime has been hit again. Does Spirit want to look to make an aggressive move or not?
Like
Because it's slowing down.
Right, yeah, this is... I mean, you can't help but feel that XG are feeling kind of cozy in this position.
Ame, Fear will connect.
These are the sort of kills Spirit need to find. They can't let Ame get this sort of space.
And it's a pretty efficient one too. Arcane Rune. So Laurel does have the mana to continue to look for another move.
Over the mid.
On zip.
Catch on to X-Nova. We'll get off the ultimate.
Bramble.
The curse. Quad Embrace as well, try and buy a bit more time. XX just watching from the side, see if there's a chance to do anything here, but no, won't be the case. Tombstone's dropped down, they don't want to fight into it.
Whoops, he also accidentally walked into a Bramble there. Collapse with this Nighttime. Looking for more.
Drop the wall down. Okay. That's true, not me. I mean, in any of these sort of plays where they're finding a trade, XG, I'll be okay with that.
They don't lose the tower either. Oh, and he actually's able to get the rune as well. Nothing to say. Confidently blinking forward. The levels on the Tinker are just crazy. Just how much ahead he is still. Like a full 2.5 or almost 3 levels ahead of Laurel. Zero does farm at absurd paces, of course, but...
What do you imagine the timing is going to be for Yatoro on the Drow? Like, when is he going to look to try and get more proactive with the pushing with the team? Like, how early can he start to?
I think now he can.
To step forward with them.
I think Manta, and even if he can get to the Pike, it's an amazing Pike game. Sure. Playing versus the Spirit Breaker, playing versus the Spectre, being able to distance them from yourself. But I think Spirit overall, we are indicating and saying a bunch of things about like timing. Spirit is a team that usually doesn't feel like timing team either.
I mean, they are a team that kind of makes the late game work with lineups that you don't always expect.
Yeah.
And into matchups that you don't always expect. You know, a lot of teams, they wouldn't want to do a drown to a Spectre in a 60-minute game. Yatoro, he's probably one of the carries that says, hey, easy.
There's possibilities.
I'll do it.
Yeah, just got to itemize. And he is farming, honestly, like look at the difference between him and the Spectre, right? Like, yes, the Tinker's massive, but Yatoro has almost 3,000 ahead of the Spectre. So...
That is true. The lead he has right now is pretty impressive.
And Ame is not really getting too much freedom.
No, these are big moves.
Nice curse.
Okay, that curse might just do it. Gives Ame the chance to live. In fact, the chance to turn.
What a play. Great positioning there.
And they have to come in with this, as you say. Ame still trying to find that Radiance timing. XG have to keep him alive, allow him to get to that point. He's very close, just a few hundred gold off it, and then that will be obviously the pickup that does give him the chance to start closing that gap in net worth between him and the Drought.
They're looking for him again. He is far forward. There's no curse this time. There's going to be the Embrace.
If they can save him a second time. Vortex comes in, nothing to say, coming across.
Cancel.
Ame, caught by the root, the cold Embrace, not enough to save him, not me. Finishes him off.
Nothing to say, made the call, that never mind, it looked like there, right? He was TPing in, they popped the glyph.
I mean, that one definitely hurts, right? They did everything they could to save Ame the first time. Gets a little too confident, feeling that the team can bail him out a second time. They couldn't.
He's especially the position where he is.
He pushed forward pretty deep.
Super deep there.
So, one of those times where you save your carry and you're like, we saved him, great, he's not going to go there. He went there.
Nothing to say, though. He's like, don't worry, I'll make up for it. Level 16.5. Pretty wild. I mean, yeah, it's insane how much solo experience this hero gets. It still surprises me sometimes.
Yeah, super fast levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, XPM's going to be very, very high on this Tinker.
800. 250 ahead of the next, almost. That's pretty nuts. Collapse did end up committing for the Seals, as we said, a lot of different reasons that it can have that benefit. And still keeping themselves at least ahead in the gold, as we say. And yeah, this is probably one of the slowest Radiants I think I've seen from a Spectre, Owen.
Oh, yeah,
it's almost 20 minutes.
You've not seen mine, but...
I have. I think you've gotten faster.
No,
I mean, he's getting pressure. He's 0-3.
Yeah, they're going for him. They're making it very tough for him. But as you say, nothing to say. He's sort of holding the team together with how good of a game he's having. And, of course, the XXS Darkseer not too far behind him. Spirit, get the chance to make the jump here onto X-Nova.
Laurel still continuing to get all these kills too unstoppable.
Coming in with the Horn, Arme wants to get involved. Looks to try and close the gap straight away over towards Yatoro. They see if they can find the Drow. The illusions taking him down. Yatoro will fall. They do lose nothing to say. And Collapse, Rue, and Lar, they're still pretty strong here as they'll bring down FY. Can they chase and dive for Arme? I think they can under the tower.
Zombies.
Completely alone. They went all in their Spirit to get Yatoro, but it cost them their entire team. Oh, sorry. XG. Everybody's dead. I mean, he wanted a Horn and go for this kill on Yatoro. They get it, but losing everybody for it, that's going to feel rough.
Look at Laurel. He's up to 14 galvanized. I mean, they get the Tinker kill as well, too. And as we said, he's kind of a pinata to pop with all those levels. They get an insane amount of XP. Little fun thing, too. I actually, this is an old school mechanic thing that I was trying to remember about here, too, is this Tombstone, it hurts a lot versus Spectre. You can't isolate targets. There's always a unit next to it, so you don't actually get that desolate damage.
The Tombstone's very strong.
It's really obnoxious. They did get the connection there, and Yatoro, honestly, like some of this pathing didn't really go into his favor as we saw there, but yeah, the cleanup, the Tombstone, we mentioned it's going to be a problem.
It is. Nobody wants to deal with it.
Nobody
wants to touch it.
0 attacks. So that's going to happen quite a lot in this game.
Yeah. No real way to deal with it. Arme not able to get out at the end there alive. It's super tough to fight into.
Yep.
You know, again, feeling that sort of difference. And honestly, it was very close to not even getting the Drow kill. If XXS didn't get the wall down and get that illusion of Yatoro would have got out.
Brew. Not tanky enough. Has a couple bracers to his name, but fully ganked out here.
Yatoro, next fight, he should have the Hurricane Pike. So with that taken into account, it's not going to be as simple for Arme to just kind of jump in with the Horn.
But Arme also now has the Radiance.
He does.
A lot stronger in comparison to what he was, but it's quite slow. He's still behind the offlaners by a decent margin here. Well, the Night Stalker in particular. Darkseer, you're always going to be behind until super late. Another Arcane rune. Laurel's getting, I want to say, like 90% of these power runes as well.
Oh. Got the setup, and as always, Not Me's there ready to help out. Nothing to say he's going to come in to try and bail him out, but cannot do so. Lal, godlike here, 9-0-4 as the Storm Spirit, having a beautiful game. And once again, Spirit able to take Arme out of the action, slow him down.
Literally styling on Laurel. And as you said, right, there's not a lot of stun. It's just, you're really seeing him just able to get in and out of the fights constantly. Extra damage coming in. They do now have that Ags on the Tinker. So, I mean, nothing to say. He's honestly the real carrier. And it tends to be the case when he's playing his Tinker. But, yeah, Ame's level 12. Drow now level 16. Nothing to say 18.
Yeah,
it's a rare
The level difference is pretty insane.
Even the Willow is higher level than Ame.
Yeah, I mean, Nobby's been turning up for all these great plays, right?
Yeah,
we've seen him pretty much be... Yeah, well, it's 6-3, 11. He's been to 17 of the 20 kills. Another one here for Lal to get involved with, him and Yatoro.
These are big kills, and this is around potential Roshan timing that they can go for here, even though it's daytime. So this actually catches XG probably pretty off guard because of they're making aggressive moves during day and not popping Ascension.
It's a little risky, though, because Horn is back up. So XG could still bring together some sort of play around the Roche Pit, and they're going to have the Curse back up in 20 seconds with the Wyvern.
Maybe they wanted bigger kill than the Wyvern before they just committed to a Roshan, because they can't kill it pretty safe with the Undying.
Yeah, I think it's just that the team fight from XG is still pretty formidable, right? They've got some great combos.
Always with the Darkseer, especially when he's got the Blink, he's got Shivas, that vacuum. It will connect on at least like 2-3 heroes every time now with the AoE. BKB now for the Storm as well. Difficult to see how they bring down Laurel.
Yeah, he has to make a big mistake, and so far he's not shown any sign of making any mistakes this game, Lal. Flawless gameplay so far.
Like if he gets cursed, right, next to the Drow, then they can get the setup.
A curse might do it.
Rare to see.
XXS. He went for the rune.
Another one.
And he's going to regret that.
beyond. Yeah, this is an outrageous Storm Spirit performance.
And I guess that's the funny thing as well. On the other side of things, it's also a pretty outrageous Tinker performance. It's just a lot harder for Nothing to Say to sort of have the impact at this stage of the game as the Storm is, even though he has this insane amount of levels. And, you know, he's doing everything, more than everything possible. You know, he's doing everything on this Tinker. Just at the moment in this game, it's just not enough against how much Lyle can do as a Storm.
And he's much more vulnerable, right? If Nothing to Say steps out of position for a second, he's probably just dead. If the Storm steps out of position, he's like, you guys have no stuns. I can just zip away.
Yeah, they'll give the Aegis to Yatoro. You know, Lyle doesn't need it.
Yeah. Even though he is like the best Aegis carrier, that's how confident.
Yeah, he's like, I am not going to die.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Some really nice plays with Spirit. Now they have the Blink as well, too, on Collapse, so bypassing the front line, getting into the back line versus the Wyvern and the Tinker. Now an easier option for him. They're looking pretty lax this game, Spirit. Looking pretty comfortable as the game progresses, even though they are into this Spectre. His farm is just that slow on the Spectre.
Those kind of, 4 back-to-back deaths, really, where Spirit made moves to get out and catch him. Worked out very well for Spirit. Slowing Arme down.
It's shocking that he's still just trying to build toward this Manta style. Without the Manta, he's still very vulnerable as well. And always during this nighttime, you can kind of see that the way that they show on the map. No one on XG wants to show on a creep wave, really. It's very dangerous for them to do so.
No, especially with this Blink coming out for a Collapse. So many ways for Team Spirit to get the jump.
And when you're the team, when you're playing with, you know, you have Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, you have like tons of global ways to play around if people are split up and you're the one scared to. It says a lot.
Collapse. They got the Yule set up.
I really like this Yule's pickup, honestly. It's not the most natural you see on the Night Stalker, but can definitely see all these reasons for it.
That's the thing with the Spirit Breaker's sort of dead. They don't really have any real way to hunt for kills themselves, actually. It's kind of just a game of waiting for Spirit to come to them and then hoping that Nothing to Say and XXS can sort of set up some defensive team fight to allow Arme to keep this game going and catch back up in this.
It is quite difficult for them to find any of these connections. And into Aegis, we're seeing Spirit really put the pressure on with it. They're looking for these tier 2s, looking to shrink the map even more for Arme. And overall, the Drow, like if you are this ahead on a Drow versus a Spectre, that matchup doesn't matter. No, you start itemizing, you can either go for your silver edges and whatnot, just
because you're pretty much over a full item ahead.
Over a full item.
In this matchup here, Yatoro versus Arme.
And he's just going tower to tower. So he's gonna get that much more for himself and his team. No BKB yet.
Gonna get the setup. See Arme come across to try and stop them from getting the kill. They'll come in with the BKB though, and still Nothing to Say off. They might just get Arme on top of it, and they will. Well, continuing to dominate this game.
He needs a big award for this one so far with how he's performed his mid, though.
That's a great fair. Not me. Gets all 3 of them perfectly around the edge of the fair to ensure that Yatoro on the second life, he's perfectly fine.
And teams connecting. Another kill.
Let it go the way of Yatoro on top of it. I mean, not me on this Willow. We're seeing some of the teams bring the Willow back in. It's looking great. And in some of these Willow players' hands, it's looking pretty unbelievable.
He's everywhere, right? Like every time you look for a play that's happening, he's there. Anytime you see them setting up a play, he's there to see.
And he's always hitting multiple arrows with his brambles, and with his fears. He doesn't miss here. Not me.
Now, Spirit's playing this. I mean, it's beautiful to watch how they're everywhere, right? They're top, they're mid, they're bottom. They instantly are literally collapsing with him as well.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you have this Night Stalker pick, they talked obviously about the fact that there is this Essence Distiller that can be incredibly potent against him and use a lot of his powers against himself. It doesn't really matter, though, when the team's this far ahead. Like, who cares if they see you all if you're killing them all?
No, and Collapse, he's literally only died the once. The way that he's playing, he's just not giving them these opportunities to set up.
No.
And XG, you can see they're scared. They're scared to look for these plays with their globals now at this point. Because Ame just he turns up and dies as well, too. He's not getting that extra farm. Another jump.
Collapse. He's in here with Not Me.
Ame.
Yule's control onto Ame for now. Not Me just being annoying here for the Spectre into the brambles. I mean, Not Me just toying with the buying time for the rest of Team Spirit to come in and pick them apart one by one. Arme's gone. Love beyond godly, like as he continues this streak.
Will they even lose Collapse? The charge comes back in. Collapse still surviving. Finally goes down. Not Me has to go for the BKB TP out. XXS is going to get left behind. It's a triple kill for Lal. 4 dead on XG.
They're just cleaning up. Yotaro and Laurel just killing absolutely everybody there. They, as you said, they barely even get Collapse at the end of it all. Like, it looked like Ame kind of just accepted his death, right? He was just like, screw it, I'm dead. Like, he just kind of ran in.
It's got to be a frustrating game for him.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
Like, you can't, you're getting ganked, you get multiple times, it seems to be impossible for him to find a safe space to farm this game. Spirit keep finding him.
And honestly, not me, like you said. He just toyed with him in that fight, right?
Yeah, this is... Yeah.
Gets the pollen bag on him, Yules him, controls him, kites him, gets him into multiple brambles, and then Ame's like, what am I doing here? Some really nice play. Spirit just with that Aegis. They get Aegis, they win like what? They get 4 or 5 kills, they take tier 2 bottom, tier 2 mid, tier 2 top, as methodical as you could kind of say it, right? Very scripted how Spirit's playing. 30 kills at 30 minutes, Laurel untouched.
Not me. Easing around with nothing to say.
He didn't pop the BKB.
Felt that he'd have a chance to get out. He did not. Lal and Yotaro surround him. FI tries to get Not Me. Will at least get something.
Yotaro?
They're looking for Yotaro. They'll get the bash and the charge in onto him. So this time, XG not going away empty-handed. Ame also being the one to get that kill against Yotaro.
Very important for him to get this. Game was starting to get incredibly one-sided. They were literally finding like almost nothing on the side of XG, finally able to punch back. Yeah, it's a scary thing for the Tinker, right? When you're playing versus Storm, it's still the same thing as the old times. Didn't pop the BKB for an instant stun, immediately just flies out of nowhere and catches him. But yeah, Ame, finally able to get involved.
A little bit of something. That's something.
BKB also finished up for the Spirit Breaker. Little something extra, but wow, yeah, Laurel, 28 galvanized at 31 minutes, one of the highest I've seen. BKB now for Collapse as well. Multiple different ways to save Rue.
Tinker's coming in. They want to try and help him out. They won't be able to save him. Rue goes down. XXS gets the vacuum wall down onto Collapse. Lal, he just goes straight into the midst of them all. They'll put the BKB. They'll look over towards the backlines, try and get rid of the Wyvern first. Ghost Scepter buys some safety here for X-Nova, but he will not be able to get over the tree line. X-Nova goes down. They do lose Collapse.
Ame.
The Curse Crown onto him. Not Me on his own will not have enough damage, surely. No, indeed, the laser comes in, blows him up. XG keep Ame alive this time.
Nice little plays there, XG. Striking back, forcing a buyback even from Rue, as we see there. Starting to get the ball rolling, starting to get these kills for Ame. The levels are starting to come in for him, which are very important. Up to 19 now.
Definitely starting to see signs of a bit of a swing back in XG's favor. Still going to take a few more mistakes from Spirit to sort of allow Spirit, but allow XG to kind of get that lead.
Next most important thing is going to be contesting that Roche.
Yeah.
If XG can somehow get that Roche or steal the Aegis away from them, would be massive.
And they'll certainly bring that team fight to them.
Oh yeah.
They will not sit back and let that one go for free.
The straight up 5v5 engagements, if they do have those numbers there, they can take those fights rallied around the Darkseer if they get the connections. Ame just can't start this fight. Can't get caught solo at the start of these things, as we've seen a couple times now.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be super aware of Yotoro's positioning in these fights now. With the Silver Edge pretty much done. Yeah, there it is. So having a further answer here to the Spectre if Ame doesn't get kind of a clean entrance and kill into the fight.
Okay, Roche, it is up. Tormentor, going to be the choice there for XG.
Not the quickest and easiest Tormentor.
They're not killing it the best.
But they'll slowly but surely take it down. Shark goes the way of X-Nova.
Yeah, they TP out immediately. Dangerous position to be that low. What is it, 7k kind of swingish, or 6k in the last few minutes? Does mean that the Roche is probably left open for Spirit to get. I don't know if XG makes it there in time now. They're getting a little scared though.
Yeah, Spirit expect that some sort of team fight is going to be heading their way. They know that all the ultimates are up from XG.
They might catch them off guard, because XG might think that they're finishing that Roche and they might just get caught because of this movement. Maybe that's what Spirit's trying to set up for here. Smoking themselves, walking out. They're going to go into him.
Collapse. The end of the silence. Fear coming in from the side here, on towards them. But XXS got the BKB off first. Heads in forward, trying to find some sort of setup here for the wall. Curse momentarily locks down Lava, not for long enough. He already got the BKB off. Collapse taken into the tombstone. They'll keep him alive. Ame just gets shredded by Yatoro. He tries to turn up to the fight, but now at this point, Yatoro with the Silver Edge has easily enough damage to clean up the Spectre with no questions asked. XXS taken down. They don't get anybody. The tombstone save coming in clutch there from Rue to keep Collapse alive.
Just super heads up, right? XG probably thought that they were finishing the Roche. They do that smoke play, they get out, and they catch the perfect target, right? They catch the Wyvern on the front line, gets the curse off, but it's on a single target. Don't have the rest of the follow-up. And Ame just gets evaporated. Yatoro, I believe, gets the Silver Edge hit onto him. Rue?
Yeah, we'll see again here.
Yeah, right on the front line. They catch literally the dream.
They didn't expect to sort of find them at this angle and in this position. And you see for a lot of the fight, XX just kind of runs down in the river. He's trying to find some sort of dream setup here for the vacuum ward. Just couldn't really find it this time. And yeah, the damage from Yatoro when he gets that free sort of angle to just lay down the damage into the Spectre.
Solo
doesn't stand a chance right now, Ame.
Oh, solo kill, but he's going to lose his life for it. Gets 1,000 gold for killing Collapse, but then ends up giving a lot there to Yatoro as well.
It's all right. With that Aegis, easily able to buy time until he has the BKB online. And then at that point, he's also going to be very hard to kill. Not really, for the same reason they don't have the lockdown to stop the storm. They don't really have the lockdown to kind of stop him from getting the BKB off. So this drought also going to be super hard to kind of guarantee a kill against in the team fights.
And there's just a lot of attention. There's a lot of problems that Laurel is honestly causing with how big he is this game. Won't be able to steal this one. Not me. We'll have to back away.
Radiant are scanning.
And not me also considering treating himself to a dagger.
Yeah, strange baby. Inching forward, trying to get some information. Expected the ward.
Yeah.
He's got the blink, he's got the Yules. Doesn't get the Yules off.
Let's see how much time he could sort of buy for himself there. Well, the Shadow Remnant and the blink. And he's still under vision.
Oh. SB ult. No, we got him.
Spirit. See where they want to go to next. Ame does have the next big pickup. The Scardy's done.
Not really into too much healing, of course, but good versus these ranged heroes. Soul Rip, sure, it'll reduce a little bit of it here, but Laurel, 25 has been hit with Conjurer's Catalyst. So the timing, Laurel, besides already having literally the best game I've seen from him in a long time, one of the best Storm Spirit games, period, he now has the literal best timing too. And Yatoro, the bauble with the attack speed plus range. Ame will be able to pop the Lincolns away. And yeah, of course, we do have to point out that they did give the Aegis again to Yatoro, not the Storm, who's beyond godlike, and it's a Storm Spirit.
They're like, he's not going to die.
Says a lot. Continues to show that Laurel does not feel the fear. Close to that 25, also on Yatoro. Lotus now for Collapse. A little bit extra protection versus this annoying Tinker. Tinker hates to play versus two of these items, and it's Yuos and Lotus in particular.
Difficult game for nothing to say.
Cool. Goes for this Krullas. A little bit extra protection for himself as well, too. But still, as we're seeing, it's hard for them to make these kind of like individual plays. He's going to go for a Hex next, because it's really just the Spirit Breaker who can make these plays, as we're seeing still.
And they buy themselves enough time. XG. Spirit looking pretty unstoppable right now.
And Laurel just hunting. He's looking for something. He wants to catch somebody with this Catalyst. He's going to be doing so much damage in these fights. Darkseer now, Aghanims is finished up, so extra little bit here for XXS to get on top of the Drow.
See, if they can land the team fight down on the Drow, could cause an issue for Yatoro.
1 minute left on the Aegis. Oh my god. That was very dangerous. Might still end up dying here, FY.
No TP for 30 seconds.
They catch him with the vision, they do.
BKB will not save him. No way to get out.
No. And even more kiting, right? If he gets to the disperser as well, too, Yatoro's gonna have they're gonna have so many ways to reset, get in and out of the fights.
Might make a go for nothing to say, but no, he'll clear the wave, get out immediately.
You can look at the way that they're playing. Everyone's in the base on the side of XG. They're terrified. They're just trying to force these waves out, trying to get some extra, but Spirit really limiting what they can do. Okay, Age is gonna get reclaimed. Spirit Breaker respawning. See what XG wants to do.
I'm queuing up the BKB, very much feeling that that fight's going to come, that he just has to be able to kind of get involved in and have some sort of chance against the silence and control. Spirit.
Daytime for a few moments, so Spirit kind of just chill, but XG still, they really can't get outside too effectively here.
They're terrified.
They really are.
They are continuing to just sort of hover right outside the base. They'll leave the base now.
Spirit
unit.
Spirit starting to maybe discuss these other items as well too. We see, I think, the Lotus for the Willow as well now starting to get queued up.
Okay, and actually getting the Basher a little early in the build, right? So opting away from the BKB, looking for something a bit more on the offensive.
More greed. Something to go through these BKBs as well to maybe get that extra lucky catch.
Sure. I mean, they need the lockdown.
They need it for Laurel.
You get a few bashes on Laurel, maybe they'll do it. Yeah, and indeed the Abyssal eventually. So between that, if they get the Abyssal on the Spectre and the Hex on nothing to say, they can start to have those answers.
Yeah. Laurel has a lot of regen, so it's going to come back very quickly here. There's that disperser.
Hey, it's all right. Continue to be about 10k ahead of the farm of Arme Spectre.
Pretty wild. Next rush again, right? 1 minute. Spirit perhaps chilling until they do that, have that, because Collapse also getting close to another very big item. Actually probably has it if he sells the drums away.
Should do so here to free up the slot.
Yeah, pretty much finished up, and that's going to make the Tinker's game a lot harder, the Wyvern's game incredibly difficult. Next Nova's positioning is going to have to be pretty much perfect in these fights. No way to really protect yourself versus that Nullifier. Ame will be able to deny away at least that amp damage away from Team Spirit.
But no risk going down for that one.
No. And even a Nullifier for the Storm Spirit, so yeah, just difficult for these backliners. And this is also, of course, for the Tinker too, right? So getting rid of that Krellas. Roshan 20. Smoking up, looking for a catch. They still have a ward on the top side that might give them some information for a jump here. See if it does. Okay, they do see the Wyvern. I think they got a glimpse of the Darks here for a second too.
Bilal.
Look at this clash.
Dodging each other.
Maybe Spirit looking to try to claim some type of high ground positioning for the fight here. Get some extra wards down. Roche, 25 seconds.
Okay.
Also controlling Secret Shop area a bit there too, so getting the Hex for nothing to say. Not yet, of course, but can be a little difficult perhaps.
Because he's quite close to the gold for it.
25 soon for Collapse. They're about to have 3 level 25 heroes to just the 1 25 on XG. It's real. The supports are actually higher level than the Darks here, even on the side of Spirit. That's nuts.
Just been involved in so many of the kills. So many of the plays here, not me.
Waiting outside this Roche. It's going to start shifting in about a minute. It's a regen rune bottom. Strong one for Laurel. Nami forces the roar. I was wondering what he was doing.
Seems like they know, though. You know, they're not kind of jumping straight in to see if anyone is in the pit.
As long as they can just keep throwing essence distillers into the pit, get that information. So, I mean, the great thing about this item is you don't have to commit to look inside the pit at times. Another smoke coming out here. It's about to be nighttime as well, too, on top of having Dark Ascension ready. So the fight for Spirit is going to get stronger as well, too, in the next 15 seconds. Right, here we go. Roche is shifting. Laurel does find that regen. Are they going to go for the kill?
They take
they're going
take it
for
quickly.
Oh, this is heads up.
Oh. Well, it's going to start moving.
I was going to say.
Okay, not quick enough to do it before he starts moving.
I was going to say, the problem is that they don't really have stuns to keep him in place that we have seen a lot of the teams do it. So, but the idea was cool. The idea is the right one.
Radiant's top tower.
Well, they're probably going to want to follow up on that because otherwise they just kind of set it low for Spirit to finish it off.
But they know that Spirit has control of this triangle area. It's very dangerous for him to shift into that high ground. XXS.
Oh, they do it the full abyssal on Arme.
Okay, he's committed his gold though. That means no buyback. Force the roar again. Laurel jumps.
Gonna make the jump forward. They turn quickly over the gust. We'll see Arme jump over to the side of the fight, trying to get back in on the squishies. What's the BKB looking to chase Yatoro out at the action? They'll turn for the tombstone. Arme will go for the kill on Rue. They've killed off the Undying. They've taken out the tombstone. Zip forward for Lyle. Gets his hands on. Nothing to say. The Curse Crown connection hits onto the two of them and collapses in on top of them, beating them down. Sets up for Lyle to get the triple, who's still got mana to zip over towards XXS. They'll line up the kill against the Darkseid. Ultra for Lyle.
What a beast.
And they've used 3 buybacks for this XG. They need something.
Yatoro hasn't
come out
died.
of this.
Yatoro didn't even die. He was able to reset. Laurel's regenning the mana.
I mean, we sort of saw the jump with the Haunt at the start. I think he just went fully over to the Dark Willow. They got the Dark Willow. Arme will get the Aegis pickup. The Aegis is in his hands. Can he kill off Lyle? They will. Finally, Lyle dies.
So much.
Arme puts it into the street. I'll catch Rue as well up here on the cliffs.
He's stuck.
All right, they might have to use the 3 buybacks to stabilize the action, but they did get the kill out on the Roche. They got the Aegis. Can they get Arme out, though? Yatoro trying to fight here, 2 versus 3. They'll back off for now.
Yatoro trying to find a safe place to disengage and TP out. Actually, doesn't even TP.
They find any of them trying to escape. To get eyes on Not Me for a little bit of time, but he get the blink off.
Oh, this game crazy.
All right.
A lot of buybacks. They will be able to get
3 buybacks, right?
Yeah, but Arme, I think he got the last hit also on Laurel, so he got like 1,000 gold extra.
I think he might even have got the last hit on the Roche as well. They got the Roche kill, they got the Aegis, they got Arme that opportunity to bring down Lyle.
It was close to because I think Laurel, he got the cheese, used it, almost survives because of it, but then that extra little bit of lockdown. Even though they're at that 14K deficit we're seeing, they can't take the fights if they do use excessive buyback.
Yeah, it's a massive fight.
And that was their biggest fight yet of this game, it feels like. So.
Absolutely. It's you know, Arme's now got himself back into a position where he's beginning to close in on Yatoro's farm. Still a fair way to go.
The way the fight started, too, it looked like it was going to go extremely well for XG, and then it just got super complicated. Yatoro was able to distance himself, and they were honestly so split. That's where Spirit was able to get success. But then after those buybacks, XG able to at least secure themselves that Roche for Arme.
Next pick up for Yatoro. It's just going to be the Agnum's Blessing. Big items flying out there on the other side of things. Butterflies picked up as Arme takes apart that Radiance, gets the Butterfly and the Nullifier ready to slot in for the next team fight.
He's hitting critical mass.
He is.
He's getting to that point.
This is the point where things are scary for the lineup of Spirit. Now, we saw Spirit for the first kind of 40 minutes or so of this game have this dominance. It gets harder to enforce at this stage of the game against a Spectre that has now got his build online, Arme.
But they can't bring the numbers, right? That's one thing. With all these buybacks used, that's what Spirit can bring these buybacks and can still fight back versus it, of course. Nami dropping dangerously low. We'll be okay, though. Yatoro, he gets the shard for free. Arme with 2 minutes of this Aegis, though. Should be able to finish up toward maybe even that next time.
Yeah, what does he want to go for next? He'd have to get rid of the treads.
Yeah. It is a disperser.
Yes, yeah.
Probably, so we'll have to see. Smoke up, Spirit. Still perhaps feeling confident into just taking the fight if they can find heroes isolated. Because overall, we did see, like, that fight, it got so split up that they did have that success. Laurel getting the ultra kill. It was the numbers, as we said, for XG was necessary for them to come in with that success at the end.
Out on the map. If Spirit finds someone.
And XG.
Nothing to say. He's thinking about coming in to help out. He will not. They have to just let the Spirit Breaker die.
I think he saw more.
No, they want to try and make this fight happen. They come with the counter play. Arme jumps over towards Yatoro, but the fear for not be catching onto XXS, and Arme pushes them back, allows Yatoro to bail out of this one. They'll kill off the Wyvern.
In the tombstone.
See if they can get the chance to finish off FY. They can. Yatoro ready to turn for more. Looks over towards Arme. Arme trying to close back in on towards Yatoro, but he's gone the once. That's the Aegis pop. They're trying to kill off Yatoro. XXS in on towards him. He'll slide out the pit. The Soul Rip Heal comes in. Yatoro survives. Turns. Shoots down Arme a second time. Triple kill for Yatoro. Everybody dead on XG.
They didn't even have to buy back anybody. I mean, Spirit sometimes with the way that they use these team fights is insane.
And that might be that. Everybody's dead. No buybacks available on Extreme Gaming.
Holy, I mean, look at the damage from Laurel and from Yatoro.
They just couldn't kill him. They couldn't kill Yatoro there.
Huge heal.
Just sort of slip sliding all over the place. Again, an insane fear coming in from Not Me that kind of bails Yatoro out of that initial attempt that XG were throwing at him. And they know they can close the game up now, Spirit.
And then Rue, right? The heals, the tombstone.
GG.
Wow. All right, Spirit. They are so beautiful to watch in team fights.
That's crazy. Yeah, a great game from Spirit. A little bit of a pushback from XG around that Roshan. But Spirit, they did not care one bit. They knew with those buybacks expended, their team fight was still going to be strong enough, and the potential to keep Yatoro safe and alive into a fight where Arme, he was the one with the Aegis. He had the 2 lives. It didn't matter. They get through him 2 times.
Yeah, it is super impressive. And we do see right here, I mean, Not Me having an insane game on the Willow, I have to be honest. Laurel, beyond godlike, obviously the MVP, but this guy putting an argument for it with this Willow play.
Crazy stuff all around the board there from Spirit. They take game 1 here against XG.
Somehow, when these two teams go head-to-head against each other, they always deliver, and this game 1 of this series was no different. This was a great first game. I think everybody's already excited, looking forward to game number 2, but let's, like the players that we saw on Extreme Gaming just on the graph screen, we want to also try to break this game down. Here's some of Saber Light Fly and Jenkins. Jenkins, this was a great one. Where do you want to start?
Oh, geez, where do we start? I mean, first pick Drow Ranger.
Yes.
And they managed to make it work. Like, Spirit is just really confident that they can play around him in the game and in the fights. And we saw it in the last fight. Like, all of the eggs were in the save Yatoro basket, and even into an Aegis, it's enough. As long as they're playing really well. There was a lot of, like, really high-level plays in this game, which we will get into. Stuff with baiting Roshans and other cool things like that the Spirit were doing. The game was not easy for them.
No.
But they clutched.
They clutched, and that's the way I guess they normally do it. From the laning stage, oh no, I'm going to start different, because Saber, you were critical about the Night Stalker pick. As the Night Stalker player, this is, of course, bearing a little bit of extra weight there. How'd you feel he did?
Yeah, I was, but just like a chef, it doesn't matter what kind of ingredients you have, as long as you know how to cook. And I would say Collapse cooked.
Yeah.
He cooked real hard.
Approved.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, like, you know, is it good NS game, is it bad? I think they played really well, especially in the early game. They made it work. They somehow won this lane, which I did not think can happen. And yeah, I mean, if you manage to win the lane, then it's a good hero.
I think it says something about a Spectre Wyvern lane if a Night Stalker is... I think they had like 2 kills by 5 minutes, and then it's nighttime, and Night Stalker has like 1 kill, 1 assist. How are you going to lane there against this guy?
Yeah, I think we all expected the lane to go a little differently, and I mean, Collapse saw the vision. You know, he asked for it, I imagine, and
Ame saw the vision too when he daggered Collapse.
Next Nova saw it too.
Everybody saw everything this game. It was just map hack for everybody, pretty much.
But that makes it all the cooler that the fights that we saw, I feel like both teams at times went just all in.
Yeah, I think the fights were really cool to watch this game, and I think Laurel, being our MVP is very much justified. I think he had a standout performance. He was able to just snowball the game, and when Storm snowballs, he gets all these like galvanized stacks, and he's just a menace on the map, and he was able to open up most of the fights. The team fights were crazy because, again, everybody had vision of everything. It was like a saving private Yotoro versus like everybody trying to get on top of this drow and take her down. And we had some really clutch saves with the tombstone. We had a lot of like really nice terrorizes by Not Me, and it was a really cool game to watch in terms of how the team fights played out.
Yeah, we had 2 MVPs, I guess, in mind that were a bit fighting against each other. Laurel, obviously great, only down the ones, but Yotoro, you gotta respect the first pick draw there too, and the way you delivered Saber.
And Tal said it. Ame will want the draw now.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, seems so
Here
nice.
we go.
I somehow wasn't able to kill this draw with a Spectre and Darkseer and Spiritbreaker. I honestly could not believe that they weren't able to get him in these last few fights. It feels impossible. You have the Haunt, you have the Vacuum, and yeah, Team Spirit just played so well. They protected him, they like kited them around, they picked off the supports, and they won these team fights, even though I don't think it should be easy at all to play against the Dire Draft.
In your guys' experience, I want to know, is there any credence to one team like Spirit saying, if we play the saving private drow strat against Extreme, we think we are just better at team fighting than they are, and that they will not win if this is the sort of game that they play? Is there this like thought process when it comes to drafting versus a specific team that you force them into some strategy that you simply think you are better at handling than they are?
I think for sure there's probably some of that going through Spirit, because I think both of these teams excel at team fighting. I think I would say it's one of Extreme Gaming's also strengths.
It is.
And Spirit is just that confident in their drow strategy that I think they're fine going toe to toe when it comes to team fighting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we saw the drow at some point die in a team fight, which Fly you wanted to highlight, and drow did die.
Yeah, I think this fight was around the 20-minute mark, and honestly, this could have been Extreme Gaming's fight, even though Spirit gets the jump, and I think this was about the same time where Spectre was about to get the Radiance, but I think he jumped before actually getting the Radiance on him, and so Spirit gets a jump, there's a counter initiation by Extreme with the Spectre, she then gets the Radiance delivered mid-fight, but it's kind of too late, and all this time we talked about the Tombstone, and this Tombstone is just a menace. There's so many zombies on the map, nobody's touching it because their heroes are not equipped to deal with Tombstone this early in the game, that this kind of led into snowballing the game from Spirit's point of view, because that Radiance fight for Spectre, it has to be a clean fight.
Yeah, it was very painful, because at that point still I think a lot of people were like, Extreme Gaming, they're doing well, nothing to say on a stinker, having a decent game there as well, but yeah, that was a rough moment. There was another rough moment. Jenkins, you want to highlight a little bit of a carry diff situation potentially?
I think it was the Roche double roll the clip so I can remember. They went in and they hit Roshan, so it roared, and then this forces XG to go check the pit, but Spirit actually smoked out and went for the kill here. And finding X-Nova as your first target as a Night Stalker, like literally he didn't even blink. It was just X-Nova was in the front because they did not expect for Spirit to be making this play. Yeah. Spirit tried to do the same thing again later with Nami going into the pit, hitting Roche, so it roared, and Extreme did not take the bait that time. But little plays like this, like we saw this in the first series as well, Falcons doing things like this, where instead of just running into Roche and going for the Aegis and doing like the typical play, they do the subversive thing. And it's just beautiful to me, because it only works against really good Doto players where they're like, we cannot give this Roche away. Like, we're gonna lose the game, so we need to go. But Spirit's predicting this, and they do the 5-head play of smoking into them.
And that caused for us to watch some great Roshan fights. And around minute 46, Saber, there was one of those exactly.
Yeah, I wanted to look at this team fight because that's one of the few Extreme team fights that they won. So I wanted to look at what exactly happened. They got the Draw Ranger, they got the Vacuum on him, but they weren't able to finish him once again. I think he Shadowbladed away and they didn't have the vision on him. So now he just runs away. You can see him on the left side. He's just shooting the Darkseer. He's just about to die. to an illusion, Tinker stepping in, and no, you just killed the illusion. They bought back 3 heroes for this, and I think they still weren't able to completely take it because they just kited them so well.
Yeah, they still got the A's at the end, but I think those 3 buybacks, because the fight we saw of them afterwards, that was the fight where they did not have any buybacks left, and that was just the nail in the coffin for that one. But yeah, we do see the attempt of Collapse stealing the Aegis, but Ame still gets his hands on it, so that's good for them. But this was of course moments away from disaster.
He did get Refresher Shard there, by the way, on Collapse. So
okay, he got something.
That's always nice. Yeah, that third or fourth Roche, whichever Roche that was. It has all the juicy loot. Like you have to go for it on someone. So even if you die.
To be fair, it was big that he stole the Refresher because a double haunt could be big problem for Radiant, or even double vacuum with double wall. So even though they maybe not necessarily lost the fight, even though they didn't get the Aegis, at least they stole the Refresher and they forced 3 buybacks. So this was really a nice fight for Spirit in the end.
So how do we feel about going into game 2 with the first game under our belt? What lesson? I mean, we know the Drow Ranger lesson, and I would be surprised if it doesn't get picked first phase.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Battle of the Drows now.
Yeah.
We'll see if they have first pick on Extreme. True. If they do, it'll be very funny if they just click the Drow Ranger, and Ame is gonna turn up for that one. I think Ame had not the best game this one, so I would like to see him having a better lane. Be set up for a more successful game, basically. I want to see the Ame versus Yatoro showdown.
Proper.
Yeah.
I love that this is not analysis of any Dota or what is meta. It's pure psychology. And it sounds like conjecture. It sounds like it shouldn't be true. But from what we've seen from these players after all of these years, I actually believe it, dude. I feel like you're manifesting it's going to happen. This is going to be the Drow Ranger series.
There's a cooking class and there's a psych analysis here, so I don't know what else we're missing. Maybe some Dota analysis, but besides
potentially. That's why I'm here. No, it's all good. I'm curious to find out because I feel like both series, this is a second series on this stream, we've got mini metas in the series developing. So
very different.
Yeah, it's incredibly different. It's night and day almost from the LGD Falcon series that we saw.
It's really nice to see. I think it's like a TI thing.
Okay.
Because teams have more time to practice. They usually bootcamp for a bit longer for TI. So teams will have different ideas of what is good. And I think these first few days of TI, people just kind of go in with their own ideas. And then I would imagine it gets a little bit more conjoined as the tournament goes on. People start to realize okay, I was wrong. I wanted this hero to be good, but I guess we do need to play some Necro or whatever. But yeah, these first few days of TS is always the most exciting. People just pick random stuff, gyros mid, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm hoping to see some more crazy stuff.
Speaking of that, we really didn't break down the Tinker that much.
We didn't, but it kind of did look decent.
It looked, with how much farm he had, though, I feel like it's not supposed to just look decent. Okay. It's supposed to do a lot and be a menace. And he just was kind of a non-factor.
The hero it's a strange one because he sucks so much farm on the map from everyone, right? He's going to take the Ancients, he's going to push every wave, and then it really depends on what he buys. And I'm not a Tinker expert. I don't really know if Dagon is a thing that people do right now. I know you buy Ags at some point. I know you buy probably BKB at some point. The Dagon, I'm just not sure how strong it was this game. We can kind of look at the items. And he also bought a Crozier, which we talked about. I don't think it was a really good anti-healing game, but I think he just bought it for the sake of the Ghost Scepter, so he could survive. It was weird. I actually don't know if this build was that impactful.
It just... I'm not a fan of one of the issues with Crozier, to me, is the fact that it does not stack with BKB, obviously. At least the Ghost component doesn't. If you're BKB, you can't go Ghost form. So there are these fights where you're getting hit by both physical damage and you don't want to get stunned, and you have to press both, and the Crozier is just useless if there's no anti-healing that you're doing. And Undying, I guess, is the anti-healing hero that you're playing against.
Yeah.
I would imagine I would wish he buys Shiva instead of the Crozier.
Yeah.
You at least have the armor, and then you can just Shiva everybody. But yeah, my Tinker's a little worse than his.
I also think it was also I had an issue with the draft when I saw Darkseer and Tinker.
Yeah.
I think they just don't play off each other. There's no real synergy. I think the Spectre, again, it was a bit greedy, and the Spectre ended up losing a lane, which I thought he should do better. But the Tinker was also not set up for success. I think when you have a Tinker, it's a Tinker draft, very much like Drow Ranger. You need to be able to have this Tinker cast his spells in a fight. And Darkseer's Spectre, while they give vision, it's not like a stun that goes in, right? It's just like some chaos manifesting in the fight.
Because he picked Tinker into Storm, right? He knew what he was going to lane into, and it's not just Storm, like Drow and Dying Willow were also known at that point. He should have done better then, or no?
If he's picking it, I mean, that's what I was thinking is that, okay, I'm not a Tinker expert here. You know, this guy's the best Tinker in the world. He picks it into Storm. Maybe there's something with the shard there, but we end up giving Laurel MVP, and he's got 22 kills. Like, just it looked like old Storm versus Tinker, which is just devastating for Tinker.
Yeah, and maybe it's exactly as Saber says, where, you know, maybe on day 2 it's like, well, I really wanted Tinker to be a better hero, but it just might not be the case. But you gotta go through that day 1 to figure that out proper.
True. You just kind of roll with the punches, and then eventually something will click, and then just keep picking it. That's how Falcons do it.
Just trying again.
Ever since Amar got his 10-minute win against Vici with his Necro, they just love picking it. So I think whichever team, you know, now you saw Spirit win with the Draw Ranger, and I'm sure they'll just pick it again if they give if they're giving the chance.
Yeah, why not? You just go again, but potentially also we'll see something entirely different. Who knows? These two teams, you know, they might just change it up and have something else prepared for game number 2. And especially keeping in mind that Yatoro does generally like playing different carries every game. And this is not just, you know, the thing from when he won TI in 2021, but also recently in many tournaments, his hero pool is very wide. He normally doesn't play hero more than once or twice. I am going to be very surprised if he's playing Drow Ranger 2 games in a row, as we are nearing the draft of game number 2. We will have Extreme Gaming this time on the Radiant side and Team Spirit on the Dire side, so we did change that around, including Team Spirit being first pick for this game, so a complete swap of what the teams had from that previous game number 1. In terms of bans, also a lot of difference because of it. We still have Extreme banning out the Invoker, but they are the ones having to ban out the Dream Protector. They also ban out the Lina, and it is on the side of Spirit that they'll ban out the Largo, the Darkseer, and the Keeper of the Light. And I want to try to focus a little bit on that because those 3 seem just out of normality. Or is that just respect coming in from the Darkseer from the previous game because it didn't win?
It did look good against Drow, though.
Okay.
He was actually doing a pretty good amount of damage with the normal punch illusion and the wall illusion. It's just if there was any, like, lockdown on Yatoro, if they could just somehow catch him in the fights, they maybe could have killed him with the Darkseer. You're kidding.
Well, there we go.
All right.
And now the Darkseer ban also makes sense because you want to first pick this Drow, and you don't want to get Darkseer on 9 because Darkseer is just a strong hero. I think Extreme could easily pick it there.
I was getting hyped up that Yatoro is going to play something else, and we get Drow and Extreme. But all right, so it's round 2. What do you have this time? You know, like Darkseer's banned. Maybe XXS should just pick his counter immediately because else it might get banned. So I think Saber, you like Centaur against Drow Ranger because of the Stampede.
I think he should Centaur here. You already see your lane. It's good.
Okay.
But to be fair, Team Spirit second phase banned the PL right after they picked a Drow. So in their heads also, you know, it's a bit of a counter.
What is going on out there in these scrims, bro? This is not what the previous 2 tournaments looked like at all.
This is crazy because I think Phantom Lancer, usually he cares more about the mid and the off lane more than the carry. I think it's very hard to get a good carry matchup against Phantom Lancer, just straight 1-to-1. You more care about the heroes mid, like an Ember Spirit or a Puck, these like anti-illusion heroes, or on the off lane heroes like, I don't know, Necrophos, which is, I guess, banned, Timbersaw, etc. So this is very interesting, and I guess both the carries are like, all right, come at me, you know, and I'm gonna pick my Drow. Let's see what you got, Ame. And Ame's like, okay, Phantom Lancer. It is what it is, just one-on-one.
It is very,
I guess, a million against versus 1 in this case.
It is very in line with the personalities of the carries and the narrative that we've been building for 2 years about
I think
Ame.
it's just really funny that they're like, no, there's no, this is old news. There's no narrative here. And here we are with the 2 carries, first picks. I mean, that's just, It's
the beauty of Dota.
Yeah.
Now it also becomes a question, like, you see these 2 carries, they're both, like, quite exposed, right? These are, like, not necessarily first picks. So what do you guys think is, like, the more exposed hero? Would you rather counterpick a Drow or counterpick a Phantom Lancer?
I think you'd rather counterpick a Phantom Lancer any day. I think Drow is a very, like, you will make a Drow lineup work, and she's a very strong laner, and it's hard to punish her in lane. But I think Phantom Lancer can have some really bad matchups. Clearly, they don't agree with me, which is fine. It makes it more interesting for me to kind of see what they do with this PL. Yeah. And again, like, Collapse is having some kind of buffet here. Like, hey, man.
Yeah.
What do you want today, man?
Literally, like, pretty much all of Collapse's heroes are, like, hard counters to PL. Like, he can Timbersaw. That's amazing. He can Tidehunter. That's amazing.
Do we still like the Axe?
Yeah, Axe
is great.
Axe is probably the best, I would say. It's the strongest in terms of it's just a very good hero. And then it destroys PL in lane and in the game.
And we're going to find out what Extreme thinks is the strongest, because I would imagine, well, there's 2 options. Either they don't ban any of them because they feel like it's going to get countered anyway, or they ban out the one that's like, well, it definitely can't be that one.
And Axe is probably the best to run with a Drow out of the ones that we
I also think Centaur is good for both teams. It's good with Drow and against Phantom Lancer, but it's also good against Drow.
Ooh. They roofed the Timber, so they're like, that one is the one that we find the worst. And they pick up the Ember.
They just love picking cores.
They're okay.
They're asking for it, bro.
Yeah, this is wild. Okay, so now Spirit is like, we see 2 cores. We can just double pick our 2 cores. That could be fun. I don't know if they'll do it, but then you're just going to have all the cores immediately picked in the draft. And usually they're hidden, at least until later.
Fly, how happy are you if you are in a game and you have 6 cores on the board and you get to pick support? You know exactly what you're going to face. Does that make you happy?
Wait.
I love it.
Yeah.
This never happened.
It never happened.
I feel like this is such an Earthshaker bait. If you're Laurel, you get to Earthshaker against Ember mid, and then you're against PL in the game too.
It's good, yeah. It's good Shaker.
It's just a little weird with the Drow, because I guess you want something that's a little more active earlier.
Maybe the Puck could still be good this game. Puck against Ember is solid, and against PL it's very good. I mean, there's so many options. There's like 1,000 heroes we can name. Okay,
it's a buffet. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That's good against both the cores as well.
Rubik, let's go.
There we go.
Yes.
Oh, actually, why though?
I think it's a strong lane. You like root someone, and then once the root ends, you have the lift, and you lift them back into the
and
pit.
2 other reasons. 1 is very good against Underlord, so they don't want it counterpicked.
True.
2, if they do want to have a Shaker, they also don't want to have that counterpicked by the Rubik, and they still have the chance to pick a Shaker, because it's not like Extreme is going to pick Shaker in the next 2.
Nah, I like the logic where Rubik is great against Underlord, so you might as well pair it up, and it is a good laning duo together. I think now, if I'm Xnova, at least I kind of know what I'm playing against, most likely. So I would probably think about something like an Ench. Could be really good against Rubik, and you can pressure the map. You can gate on the Drow. I would like to see something along those lines. You can also kind of protect the PL in lane a little bit. So I'm thinking about the Ench for him. And then the other support, who do we have here?
Marana's
or maybe just pick the core, whatever. You see the Drow Ranger.
If we're picking cores anyway.
Let's go for the 3rd core at this point.
Just last pick FY.
The Dream. Let's take a look. It's going to be the Winter Wyvern once again.
Interesting. It's good harass against Underlord. It's like strong. I'm not sure how they managed to lose the previous lane. I think it's like very strong lane. And so is this one, to be fair. You just have like a similar core slash carry that has Q that deals damage and harasses, and you have Winter Wyvern that's just going to poke them again and again.
What's stopping Team Spirit from going back for the Undying in as their +5? Was that because it worked out so well in game 1 as well?
PL's like the most difficult hero.
Okay, so he's just going to kill Tombstone, so you don't want to feed him that.
Yeah, with Aghanim Scepter, you can literally just throw illusions on it, and you kill the Tombstone. That's one of the most frustrating matchups. But there's plenty of good melee heroes to run with the Drow. A lot of them suffer versus PL though. Like Clock also suffers against PL. He just killed the cogs.
Yeah, I think you just don't overthink the PL because I don't think it's your job to kind of deal with him if they go down their route of just picking a melee 5. I think you should just pick something that pairs well with Drow. So I'm fine with them picking Undying. And his job is just to secure the Drow lane, run around in the early game with his Rubik, and then late game, somebody else deal with the PL. I'm out of here.
Yep. We got the Willow coming out. We saw it in the hands of Not Me in the previous game. Had great impact, especially with the Terrorize later on in the game. So this time we'll be in the hands of FY.
I think Laurel has a very nice Puck 18 pick. Blitz loves talking about Puck 18, and now you finally have the option to do it here. They have no stuns on Extreme, except for Willow ulti, which is just never gonna hit a puck. So it's very free game.
Ooh. Now go for the much talked about IO, but this is a support, most likely.
Most likely,
yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate, but good nonetheless.
Interesting. So, but that would make it IO 5 most likely.
Yes.
So you have Drow IO lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Which is interesting. You can always reload out. They don't have much cancel for that either.
I think this Drow lane is pretty exposed because usually you want this kind of bodyguard type of hero with Drow, like the previous game we had in Undying.
Yeah.
But when I see a Drow IO, if I'm Extreme Gaming, my plan should be to attack that lane. If I'm pause 5, I will look to gate when it's possible. If I'm a mid laner, I want to rotate to that lane because it's two vulnerable heroes. They don't really have any way to escape until there's a relocate maybe. So I'm not feeling this IO. I'm curious to see what he'll do with it.
Isn't Wyvern an IO hard counter?
I wouldn't say it's a hard counter, but it is a good hero against IO because if you try to reload in, you get the curse immediately on multiple heroes. So it makes sense. And also Ember is a natural vessel hero, which is also good against IO. So I'm not sure about the IO. We'll see what they do with it.
It's also cool to see they banned ET on Extreme, so they are assuming that it's IO mid, and they will pick a 5. Which, to be fair, ET is good. I think that's like a nice melee pairing for the Drow.
We haven't seen ET in forever.
Yeah.
I feel.
And I'm also very surprised that Spirit did not ban the Centaur against Drow. They do have Underlord, which is nice. You have like percentage damage against the Centaur, and also Root is really nice. But I don't know. I think that's like a very solid pick for Extreme.
Well, we got the Phoenix also removed, which is another support. So I think maybe there's a bit of scrimming information showing here as well with Laurel potentially taking the IO for himself.
That honestly makes the pick make a lot more sense. Yeah. It feels quite sus with a Drow and against the heroes that Extreme already has, unless it's a core. If it's a core, then I don't think core IO really cares that much about Wyvern or any of the things we're talking about.
Yeah.
And this is the classic pairing, right?
Yeah.
But you did say it was not nice against PL.
It's not as bad as Undying. Like, Undying relies much more on the Tombstone, that you care more about the Tombstone dying than Clock cares about PL, like, focusing the cogs in the fight, I think Clock is fine against PL.
I also think they really needed some initiation, because if you look at their heroes, they have no way to start a fight. They have relocate in and gate in, but that's it. So they needed something like that.
Well, that's a Dawnbreaker last pick, and we've seen Dawn offlane many times. And we have talked early on in the day a little bit about the IO as a core. I just want you guys to reiterate what was said, and why is it now so accepted that it's like, oh, it's mid. Of course it is. It's like, yeah, because it changed. And this was what was rumored was going to happen. Core IO is back. Why?
I think IO, basically the talents were changed, where you get this level 15 talent where you have a lot of the spirits damage. I think you get like plus 55 or something like that. So the numbers are just really high for the damage that IO does. So you would just max spirits, you can farm really fast. Usually you would buy like Dominator into Ags and then either BKB or Heart, depending on the game. And the hero scales really well. You want one hero to tether. In this case, it's probably the Drow Ranger. And it's been looking really dominant. Like, you get ahead by getting more XP, more gold, and you just connect the fights with your relocate. So it's a global hero. They have 2 of those right now between the Underlord and the IO. I'm very curious to see how this goes, because I think this is a completely different game compared to our last one. Even though there's a Drown Ranger, it's such a different style that I'm very curious to see what Laurel does with this IO especially.
Yeah, because I don't think many people take Laurel as a guy that you would ever expect to play IO mid, right? Like he's always had his heroes that he's gone back to. I feel like when you're IO, a lot of the game is played around you. Like you're the linchpin of the team, and Laurel for Spirit is usually getting sacrificed and then just has a good game anyway. So IO, I don't think you can do that. Like you can't just give IO a bad game. IO's got to have a good game. So very interesting to see this pick.
Yeah, IO versus Ember, because IO is one thing. IO versus Ember Spirit Saber seems rough.
Well, I have honestly no idea how the matchup goes. I feel like on one hand, Ember should be very good. You get the vessel, you have the chain, so you can keep IO in place. But on the other hand, IO, he has his balls. They're going to be spinning around, hitting you. And I think it mainly depends on the math. If the balls are enough to break the Ember shield.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, how many balls do you need to break Ember?
My guess is
well, this conundrum, I think, can be solved potentially by our commentary duo. Let's head over to Only Pixel and Funked.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yes, getting ready for game 2 here between Spirit and XG. And indeed, the IO coming out in the mid for Lal.
Been seeing it a lot in the pubs.
Yeah, and something that we saw indeed on those final bans is that XG, it didn't catch them by surprise. They were like, okay, this is going to be an IO mid. Overall, what do you make of this? Because this was a draft where XG said, we're going to pick PL first pick. Did they get away with it, or do you think Spirit's got some pretty good answers to make this game tough for Arme?
I don't know. Actually, I know that this IO, the timing, the way that it plays with what people are talking about is you just get like these 2 items and you take over the entire map.
Oh, he's got that. That's why he's playing in mid. He's got the rare set.
Face.
He's got that rare set.
I don't know. I thought that they would actually put.
Look at that.
I thought they would address the PL actually a little more, to be quite honest with you. But I'll mention the ones that I was mentioning to you just earlier is Atrophy Aura versus PL. It's like all his damage is about that, just base damage. So it's going to reduce straight up 32% in most situations.
Yep.
And then Drow, you bypass armor. And it's all about that straight agility armor for the PL2. So you're going to be able to do a lot of extra damage onto him into the mid game as well, too. And there's itemization. You can go Aghanims on the Drow if you want to. So we'll have to see which build that we do see Yatoro go for.
Because, talk to me about the Drow lane as well. Because that last pick from XG, you were saying to me, you weren't completely sold on it. The Dawnbreaker coming out here against the Clock and the Drow.
I think I understand why, though. They're trying to match the global potential. They need something because this game is going to speed up very quickly. But I'm worried about the lane. I just think Dawn versus Clockwork sometimes can be kind of suicide, and even into Drow. You're this melee hero. You're putting yourself in position to get orb walked.
Not easy.
And you can never really use... You can't really use your Starbreaker that effectively as soon as the Clockwork hits 2. Has Battery Assault. He isolates you. You're in some trouble. So this is my lane to watch, at least for now. And then, of course, the mid lane, we'll have to see how the Ember deals with this IO, because I've seen some of these matchups. The IO just gets to be a bit too much for a lot of these heroes to deal with.
I mean, the panel was talking about it, but as you would say, then you think the balls are enough. Like, the spirits add up, and it's too much for the Ember to lane into.
It does feel like... I think I saw Quinn play this one the other day, and he did have some different... You feel like you can contest the IO.
You're just getting hit.
And you're just getting hit, and he's healing these creeps, even the slight that you're missing these extra CS. And even then, if you do, he just goes to the jungle and he farms insanely fast. That's the other thing. This hero just farms so fast.
And what are you buying? Is still what the helms, the hearts?
Helm into Ags, I think was the one that I saw
yeah.
most of them. I don't know if they do the helm in the mid, though. I think they don't do the helm in the mid that I saw. They usually do the helm as the carry.
Let's see what approach Lal has this game.
And let's see how the levels come in, because the thing about the Ember Spirit is you're good at reacting to the movement, because level 6 comes out for the IO, and he relocates almost instantly and will get a kill. So you have to have this mid laner that can react to it, so they at least do have that Ember that can be pretty strong versus it, at least in terms of reacting.
And for the first pick, PL Arme, how's his lane looking against the Rubik Underlord?
Quite a bit of damage, Nick, right? The Atrophy Aura plus the Fade Bolt, it actually can start to add up a little bit here, but I would say it's not the easiest lane down here for XG.
Nice, fair bit of spam.
Yeah, Spirit's got some good spam, some good ways to go for kills with the lift into the pit as well. Well, Clockwork. Level 2's been hit.
Okay, so now's the point where they can sort of mess with XXS when he tries to approach the wave.
Every time he steps up, yeah, you're going to eat like 2-3 hits. And if he does try to go aggressive, it just can be answered almost immediately. Yatoro even saving skill point.
I meant to go from there, but
dangerous.
Able to get either of the connections.
Hard to go for that aggressive play here. FY trading really nicely here versus Rue. Standing inside of those cogs, doesn't get hit by them at all. Actually gets vision there for a second. Okay, gets the hit off. Nicely done. Mid lane though, 15-5. The Ember's handling it. Level 2 Flame Guard's enough, it looks like, for now. Is still being kept a bit low though.
It's got the bottle charges at the ready. Nothing to say, so.
To be the other thing we do have to mention also is I haven't seen Laurel play this one as much, right? I know there's some absolute specialists on the IO mid, not playing in this tournament, of course, but it's like the Starry Bog and like some of these other crazy players in the pubs. They're just absolute specialists on it, so we'll see how Laurel does on it as well, too. I'd have to look to see how many games he has played on it, of course. Yeah, can't quite remove the level 2 Flame Guard with the level 2 balls.
And we'll, of course, have that very likely build-up that could be annoying for the IO.
Straight into that Vessel. Yeah, he's doing fantastic in this matchup right now, nothing to say. Ooh, Laurel missing that money creep, too. Business creep, not allowed.
And how much, is it going to be an issue when you look at Spirit's lineup in terms of ways to start a fight? As the panel talked about, they go for that clockworks. They do have some way of initiating and getting moves going.
Absolutely.
Outside of that, not too easy.
And he stepped up a bit forward here. Gonna commit.
Try and get himself at least away from the clockwork, and he'll be all right.
He's able to get himself out of there.
And not having too bad of a time at all.
No, not really.
The CS is looking pretty good, so certainly showing that he doesn't care about this Drought Clock combo in terms of the laning phase. He's doing very well against it.
Not getting punished by the batteries, not getting over aggressive here. 26-8, 15-2. Now this Flame Guard can easily be able to withstand it. I thought this was going to be, especially in this top lane, this is going to be harder for XXS. So a very good start here with the Willow.
Yeah, I think both this sort of top lane and mid lane, and bottom lane they will lose a life here as Notme's able to find the first blood, taking down X-Nova.
Say chasing down Laurel.
It's going to change back up in a couple of seconds, nothing to say.
Get the rune though. Well, for this.
It's going to get pressure pretty heavily and that'll take him out, nothing to say. So, yeah, the mid lane could start to be a bit of a problem. Nothing to say, getting pretty far ahead, getting the chance to get that solo kill against Lal. As you say, as an IO, you can still catch up.
Still can farm.
Very good farm speed in the jungle if you do get bullied out of the lane.
But that's a big deal. Now this Ember's going to be 6 super fast. He can start to make these aggressive plays onto the side lane. That is going to come earlier than, usually the IO hits that 6 just a bit earlier than a lot of other heroes, so. A beautiful play, beautiful start here for nothing to say in particular. But as we said, those side lanes, Dawn's doing okay. We are seeing them get kills and slow down the PL's farm. And now the Dawn.
This time around, they might have got the angle. They certainly do. Notme comes in with the TP.
Power rune spawning in about 10 seconds. They're going to make it there in time on the side of Spirit. He was going to find it. Shield rune top, Laurel. Won't be able to secure that one, and they don't make it in time either.
They could dive for Lal here.
It does hit level 6.
They were tempted.
Yeah, now that he can just reload out. And they don't have the greatest ways to cancel this relocate. Top. Reload comes in. Brew might actually just be getting saved from that heal there. Yeah, what are their ways to actually cancel the reload? It's actually extremely lackluster. Not the most stuns as we do see on the side of XG. Not the most stuns in this game in particular, really. It's a lift, it's a clockwork, and then it's a Willow plus Dawn Q.
If you're able to line up the Q,
Yeah, just...
Well, not the most reliable.
Oh, nothing to say with the shield rune, level 4 Flame Guard. Getting some good pressure here onto this tower. Even looking for the aggressive move onto the IO. Trying to slow down that farm, because as I said, as you're seeing, right? IO just backs up, can't clear the camp super fast. Does mean it's a lot of damage onto his tower, though.
On the bottom lane, do you think Arme's happy enough with how things are going so far?
I mean, yeah, probably happy enough, right? He anticipated this was going to be a difficult lane for sure versus the Underlord, so he's getting what he can out of the lane. Collapse, though, very happy. He probably expected this lane to go this way versus a Wyvern and PL. Not much they can do to threaten an Underlord by any means. Significant damage onto this mid tower, though, halfway. Not bringing anybody over there either to push him. Now Not Me is here, Ru as well with the cogs. But pretty much 3/4 of the tower gone. Staying around the area for the rune as well.
Yeah, if they can set something up.
Arcane rune bottom, they're gonna die.
In. Nothing to say. Ready for the jump forward. Spirit, they back off. We're getting some good cog control here, down on a Nothing to Say. We'll force him to remnant back, but a lot of damage continues to get done to the tier 1.
I think that last cog expired as it was if that cog actually hit Nothing to Say, it could have been dangerous. That might have burned the last of his mana there. We'll be able to get the Arcane Rune, though. We'll be able to persist with the aggression. They're forcing reactions around this mid. But Laro's just hitting the creeps. All in the meantime. Does have that first component pretty much done. But mid tower will go down. And he's gonna have, he's gonna pretty much have the vessel done as well.
It's gonna be a very quick timing.
Super fast.
Well, now with the brambles down, well, the back away. Chase forward coming in from Nothing to Say. Jumps in over the root.
Gonna get a neutral. Okay, tried for it with the rocket there. Good attempt. That's the vessel.
Yeah, already out. So a 9-minute vessel timing here for Nothing to Say.
That's going to be real nice. This game, getting it this early versus all 5 heroes is going to be fantastic. Even versus the tanky Underlord can be very nice.
Looking towards the top now.
Expecting a move, Ru. Looking to protect Yatoro. Well, he's having a very good time, right? 4,100 compared to the 3,500. He's getting a bit more freedom up there. He's able to stand his ground rather than getting disrupted or annoyed by some type of Underlord. Overall, XG, they have to be very prepared for these global movements, right? Fiend's Gate's online, the relocates at the ready too, so in an instant, there could be like 4 or 5 heroes on top of them. They do have Solar Guardian to respond, they do have the Ember as well too, but have to be ready for the movements before they happen. Daytime as well, now XXS. High damage.
Want to try and make a play up here. Once again, bringing the movement of Nothing to Say.
Getting some good tower damage. And with not really like the best tower hitting lineup, right? So getting these early towers is definitely very important for them. Ru.
Looking pretty dead.
Being very annoying though.
They will get him.
Took out, what, 700 of XXS's HP and his entire mana pool. Very annoying. It does get brought down. And much more of a farm game. You know, Spirit, last game we did talk about how they wanted to play that pressure game. This game, it does feel like they're more content with just hitting creeps, I guess.
Oh, for sure. They need time for the IRI.
At least until the 15 talent, right? Yeah. Until you get the Aghanims, the 15 talent, but honestly, Laurel...
Vessel's going to cause him a lot of issues. Oh, the Dukes.
He's going down.
Yeah, not happening.
2 solo kills from Nothing to Say.
Top lane. And we'll get XXS.
Why?
Gus comes out. Why though? Able to get the Shadow Realm off. Shouldn't matter. Collapse TP's in. Comes in with the gate.
Laurel, this time, is struggling, but his team making up for it with these rotations, shutting down the other lanes, making sure that Yatoro is still in a very comfortable spot. And Not Me making the moves. He's one of the few players that I'm very happy to see when he plays as Rubik. He's one of the best.
That's pretty decent steals this game, right? That has ended up being.
I mean, the support steals are always pretty good.
You're mainly looking at the supports, right?
Yeah.
But as I said, we saw how good of a Willow he played last game. He kind of gets to play a pseudo Willow this game. Gets some steals from FY.
I mean, support steals, and if you can ever get Solar Guardian, it can just change the entire game.
Oh, that's the big one, yeah.
And that can happen pretty easily, right? If he just lands into a cog, you can grab it, or lands into any type of disable. 2 components finished for Laurel, even though he has been slowed down, even though he's 1,700 behind. Ame, though, will start to accelerate. Yasha's finished.
And not losing the tower yet, so being able to hold on to quite a safe spot of the map down there in the save lane.
Very true. I've seen a lot of these tier 1s drop, and it does cause some difficulties for these carries. TP's over.
And if they can catch Lal, should be fine with the relocate coming off for there in a couple of seconds. He's out.
Oh, they're being annoying. And Rue, he has the hook shot in TP if he wants to go for it onto a creep. There's no creep, though.
There's no creep. And they'll curse him.
I thought it was too because I was looking at minimap. I just see the triangle for the neutral spawn. So I was like, oh yeah, he's going to hook TP. Oh, no, not the case. Does require them to use a curse, though. So it won't have that for the next move. They went up instead of going right. They could have potentially found Yatoro there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bot tower now starting to get some pressure onto it here. Okay, next success, he's just gonna go this build. I've seen XXS go a lot of different ones, but wants to be able to ensure that he can get some scaling. He's going Echo.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it always feels like such a value pickup on Dawn.
Of course.
Can feel kind of rough when you don't go for it and you skip it for the bigger stuff.
Always good to have Echo Harpoon. I mean, Harpoon in particular versus Drow can always have its merits. Same thing versus that IO. And IO's farming, though, even though he has those deaths, and his net worth is behind, at least the XP, right? You're seeing him catching up in terms of XP versus the Ember. And yeah, it really is. It's all about Ags and all about 15 timing, like it was in the past. Increases it by so much here. The fact that it's 50% is also insane, because I think...
That's a big percent. I know that you don't get 50% of many other things at level 15 on other heroes.
Because what I think originally the old talent at that TI was 55 hero spirit damage, but now it's
it was a flat number.
Yeah, now it's just a percentage, which can get pretty insane when you amplify. Bit of a slower game though. 6-5, as you said, it's going to be a bit more creep hitting this time around when it's a PL versus Drow.
Nothing to say. Getting to be very proactive. You know, last time we did see him get kind of insane numbers early on his farm and his levels. But on this Ember, as opposed to the Tinker, just able to do so much more with that kind of success out of the lane this time around in this game to get these kind of kills.
And he is going to go for the early BKB, right? Playing into the roots, playing into the Gus.
It is pretty scary.
It is pretty necessary, probably.
Yeah, I guess some members might have tried to get away with just a Yules.
We've seen Yules into Underlord is just setting up for disaster.
Oh, sure, that's true. I guess that's the main reason to not do it here then. Yeah.
I've just seen so many different builds where they try to forego getting the BKB, they go to Kaya, and then they just die like 5 times in a row before it. So
catch. Sets up another opportunity here against Rue.
Hey, they're just bullying Rue.
I mean, they are. I mean, there's
Ags on Underlord. They're going in.
Thinking about striking back. They'll look for a support trade, get FY.
That's the Ags going to be done for Laurel as well, too. So they're going to have these double Ags at the ready. Collapse, though.
Very tough kill.
They have a curse.
They do. But backup's coming in, not me. Turns up. He's got anything to help out. He does not. Collapse, taken out. Lal will be able to swing over in time to ensure that nobody else goes down, but the kill's found by X-Nova and Ame.
Hey, that's super nice for Ame, just to get involved this early on. For the most part in this game, he's just going to be hitting those creeps until he gets that Aghanim's timing, so getting that type of kill handed to him is very nice for Ame. Yet to die. Getting that space.
Yeah,
all right.
Neither guy.
Okay. I think this might be I was going to say this might be the first game I've seen a triple Aghanim's core. They have Ags Drow, Ags Io, Ags Underlord. That's actually so interesting.
Yeah, you don't, I can't even think of another kind of triple core that would do that.
Yeah, that's quite wild.
But makes sense, of course.
It does, right?
3 heroes.
For sure.
Nothing to say. So find himself another support pickup here.
Getting so much done here on December. Yeah, Very interesting stuff. But yeah, as you said, you can see absolutely why, right? IO goes the Ags, it's always good. Drow goes Ags when he's playing versus PL.
Yep.
And Underlord always goes Ags. So, cool. Very, very cool. And this Underlord overall versus PL, it's always going to be super annoying. Playing PL into this is not so fun.
FY. Nearly getting the fear off there at the end, but Brew and Yatoro having enough to take him out. Nothing to say. Couldn't quite get there in time that time round.
Rue's doing a very good job of being that body, right? I think every single time we're seeing a play happen when they're looking for Yatoro, it's just Rue catching. It's catching the smoke. Yeah.
Yatoro's been kept very safe on this top side of the map with those positionings.
Overall, Ame, as we're seeing, he is going to start creeping and soon probably surpassing the Drow if he's able to get this type of game where there's just no attention put onto him.
We've seen PL is a pretty annoying hero if it can get there. And they did it in a pretty bold way. Picking it as the first pick, but 18 minutes in, it's looking like it's paid off. Whatever kind of odds they have against this PL evidently hasn't been one that they've decided to exercise in the early game.
Yeah, but now they will, right? Like now with these triple Ags, it's absolutely the way to address the PL. So we'll have to see how he does end up dealing with it now that they're going to probably start looking to put a bit more pressure onto him and look for some kills even onto him if he does show. And both teams playing very cleanly here, responding accordingly. Less than 1K lead for the side of XG at the moment. And Ame just playing it very safe. Nothing to say as well. Not really going too crazy how far he dives. Goes for these plays until he has this BKB at the ready. Wants to ensure that he keeps himself in this comfortable position. That IO's gaining on him. Only 1K behind now. And actually ahead in the experience.
I think Lyle, he's going to be all right with this.
Yeah. And then he can go the BKB, and it is... then
you're not killing
all of it. Answers the Ember completely. And he'll have 15 talent with the BKB very likely, so Spirit is going to hit a timing that could be a little difficult for XG to fully prepare for. Not me.
Should be pretty dead hit. He's going to get some backup thought about at least, and then we'll try and go for the trades. And with the silence, the cog push back onto XXS, the fear, catch on the two.
Nice
beautiful curse. Given a bit of a chance here for XXS to back away, pull himself out with a hammer. He's going to live for now, and yeah, he's out of there. He'll survive as an excellent play there between the supports. FY setting up with the fear into the X-Nova curse. They lock him down, and they get themselves a couple of kills.
Jenkins said it, right? They did pick the IO into the Wyvern, comes in and just hands them a target to really go for it there. Good moves here, punishing the support. Not me playing a bit over-aggressive again. Ends up getting Laurel killed. We'll get a Tormentor quickly, though. Not me now. He can go for these aggressive moves. He has the shard to be able to protect himself. XG looking for a move. Can they find the Drow?
Be the dream catch here for XG, something that they haven't been able to find so far this game. Toro step ahead, does not overstay his welcome this side of the map.
Game super close on the numbers still. Rue looking for perhaps that Wisdom Steal.
It's going to be pretty tempting.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker's in the area though. Are they going to just are they going to actually bring the heroes here with the numbers?
They don't have Fiend's Gate back up yet.
They have reload, but nah, not going to be the case. He's out. Ooh. Oh, that was close.
That was nearly catching him there, FY.
Yeah, for Spirit, it's probably just going to be a wait for BKB for Laurel so he can be safe, but not going to protect him as much versus that curse still. So overall, still finding that Wyvern is going to be important, and in this game, they don't really have the best ways to hunt, right? They don't have this Night Stalker Storm. It's much harder to get on top of that back line.
Yeah, it's sort of just trying to find some awkward angle with one of the ults, right?
Yeah.
Getting the vision so you can either get him with a hook shot or having the chance for the Fiend's Gate just to come in straight on top of him and start the fight with Collapse closing in onto X-Nova.
A lot of it's going to be on that Clockwork to just give the information.
Yeah, with the flare spam.
PL lags online. Seeing that farm, about to surpass the Drow for the first time, and now he does. Ame
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
getting to be in a much better position, at least than he was in an Inspector. And let's see if he's going to be able to do it with the PL. Let's see if it is going to be able to deal with all these, you know, the Ags from the Drow, which is the end. So the Ags from the IO.
Another one here for nothing to say. I say that. The stolen remnants, well, nearly gets him out of there, but of course nothing to say with his own remnants to chase with.
Didn't end up placing the second one down during the remnant, so ends up getting caught from it there. BKB, though, that's done for Laurel. See if that's what they want to rally around. XXS also has his own BKB. Getting quite a bit of farm. Level 17, actually the highest level in the game. Even though we haven't mentioned him too much. Just quietly farming on the sidelines here. Yatoro.
Always a bit far up. Hookshot's there, though. He's got backup.
A lot of backup.
Rue comes in. The Fiend's Gate's out. Nothing to say. He's going to jump forward here with the remnants having to watch Yatoro, but the relocate's coming from Lyle as he tethers across over towards Yatoro. Gives him the chance to back away. As they'll be able to TP out on the Drow. Collapse will get left behind, so XG able to find at least one of the big kills, taking out the Underlord, but couldn't quite get Lal or Yatoro again this time. Just a little too slippery.
And now Roche, they still have that tier 1 alive. The fact that they have it, they can just bring all the numbers in spades to answer the Fiend's Gate plus the relocate. Honestly, XG is responding super nice versus this global lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't get the carry kill, but they do still get enough to set up for this Roche.
And it's a PL getting the rush, not the Drow lineup getting the rush, which is not what you'd expect, probably. Ame, feeling good.
Now, down the line this game, how good are their answers to the PL? You know, I feel like a lot of them are ones that kind of fall off, right? It is going to fall down to really the Drow, because there's going to be a point where, with the itemization of the PL, you don't really care about a lot of the other stuff that was kind of potentially having the chance of tripping you up earlier this game. You're going to feel very strong.
Eventual, like, Catalyst, right? When they do get it on the Underlord and the IO, that can start to, but it's gotten nerfed, right? Versus the Illusions in particular, it's not as busted as it once was. So yeah, it is going to be up to Yatoro to deal with him as the game does progress in this type of state. But his damage will be, you know, slowed down, though, right? Atrophy Aura plus Fade Bowl plus a couple of these other things, it is going to slow down how much we usually see. Because a lot of times you do see these PLs in the late game, PLs just get evaporated, but might be a little bit slower in this versus this lineup. Okay, lead now with the PL. XG probably feeling pretty damn good.
In a very, very good spot. And again, just impressive to see them be able to do this when they do open up the draft, as they did with the PL being the first pick. Fully exposed.
Toro. They get an early BKB out of nothing to say. They didn't really have, they didn't commit anything. Spirit could just smoke after this and look for a fight. Even though it's into the Aegis, might be something they consider since there's no BKB on that Ember Spirit. A bit difficult for them to do so. XG playing the split up of the map very nicely here.
They're very close to that Skadi.
And he always has just, double saves. He's got the Wyvern behind him. He's got the Solar Guardian as well, too, so playing very confidently forward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I know, it feels spooky.
It feels spooky.
We have seen these PLs many a time before. You know, Arme had a bit of a rough game one, but he's come back hungry here in this game too. He is locked in, and this PL at the top of the board.
Yatoro's prepping for that late game, though. He's got the Dormant Curio. Okay. He's building it up. And his, big timing, right? It is, if you can get to the butterfly for the Drow, because it is difficult for sometimes these PLs to deal with it, but it's going to take him quite some time. Has to go for a lot of these smaller items in between that he wants to have. Nice connection, XXS.
They're continuing to have no difficulty in killing the Clockwork. Not been an easy one for Rue. We'll lose FY elsewhere. I'll be able to come across and help, not me.
I like how XXS is just kind of, I mean, just farming, right? Like, he's not trying to make plays. He's not like, hey, guys, go do this, go smoke here, and I'm just going to, oh, no, he's literally just hitting the creeps and just joining in when he feels necessary. So making sure that he keeps very good scaling going for himself, too. Keeping up with the Underlord's farm, even staying ahead of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just been a lot of space on their side of the map, right? Because there's over 2 cores, the Ember and the PL. They can kind of push out pretty aggressively with their farm. So there's a lot to clean up across the map. So having the greedier offlane in this sort of game feels really nice for XG.
Yeah, both offlaners doing like the same exact thing, right? Like, they've got
space
into the fight. Yeah. Both have the space to be able to do so. Aghanim's now done for the Ember. And I like that XXS, with build he had queued up, the AC in particular, right? Playing versus the Drow, always going to have its merit. I believe that's what, very likely what he'll commit for next. 1 minute still left on this Aegis too. Not really too much gained out of it in particular. Gold just kind of stagnated. Barl going for a Wisdom Steal.
He's going to get it.
Ooh, he does!
Very close, but it's his, and he will be out of there. Yeah.
Has the Illusion Rune, nice little micro play, so he doesn't have to pop his BKB, is able to get out. Save the BKB for the fight. Double Shrine, more and more levels being acquired here for Spirit. They'll continue to be very close on the numbers, but yeah, the PL, right? You can still feel that fear.
You can only imagine this is sort of the game state that XG, when they pick the P out, we're hoping to be in a kind of 30 minutes coming up.
Yep, and now they find Collapse as well, too. Yeah, a lot of the games I feel like that we do watch the PLs, right? It's like, it can be kind of even till 30-ish, and then like 35, the PL it's just completely untouched.
Oh, absolutely. Pretty much, once you've got this kind of, these 3 items online, the Ags, the Mount, the Skadi, and if you're not getting completely dumpstered as a team,
you usually
it's normally the PL's able to take the win.
Yeah. And they're finding these catches right now, finding Collapse split up on the side. These absolutely matter. Looking to set up themselves. XXS, again, just he's playing super careful. You get never pushing too far forward, not getting caught from the rotations. Got to keep it clean, though. 1 or 2 of these mistakes versus Spirit absolutely still work for them. Drow's keeping up, right? Same level.
He is.
Same gold.
Yatura is in...
And he is the answer.
Is in a very good spot. It's just whether or not the lineup around him is enough to lock down and isolate the real PL. Like, how can they get their hands on this PL in the midst of a team fight? It's not going to be easy.
They're looking for the fight around this right now.
Wow, hook shot in from Rue is a pretty good one as well. Catching on to X-Nova. They'll be able to take him out. A very lovely angles found there by Rue. Does end up dying. See if this sets up for the rest of the team to get stuck in. Arme was thinking about going into the fight, but holding his distance. Just the support for support.
Pretty much dream catch there for...
He's just straight through the middle and catching the Wyvern.
Yeah, if you can catch the Wyvern at the start of pretty much any of these fights with the Clockwork, that's what you're going to want to do. But XG, they don't overreact. They back up, reset, still have their ultis at the ready. BKB on both mid laners was used there, right? I believe the Ember and the Isle both ended up using theirs. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a slowdown for both sides again. Tormy time? Looks like Tormy time. I'm really curious to see if this Drow plus IO is going to be able to do it. I'm very curious because like the way that the IO also works with the Drow, like you're amplifying so much of this extra damage when you're overcharging as well too.
Okay.
It actually can start to add up as well, how much extra you can do. The whole spell amp with the multi-shot, right? The way this whole thing functions is very interesting.
Yeah, big numbers.
A lot of damage. Level 20, fast, more relocate. Look to make more moves around the map. Yeah, Gold's just sticking at that 2K.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What's going on here?
Oh.
Well, that's not... I mean, I don't know what that is. Misclick. Oh, and...
Slacks. Somebody get him out of the production room.
Butterfly done. Actually finished up already on the PO instead of on the Drow. Nice juke, X-Nova.
Yeah, he's going to be doing his best to dodge these ones, as we saw. It doesn't go too great.
Spirit's looking for fights right now. They're feeling strong. They've got all the timings that they were looking to hit. Even though the PL is strong.
They do. I mean, they've got the full Gleipnir picked up on Collapse, so they do have that extra little bit of control.
This game, I feel like it's going to be like one team fight, and it could just decide it from whichever side wins it, because it could lead into that Roche. It can snowball pretty drastically. No, as we're saying, for Ame, a little bit easier perhaps for him. We're seeing that Spirit.
Yeah,
they can't find it.
PL's in just such a good spot, Ame.
Yeah. Charging in.
Could be able to get Rue quick and easy.
Can't get away from this PL. He's trying. Nothing to say. A flawless game from him this time. We saw Laurel pop off in that last one this time. Nothing to say. Yet to die.
Oh, talk about Laurel.
Pops the BKB.
Has to. Didn't want to get caught there in the Fear Bramble combo in case there was follow-up.
That could probably secure a Roche, or at least let them start the Roche if they want to on the side of XG.
Silver Edge done on Yatoro. A bit better of a way to weave in and out of the team fights.
Ame starting the Roche.
I think they know that Spirit aren't really going to want to come over and do much about this. I think going for a team fight situation does not seem easy for Spirit.
No BKB on the IO. There's no way you send Laurel even near that area.
That's the AC done for XXS. So the aura's starting to really come together here for XG. And now with an Aegis on Ame, they could try and step up this sort of aggression and push for the tier 2s.
Yeah, this will be very impressive if Spirit's able to do this. Because overall, too, right, from Nami, we did mention his Rubik overall, if he was able to get any steals, but he hasn't really been able to find too much here. Much easier for the supports on the side of XG to function. Nice hook
they
shot.
do get the hook shot again over towards X-Nova. Ame, he's going to go straight over towards Notorious, try and force him out of the team fight. X-Nova getting bullied here in the middle. He'll fall. Ame turns attention over towards Not Me instead of Rubik. Nothing to say to him with the BKB onto Yatoro. Cold Embrace had to relocate, gets him out to the side. Oh, can he get away? Ame chasing him down. Another Cold Embrace comes in. Not Me trying to keep him alive, and he'll be able to do so. Lyle surviving. Tethers over to Yatoro.
This Cold Embrace.
I mean, Lyle's just not dying. Not Me, time and time again here with these stolen Cold Embraces, keeping Lyle alive. They're coming with a buyback on Nothing to Say. They really want to try and get these kills done. Yatoro again, Cold Embraced again. Not Me, buying more time for him. Surely Yatoro finally dies. There we go. Finally, he'll fall.
But Ame dies.
He does. The Starbreaker hits in.
Collapses up.
He's caught here in the Feast Gate. So the pit, he'll die.
He's got another Gleipnir in a second.
Running a little low on the mana. Won't have the pit to follow up and the remnants are there. So Nothing to Say he's able to jump out, but having to use
a buyback.
So much to get that. Indeed, the Ember Spirit buyback getting over for that fight. Ame still dies. Dude, I mean, the stolen Cold Embrace, they're not me. He got so many of those Cold Embraces off that they just couldn't get the quick and easy kills.
The fight got this honestly looked reminiscent of the last game where the fight got so split up where Ame gets the jump onto the Drow Ranger.
He's going straight for the Drow. Yeah.
His supports end up dying. They get eviscerated because the Drow has this much damage. And yeah, these Cold Embraces, just a couple extra of these saves being crazy, and then Collapse. I think he builds up 300 damage from the atrophy towards the end of things because he just survives the whole time. This is a crazy fight, and yet it was XG using the buyback when they have Aegis. Wow.
Certainly something that...
I mean, I cannot, like, Laura, look at this, right? Like, these Cold Embraces are just insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Brilliant steal there from Not Me. And getting maximum use out of it throughout the entirety of that team fight.
Yeah, again,
causing Ame having to spend so much time to try and get these kills that not only loses the Aegis, but ends up losing his life as well at the end of it. And just as a team, feeling pressured to use that buyback on Nothing to Say to actually try and get something done.
I mean, he doesn't buy back there. They're all just going to die, and Laurel, they might all survive on the side of Spirit as well, too. So an absolutely necessary buyback there. Wild game. What a crazy fight. I mean, Spirit sometimes does have this type of execution that they can have even when they're at a bit of a deficit in the fights. Heart is soon going to be finished for the IO, too, and that's a big timing for him.
And X-Nova's just got to be so careful. I mean, it seems almost impossible for him to find the positioning now at this point because both of these supports are going to be looking for him. You know, Rue's trying to hookshot him to kill him. Notme's trying to look to him to get his spells.
I mean, right now, Nothing to Say has no buyback. So this is a dangerous position, perhaps, for XG. They got to be very wary of the smoke. Yes.
Likely that Notme or Rue are able to make these sort of counter plays against him.
Level 25's about there for be there for Collapse too. 25 also for XXS, speaking of which. This game he's actually going for the pit route. We've seen a lot more people knowing how strong the other one is, the Fiend's Gate damage, but this one makes sense, right? Just to be able to kite, control the PL.
Sure, yeah, against
for the drown.
honestly all three of these cores, right, that rely on kind of moving around the battlefield.
We're in for such a treat, honestly. Because even though, as we keep saying, like the PL, I feel like Spirit, they're having answers. They're having ways to deal with it. They shut down, like...
They did.
This Ember Spirit 2 now, not having to use that buyback in the last one, it's going to hurt a lot in terms of the progression for Nothing to Say.
Yeah, and that they could deal with the damage output that Arme was providing. And that's not going to step up anytime soon, obviously. Building for survivability, getting the heart next is now done. So he's going to be very annoying and hard to kill, but is he actually going to be able to clean up some of these kills quick enough?
That is the question. Support's starting to have a little bit more protection for themselves. There's no nullifiers, so they've got these Ghost Scepters and whichever others that they want to be able to survive. But yeah, the main thing, like you said, X-Nova in a couple of these fights, getting caught, and that's the key for Spirit, is ensuring that
finding this Wyvern.
Yeah, the Wyvern or the Willow in particular just isn't able to get these curses or these saves off. Amp damage for the next fight for Laurel, and a full Daedalus now too for Yatoro.
They can kind of keep that distance between Yatoro and Arme. Yatoro's going to pack quite the punch.
These fights are going to be so insane.
We saw last time. Got to keep an eye out for Notme getting these clutch steals. Can absolutely be the difference maker.
If he can get to Aghanims too, right? Like even actually start to get these like double spell steals as we do see. If he's able to get some of these stuns. And I mean, Cold Embrace might actually be one of the better spells.
Yeah.
Being honest.
Yeah, I think when you have the axe, you can get the two spells. If you get something just like Remnant, if you get Remnant and Cold Embrace and you're zipping around the fight,
Remnant takes up 2, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, I guess it would, yeah, with the D. Oh, that's
it is very sad, but...
And talk about the Rubik. He's going to actually, not get bailed out. They are able to kill him off before Lars able to relocate him out to the side. Nothing to Say jumps over towards Root. The curse getting reflected. Will mean that they'll see an opportunity as the buyback comes in from Notme. Collapse moves in on top of X-Nova here with the Firestorm damage. They'll blast it down through the Cold Embrace here with the Fade Bolt. They'll jump away with the Remnant. Arme and Nothing to Say having to just back out away from this fight. Team Spirit, they're going to be hot in the chase. Toro, can he find anything?
Arme, they're still chasing for him, lifting him forward even, trying to get the extra catch. Not me using the buyback.
They'll get out of here.
Whew. Crazy aggression. Yatoro, the damage that he's dealing is insane. Is able to just bring down these targets super fast. And Collapse is doing... He is a menace on the Underlord. He's just getting in their faces.
And yeah, a lot of damage as well coming out from him.
Yeah. And he's stealing their healing.
Firestorms.
He's popping the Krellas, stealing this extra healing that comes in from either the Embrace or from the Solar. He's annoying.
All right.
Yeah, honestly, I'm watching Ame going into some of these fights. The illusions are dying insanely fast. The way that the bounces are coming off from the IO, the balls as well too, smacking into all of it. He's close to 25, Owen. Might get to see the excitement. Although I have seen some people take the relocate cast away.
And he does.
I was going to say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you're doing this build, like...
It's so safe.
The tether attacks ally target. It's just
you're not even attack. Like you don't have like a damage.
No, you don't. Yeah, it's like it looks fun and flashy because of these extra attacks. But yeah, with this build, doesn't really do anything unless the game kind of goes another 30 minutes and you're able to kind of
X-Nova
build up
in the front lines.
Oh, it's a rough hero to lose at the start of the fight. If he ends up going down, he's trying to crawl away. Should be fine. Oh, I say that. No, the relocate's coming from the side there, blocking off his escape. They'll take X-Nova out. He's gone for 50. They do lose Rue over on the side themselves, Spirit.
Another stolen Cold Embrace.
The Star Breaker coming in here potentially, but the silence comes in, stops the initial follow-up combat from XXS. Now the swing comes in. Takes out, not me, but he gets shot down by Yatoro.
Ame.
If he can get his way out of this fight. Multi-shot coming into play, forced down in the river. The fear pushes back, collapse. Ame, another doppel, but there's the block off again with the feed skid. They come in, the hook shot as well. He's caught in the pit. The multi-shot comes into play. Ame's caught, they've killed him off.
100 seconds.
He's dead for 100, no buyback on him. A Spirit showing that they really have no fear and they do not care how farmed the PL is. They are making it look like Ame's got nothing in these team fights.
He can't run into them. There's too much damage. It's just clearing out his illusions so quickly. All three of these cores are addressing that PL pretty much perfectly, and it's taking them some time to kill these supports. Not me with the Cold Embrace again. Ends up surviving. They have to use a Solar Guardian onto the Rubik to bring him down.
And just these sort of ways that they can get over to the back lines of the fight, right? They have been hitting these hook shots. Lal's been bringing them in over with the relocate to get into these awkward positions, positions that are very awkward for XG. And then obviously these Phoenix Gates. So many ways to kind of just attack XG from all angles. They can't quite deal with it. And Ame, for all the farm that he has, it's just not looking like they could set up a fight to allow this PL to just run rampant.
No, it's insane mobility, good control, and then just damage mitigation. You're absolutely seeing that from the Underlord. It's reducing so much of this PL's damage. This might just be 2 sets here. 30 seconds still on the PL.
And this Butterfly on top of the Daedalus. Yatoro having insane damage now.
And looking at the extra damage that he does with the IO, of course, too. That overcharge. Absolutely seeing it. Laurel now has a full Hex as well, too. It looks like he's about to pick up.
They can back off for the Roche here if they want Spirit.
It feels like, I mean, now it is starting to feel like they have so many of these answers. Not just the PL, right? The Ember. It's hard for them to really do much damage into this lineup now at this point. Into Spirit.
Relocate over and an Aegis for Yatoro.
Truly hitting their stride. And yeah, there's that Hex for Laurel.
Showing some very good stuff here with the IO play from the mid. It wasn't an easy start for him against the Ember. The early to mid game, we certainly saw, nothing to say with this Vessel, caused some issues. But all in all, the relocates and sort of the tether targets, the way he's moved around the fights have been very impressive from Lal.
Finding these backlines, finding these Wyverns, finding these targets. Very impressive. Yeah, Ame just can't stick on these targets.
No,
They have so many ways to protect. They have Ghost Scepters, 4 staffs. They have the Cold Embrace that he's stolen multiple times, Lotuses, and they don't have this Nullifier. They don't have a way to really bypass. I think they just got one, sorry, on XXS. I believe he did just get it, so now perhaps can look to bring down these supports easier. But yeah, as you said, it's taken them some time to kill them.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He just on Yatoro, Cheese, of course, on Lal.
In XG, when they had Aegis, when they had numbers advantage, they were struggling. Now at a 13k disadvantage into an Aegis Cheese and a Refresher Shard Underlord, there's chances that they can just get stuck inside the pit. If he does the combo with the Refresher the way you can just get completely stuck.
Yeah, the lockdown's getting pretty crazy now from Collapse.
Yeah.
Try and make it go on him, but you're not catching him.
No. 550 movement speed.
And you're losing your base. Yatoro.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Mate?
Brings it down so fast. Giving some information with some cogs. Gold continued to grow incredibly fast, up to 17k. IO with the cheese as well, too, so a lot more they have to try to bypass on the side of XG. These illusions just, they cannot survive.
It's all right. Picking up the rain tracks. Onto the melee. Any sort of answer here, XG.
Ame trying.
He's going to see if they can bring him down. There was a fair bit of damage this time, but not enough. Yatora's able to back off. Surviving through that initial attempt.
Still has Aegis. They still have Cheese on their side if they want to pass it.
There's the climb and the Hex onto XXS.
I can't believe he holds the BKB. Brax almost brought down. Drow healed up.
I'll be able to finish off this top set of Brax now. Ame attempting to move in, but pushed back by the Gus.
Ame.
They found him now. They've got him with the Hex. Curse will come out or at least stop the Drow from getting the hits in. Gives Ame the chance to jump back, but now the hook shot from Brew comes over to X-Nova. That's going to be X-Nova gone. Now to jump away here with these remnants of the save. The Glide is up. They've caught him. And we'll get the slider fist off. He does have BKB ready to press if necessary. It's not. He's got the remnant out. Could jump away, but the racks are gone. Spirit.
Ame can't do anything in the fights. He tries to show up again. Almost dies in a heartbeat. Has to back away immediately. Still Aegis for a minute. They did end up popping the Cheese there. I think they popped the Refresher Shard as well, but they're looking for the final set.
It's all right.
Catch on the back.
Ready to go straight away. They've got the Hex down on towards nothing safe. The BKB's up. Comes in with a slider fist. Jumps forward. They'll look to take out the Spores. They'll bring down Not Me. Now over towards Yatora. But Yatora's still got the Aegis here for the full minute. They'll take him out the once. He's going to be back for round 2. Ame surrounded by Lal and Collapse. Trying to stand his ground. Jumps forward aggressively here with the Doppelganger. But he's falling low. Needs help. XXS comes in with the Starbreaker. But Ame, he's in trouble. The Hex is there. Ame's gone. Dead for 100. Yatora gets the double. They could get him the once. They couldn't get him the twice. A Spirit can push up and put an end to the game and an end to the series here, taking game 2, 2-0 against Extreme Gaming. Both games, phenomenal play from Spirit.
And in the team fights in particular, honestly, the next level plays that they're able to do, little things that you can...
I know what you're thinking, you know? Yeah. You know, I know what you're thinking as well. You know, we're like, we're not getting any 6-7s. Oh, no. How about the marketing for my voice line?
See how mad they got at me about it? They're like, oh, MLP's cash grabbing. Like, oh.
Yeah. They were like, my boy MLP, I'm so ashamed.
So was I. Right? I got 2 kids. Let me make some money. Let me make a little bit of money. It'll be like 1 lad a year. Top lane. I mean, the Nightmare's nice, but it doesn't really mean much. New's actually just going to turn right back around into KJ. KJ, unfortunately, is not going to be making it out. Gets a nice little kiss there from New. Planet. Gonna finish off the job, and well, at least they got CZQ down to the bot lane. Any kind of trade right now for LGD, I want to say is a win. You know, it has been a tough start to this game, number 1 for LGD. That is.
I mean, the key timing for LGD now is really when Yuma hits that Desolator Blink, right? Like we talked about the trifecta of items on the TA before. I think now you're probably just going to have to settle with the 2 items, just the Deso plus a Blink. No waiting around for Dragon Mats to get the jump. Oh, nice slam.
They do indeed. Thompson's going to go down. Mid lane, King Jungles has been caught once again. He will also drop, unfortunately. You know, chases on for more Whisper. He's going to make it out.
Stacks again.
Not the
stacks. Another stolen set of stacks. And they've not been able to do the same on LGD either. So that's a big thing. If they were also playing aggressive on the enemy triangle, this wouldn't be as rough. But they've been stuck on their side of the river for the most part here. At least I believe Whisper did snag a few of those creeps, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But again, it's a rougher start for LGD than you'd want to see for the lineup. They still have this timing. There's still this combination down the line of Soulbind, double grip, of this Kaya and ultra tanky Timbersaw just ripping all of these heroes to shreds, but it does feel like we're still a ways off from that timing. Again, for Team Resilience, and they have a lot of tools lining up here as well. Don't roll.
And roll in. They are finding themselves an amazing target now in the form of Erika. Thompson, again, setting up another fantastic kill for his side. And that's the one you really care for. Seeing that down Spectre die.
He's been putting in the work on our Earth Spirit, getting that activity out for the team. He's the only hero that can really make these plays as well. I mean, Whisper's at the point where he can confidently join in with a Kai Sanj. Some durability's there, a lot of damage is there. But the Earth Spirit is the one just kind of finding these openings, making it work, getting some good Inkswell combinations down the line from Tio as well. So they do find a nice kill, stalling out that Radiance timing a bit. Mid.
The jump, Fiend's Grip, ZZQ. Does it get taken down? Thompson's going to show up as well now. Trying to deal with this Tombstone, but it is going to remain protected. It seems as though they're going to have to lose Thea Lacour. So a 1-for-1 trade in the end anyway. If they found that Tombstone, maybe they could have forced the fight, but without it going down, they just can't do too much. At least they are buying plenty of time for Yuma, and as you can see, Yuma now top of the net worth board on the TA. So happy days for him at least, his Nightmare. We'll catch out Echoes, but he's got plenty of help around. Planet's going to show up. Bushwhack will land onto the Bane. And unfortunately for KJ, there's nothing he can do about it. He will drop.
I mean, he's buying space, right? That's the access point to go out and catch Yuma. So the TA is again given some space to get that farm game going, although not much.
They even found Yuma. They have found Yuma. Echo Slam committed, did no damage, but it doesn't really matter. It's just to set up. Erika will happily take his life away, and well, that's your highest net worth hero on the board right now. Just getting demolished here by the side of Team Resilience.
And that is concerning. You're only about 600 gold away from Echoes having his full Ags, so he's got the Blink, he's got the Enchant with him to get in and out of these fights. You're pretty much at the Radiance timing now for Erika as well, if I recall right. Like, he was fairly close last time we checked. Should have that Radiance set. They get another catch.
They are going to find themselves a quick one onto the Grimstroke. He did get his Soulbind off Thompson. He's trapped in the middle of all this. Thompson cannot roll away, though. A lot of damage being dealt with this Magnetize, but it's not quite enough in the end. And now Whisper also in trouble, getting pulled by the catchy Lick. He'll drop to boot. 3 down for the price of 1 in the mid lane. Another fantastic fight for Team Resilience. LGD desperately trying to make these fights work, but still not proving to be anywhere near enough.
No. They just need so much more. I think once you have Yuma able to join in, the game does shift a little bit. It just gets concerning, because that's also around the timing where you should start to get something like your Shard up here on the Undying. You start to get some saves. See that replay again. They get the catch they'd want. They just instantly break off this angle for a Grimstroke. And yeah, the Magnetize is doing a lot of damage. It's Thompson alone in a vacuum. Like, there's no way you can hold back. The sustain coming in from you is just uncontested. And that's just enough to keep them alive. A nice lick as well in the end. Provides that bonus kill on Whisper. And now you've got the Ags up for Echoes. All right, so he's jumping around. He can find the backline nice and easy. There's not a lot of ways you can stop that. I mean, once Echoes finds a target, you've always got the Haunt. You've got the Shadow Step here on Erika if he's close enough.
Oh boy, Thompson. Also caught again, Thompson. I mean, Echoes, he's just been so good. He's already got the Ags up. So what a game for Earthshaker. He's just got everything he could ask for. Just complete domination from Team Resilience. It really has just been an impossible game for LGD. From minute 1, you know, the Spectre's been feeding on you. Echo's just taking how many stacks away over and over again. It's just been a perfect game for them.
Yeah, they've had such a good read, not just in executing their lane, but like you said, finding these objectives on the map, checking that triangle, stealing out all these stacks, multiple stacks across not just the triangle, even on, say, normal jungled stacks as well. They've done a fantastic job of like managing the recovery process of the side of LGD. And LGD, again, they're doing a good job on Yuma, keeping the farm game up. It's going to be the trifecta of Blink, Deso, BKB. But it's the same issue. Once that BKB is up, ZZQ, he's working onto the mech instead of the shard, maybe hoping for a free take of the Tormentor soon, and getting lucky on that one. You've got Armor already coming in for New, going for the Lotus, has the Octarine up. You've got the Spectre that's going to get the Manta, has gotten a lot of value from the, what was it, 2 minutes, 48 second earn, if I recall that number, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of insane, but they've gotten really everything you can ask for. Amp damage for Echoes, perfect rune control as well. He's going to look to make a play. He had Arcane when he slammed, so he has it back up again.
You go again. It's just so easy now as well. Like, what are you meant to do? As soon as they see you, you've got this jump in from Echoes and the follow-up from our Spectres. You're seeing
melting. Jeez.
Oh, just KJ can do nothing. Nothing but watch himself die. It's just so sad. Nothing they can do about it.
Yeah. Not a lot, really. BKB up.
The sustainability is crazy coming out from Enigma with the Grave, with extra healing. And Rasta even healing himself with the shackles as well. And they do manage to clear out the big camp. So without the big camp, killing the Ancients isn't even that easy for the Shaker. Obviously, he wants to go and ulti and get his Blink Dagger, but if he's not able to pull a big camp into it, a lot of his initial game plans are ruined.
Hey, look at him. Yopaj is like, well, I guess rune to refill the bottle. Just hiding by the trees, and then I've got Omar and Lornoff running straight into that mid lane. He's gonna get the haste rune back. Echo Slam on the Shadow Sharp. When we're chasing Yopaj, doesn't quite have enough. They're a little overzealous for Nick McGowan. Additional kill. Instead, giving away a support. There's GH. He's gonna be okay with the raindrops.
Yeah, that's painful. Sure, you get one kill, but you used your Echo Slam that was meant to farm the stack, and all you got was one support kill. This is not ideal for Shaker still. And you rotated your Myrtha, so she was having a fantastic game, leading the way, but now gonna fall behind a little bit.
It's the classic lane bleed, right? One lane is so much, you try and come in it up, stem the flow, try and stop things from happening in this mid lane, but then side lanes start bleeding. The Shadow Fiend is just accelerating so quick. Large space to farm. And we've got not just Earthshaker struggling, but now Beastmaster, the knock-on effect, he starts to struggle to his bloody camps anymore. He can't jungle, he can't, he's got no game. Raven sat here, like, what am I meant to do?
Yeah, this is not what he had happen in safe lane, you know? This is not what we saw for his Terrorblade in the Primal days. Now, he's thrown down here, getting the off-laner treatment. Probably crying about how broken the carry heroes are. Laning just SF.
You picked Beastmaster, mate. I don't think
you should just have
that
picked his
hero was
Terrorblade.
so broken for so long. Playing TB rush.
The Sunder gameplay. Yeah, when Shard was too busted and you just farm super fast with Shard only.
It's like pipe Shard, and you'd have like tiny carry with like on the enemy team, and you just sunder him. Like, okay, nice, cool. Enemy carry's useless. Not this game. Enigma Galaxy gonna come back out, get another rune for Lornoff. A shield this time bottled up as he gets pretty close to that Spirit Vessel.
Just one getting the runes, and Shaker is getting nothing, getting completely snobbed on the runes. Largo getting one of those nice ganks where he's just here to gank your creeps.
Yeah. Like, what's Devi thinking up there? Like,
I think they want to pressure, they want to push with supports coming in as well. Maybe an SF rotation through the gate is coming in, and tier 1 tower is going to open. This does give time for Yopaj to finish the Ancients, but this is normally when you want to have your Blink Dagger already. And even after farming this, he's still got a long way to go.
A pretty distant journey for him. And there is that move, just as you called for. Assuming it'll up to top with a catapult by his side. No real reason
to come and defend this. Just let the tier 1 fall, and that's going to be a little additional map space for these heroes to farm. One more camp, another lane to push. A good place to play from. They don't have the classic like Clockwork or Bane in terms of, oh, we cracked open this tower, now they can go and live in that top jungle to start a fight or scout someone out. But Shadow Shaman is kind of in that realm of, hey, I've got double disable, I can buy time for an Ember Spirit to get here.
Yeah, it's a little bit greedier. He wants gold a little bit more than a Clockwork would. So if Rasta gets to the point of having a Blink Dagger, it would feel amazing for him. And obviously, levels are also very nice. He just cracked level 6, has his ulti available. So, might be possible that they just drop the wards here and take this mid tower. Indeed, got committed.
And no reason not to. Full access to the entirety of the map. From the towers they've already taken. And it's systematic from Nigma Galaxy as they approach each objective quite carefully.
Yeah, kill score is pretty unassuming for now, but it has been a pretty active game and constant invasions, moves being made by Nigma, and OG just on the back foot, reacting to everything that's happening.
They do have a lot of tools ready to fight back, though, in the coming minutes. You know, when that Blink is ready, they've got that Blink Echo Slam, which can be a big surprise factor. The Roar, another long duration disable, which could be the undoing of some of these squishier cores. And the Spirit and Shadow Fiend, if they get locked down, they can get blasted. Of course, we've got to address the elephant in the room, is that Dazzle Grave. We've got to think OG have a lot on their plate to figure out, okay, who do we Blink Echo? We need to find the Dazzle first, and the Shadow Shaman's annoying, the lot to heal them. How do you actually enter a fight as OG? Like, what is your ideal start? Dazzle?
I mean, probably some form of daytime smoke where you get Vivid, right? But it's difficult. They're a long way away from having Blink Dagger over on the Beastmaster as well. Sure, Shaker is going to be ready and ganking, but Beastmaster, after that laning stage where you had to go jungle, is going to take a little while longer before he can pick his targets. Instead, it's going to be Nigma, wasting no time. I really like the urgency that Nigma are playing with. The entire game, I feel like their supports have been going for places, doing stuff.
Very active. Oh, it might bite back, though. The Shadow Shaman, Requiem from the right-hand side, though, allows the Shadow Fiend to blow up Yopaj. And OG, now the ones on the run. They thought they could enter and maybe get a snipe on that Shadow Shaman, but the double layer saves, basically from his own innate plus the Dazzle, just cut that short.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's really smart, actually. It allowed the SF to have a safe fight by going in, sending a support first, and then using the Grave to keep him alive. This freed up SF to find a beautiful ulti.
It's another situation where the Shadow Shaman is playing like a Bane or a Clockwork, but this innate lets him do that. I'm an Enchantress. I'm just going to walk in and face tank everything. I'm still alive. You can't kill me.
He didn't die though, so it's on cooldown now. His innate, the chicken form is not going to be available for another minute.
Foul play. Clocking away. GH, level 4 Shadow Wave, level 2 Grave, trying to get back to his tier 1 tower, and does so successfully. Could see the aggressive amassing of the hordes. OG are bringing numbers down south as they really just send everyone here to try and get this tier 1 tower.
I want to defend it. Moving Largo. Not trying to give up this tower for free. Myrtle is pretty far away. It doesn't have a tier 1 TP available either, as the tower is gone behind them. It's the awkward part about losing your offlane tower. It makes it so much harder to take the enemy safe lane tower afterwards.
So we send 4 heroes down here as OG, and then 4 heroes run away.
Yes,
back to farming.
And now again, non-stop with the moves. Nigma say, okay, we bounce them away. Gonna go for a smoke. They have some deep vision planted already. They want Shaker.
Once again.
Ideal target.
Are they gonna bump into him, or is this Wind Ranger gonna rustle the smoke somehow? Scam is trying to approach from the right-hand side, but it doesn't look like he's going to bump into any of them. Instead, they have gone all the way through that jungle, come into contact with Yopaj, who gets a bit of distance now, but the TP cancel onto Natsumi's Muerta. The Frog has found her, but the damage coming through pretty quickly with a Fisher to line up the stun. Devar is dead. Now the Serpent Wards, though, into the disables. Muerta is going to be the trade out here. An off-laner for a carry. I think the Galaxy are going to be a little bit happier with that.
Have you seen what Devar is buying first item, by the way? I haven't seen this build on Largo before. It's interesting. He's going straight into Octarine Core, going for the Tiara first for extra regen. So his regen is very high. He has a lot of mana, but yeah, this is a pretty squishy Largo at this stage.
Thank you. Radiant's bottom.
No, I've seen plenty of the Kaya first, or like a Spirit Vessel here, or whatever. Seen like BKB rushes on Largo sometimes.
Yeah, plenty of different builds, but I mean, Octarine Core isn't a bad item on him. However, I don't necessarily like it that much, as I feel Octarine is an item that scales the more items you have, right? You get more cooldown reduction on existing items, or you power up all your high-level abilities. We'll see how it works out for him. He's been having a pretty free game.
That's a cool option to go for. Show us the limits of this hero. How far he can go.
I would have personally liked the blade mail in this game against Muerta. It absolutely deletes her a lot of times in the ulti.
Yeah, it would have been cool. Quite a lot of spill damage there. Return Descender.
He's got the Mjolnir coming in on Muerta now.
Getting backstab. Fish, they're going to clip onto this Ember Spirit. Can I think about chain stunning him with a Blink Echo Slam? I turn back and kill the Shadow Shaman, but that Grave has kept Lornoff alive. GH saves the day for the Ember Spirit. OG spend quite a lot there, and in the end it's a one-for-one trade with OG spending some of their big ultis. For me, the big surprise is Raven still has Roar.
It's painful having to commit the Echo Slam like that when you see the Dazzle right next to the the Ember.
Oh, now Lick back in. Divide. Has the SF by his side. Mail, who's going to jump in. Tries to kill off Tim's, but that's a roar back into the Muerta damage. Grave there, though, from GH. I know he can't die, and that's why he's playing so aggressively.
Yeah, some very, very aggressive blink forward, but fast reaction from the Beastmaster. Does mean Roar is on cooldown now, so they can't really go for a move on their own. Gives some time for them to just farm away.
After that BKB. Yeah, big timing in this game. A lot of BKBs for these cores. You know, desperately AoE spill, disable, and everywhere. Oh, hack on the Wind Ranger. And wards as well. Quite a bit of scam.
At this time, he didn't have any friends nearby, so Muerta's just gonna go the other way. Says, I don't know you. I'm leaving. Beast thinking about a BKB next item, as there's a lot of spells in this game. Not even going for the Blink Dagger.
But free money for Sumail. Grabs up that extra bit of. Maybe he can upgrade to business class on his way up.
Octarine Core is complete.
Cool. What does it do?
I mean, low cooldown on the spells.
Gold invested into something which, I don't know.
Spike is more like allowing him to just scale from here.
A smooth curve. Holy lock on Dazzle as well, giving that extra bit of burst heal. Looking for a Blink Dagger, which is pretty cool to be able to jump and save people from long range. OG once again retreating. Walking it back, not wanting to get stuck down in the bog that is this bottom right corner of the map. There's Omar and Divide leading with this smoke maneuver. They want to try and get a catch on someone pre-Tormentor. And they set up a nice defensive perimeter around the area. Not starting just yet. You don't want to go blind into a Torm with anyone nearby.
They're wrapping around. You see the Shaker angling with the rest of his friends. They're looking to contest this Tormentor.
They want something so bad, but Enigma Galaxy, they have the high ground advantage. Smoke's going to break. Omar gives vision. Start out with the Serpent Wards and Hex on the Wind Ranger, but getting turned on quickly. Got the big purple boy whacking into him, so he's going to have to turn into the sheep and get graved up. Lorinov, meantime, has found the backstab on the Dark Willow, blown up quickly. And OG, I mean, their line has been broken. They're trying to reset and find a new position to fight from, but they're low ground in the river. They've got to jump back in to kill off Omar. The Frog has been slain, and the Shackle Shot on the Shadow Fiend and the Ember Spirit looks damn good. The Grave is needed to save up this Ember, but Lorinov getting chained to stable by the Shackle Shot, and the damage comes through too quickly. OG find that spot to somehow turn it back, thanks to Yopaj.
That was good patience by Yopaj, but the wraparound play was really impressive. The Dominator pushing in with the creep, and then going all the way around, squeezing Nigma in to a really small corner. And once you all are cramped into the same little corner, it's hard to avoid getting Echo Slam. You're going to step on each other's toes. Really well played in that fight. And Murta starting to scale pretty hard. And if you have an even farm net worth between SF and Murta, Murta definitely in my mind is the stronger carry if she can keep the pace in terms of farming. For now, she's lagging a little bit behind, but it's within striking distance.
Yeah, not too far behind the SF. And definitely packs a punch. Shadowfiend right now. BKB, Blink, Yashikaya, pretty ready to go for another team fight. Enigma Galaxy would have loved that. The sequence of events, right, is Enigma Galaxy, they fight, they Torm, they fight, they Roche, and that is the snowball effect that picks up as Enigma Galaxy have been running this game from start until now. So vitally important that OG find that opening, win a team fight, level the playing field, and now they can think about, okay, how do we approach these lanes? How do we approach this Roshan fight? Rather than being the ones behind and reacting, they can actually make moves of their own.
Yeah, finally, we might see the Beastmaster start activating. That was already a really good contribution on the bottom fight on Tormentor, but we need to start seeing some impact from him. He has quite a bit of farm, and he needs to make his presence felt.
Oh, good chain disable, but the Grave is there again, and that gives Ember Spirit complete freedom to zip away to his remnants. GH able to bail any of his teammates out of that immediate danger, but still getting run at here. With the Gale Force and the Brambles out this Cursed Crown, Omar, he's getting hunted down in the little forest area. The copse of trees offers no protection to you. Timms walks over him. Tower claimed by Natsumi. And OG, they're in the driving seat the past couple of minutes, actually dictating how the game's going.
Yeah, they are, and they have a very, very fearsome lineup in terms of taking Roshan super fast with Beastmaster as well as Murta. So if they win just one more fight, that could be Roche for them.
And all of that activity and early swarming and early pressure from Enigma Galaxy falls by the wayside as we get into a pretty close game now. But a Blink Requiem, fear up on this. We're at the top lane, getting raised down. Natsumi getting soloed by the SF with one more hit. That's all he needs to do the trick, but the Gale Force and the pushback of the dead shot. In comes the Frog with a lick, though! The lick from the river to the Muerta. Kills him off, gonna get ravaged up, congregated by the deep frogs. He's an overlander frog, this little Largo. Not able to catch the Wind Ranger, but man, Muerta dying there. That sucks for OG.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to live, and then we saw him come in. The vital little bit of extra damage towards the end. And that puts him very close to having his entire BKB on Largo. Not too long ago since he finished up the Octarine core, and now the entire BKB is just finished.
Just so funny how every hero that licks people. I don't know, man. Doto's such a serious game.
Yeah,
we've got cowboy people, we've got licking people, we've got a guy roaring at people, a guy who turns into a sheep and then gets graved, but he's going to stay alive, even though he's 1 foot in the grave, but he's not going to die. He's full HP, still stuck by a black dragon in between a fisher and a monstrous creature. Omar is still going to die. Around the Roche pit, OG setting up base camp. A nice platform for activities, but it looks like I'm just going to have to step back. Can't go for the big objective because Enigma Galaxy have brought everyone to defend it.
Yeah, Enigma are in a very good fighting shape. They have the Blink on Dazzle, they have the BKB as mentioned on the Largo, so right now I think OG need to farm more. They need to get more items on Murta. And maybe look for pickoffs instead of big fights. Right now they need quick kills with the Shaker, but it's been difficult. The Dazzle has had really good positioning, always ready to protect.
Radiant are scanning.
Steps up, immediate blink echo slap. BKB though from Sumail into Requiem. That's going to push Muerta a little distance off to the right-hand side. Meanwhile, to the north, Gem, he looks for an approach in behind, gets slain by Lorinov.
It's a quick jump. They tried to kill before Dazzle can react, but unfortunately, Dazzle is literally doing nothing other than watching his teammates and say, I will blink and save you guys. And as long as nobody's getting to Dazzle, I think you're not winning the fight.
Unironically, that's my type of gameplay. Sit behind a core, make them happy, sit and save. I am that guy. For some reason, I never played Oracle though. I'm very much Undying. Sorry, I never played Dazzle. I'm very much an Oracle Undying kind of guy. Dazzle just, I don't know, meh.
I mean, Dazzle is fantastic because you can do it from so far away. And now with Blink Dagger, you can do it from even farther away. He's got to do it again.
We get roared up and then Grave. Yeah, again with the save. Omar's getting a few hits from the right-hand side, but it's Lorinov who gets off his BKB and charges right into the midst of battle, forcing OG back again. Another good Fisher, though. Lines up on a couple of heroes. The follow-through from OG to high ground is lacking, though. Don't want to go chasing. As Enigma Galaxy, they hold there with a lot of sustain in the bank. These fights, if they get drawn out, can be a little bit nasty. Instead, they go Roche.
Murta committing for this.
They got it.
Fast.
Enigma Galaxy, Divine BKBing up. Wanting to try and make a fight out of this one. Licking Tim's back in. The Sumail goes for the Requiem Raises, blows up the Dark Willow. And Natsumi, Aegis Muerta pretty happy to stand and get some damage going though. They Shadow Fiend to get back to high ground. And disengage from Enigma Galaxy as their carry resets. The Ember Spirit was looking for a solo kill, but it's OG with a lot in the tank here. Raven makes the call, shouts and roars, go in. Has followed through on the Shadow Shaman. Bursting down, but that's not possible. Yet again, the Sheep and the Grave, the combo comes into play. Another turnaround here from Enigma Galaxy's potential, but a Gale Force, that makes things awkward. That means the Frog gets stuck. And a Shackle Shot on the Ember Spirit, catching him with the Chain Stuns. Oh, Lorinov, he's done. Skem snipes him with a Power Shot.
Fighting into the Aegis after the SF ulti is on cooldown is just simply too much for them. Even though the Dazzle was saving people non-stop, he cannot mitigate all the damage coming out from OG. Did cost him a buyback, I guess, but pretty cheap to buy back a support.
Yeah, for sure. Just think about that sequence of play, like the speed at which decisions are being made there. Like, don't go high ground, go Roche, go play around here. Skem comes in from the back, we angle, Raven makes that blink roar, everyone's full. The same page mentality here from OG the past couple of minutes has been pretty fun to watch. How quickly they can just, on a dime, turn and decide, okay, no fight, that's fine.
Yeah, you can see the sharpness, and they have a really good draft for that type of structured, like, surgical strike. They have really good disables to play into each other. The Terrorize is a fantastic follow-up on some of these disables, too. I'm just concerned if the fights, if Nigma take a fight where they have all their tools ready and nobody jumps to Dazzle, I think Nigma win every single fight. But they got baited into this fight where they were out of resources, didn't have the BKB and ulti on SF, didn't have tools anymore.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And then the OG lineup is simply stronger.
I think that's why it makes it even more impressive for OG the past couple of minutes to find those openings, the correct roar, the correct shackle shot here and there. Because, like you say, if Enigma Galaxy are able to set up with Shadow Fiend or Largo at the front and Dazzle behind, you just cannot. You cannot anything. You just cannot enter. You cannot enter Dota. Largo going to get poked at a little bit. He's retreat from that mid lane.
I like how the Fisher gets thrown at Largo, and then here, as he messes up his song, he's screwing with the board.
Start throwing shoes and tomatoes at the stage. Another Thunderhide dead. Another bit of money going away from Enigma Galaxy. But the pressure from OG starting to become insurmountable now. And the triple BKB timings on both teams is there, but it's OG holding Aegis, getting some good damage on this mid-tier 2. And Enigma Galaxy are looking for a way to stop the push. And playing from this left-hand side without a great hero to just jump in. No Centaur, no Clockwork, no guy who can just say, I'm going there. You are still relying on that conversation we had about the Shadow Shaman needing to act like those heroes, but also, you know, being a little bit squishy and not having the best time straight up initiating head on.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Shaman is struggling a little bit now. Can't really be quite as aggressive as like a Clock with a Shard who just hook shots in and then flies away. And Rasta is strong in his own right, but he also is struggling to initiate, almost similar to how OG are struggling against the Vassal. Rasta, if he jumps someone, there's just stuns from every single hero. Look at it. Dyer's lineup is so chock full of stuns and disables that he will never get a full shackle. Like, you might even see him go for a BKB later just to be able to get a shackle on anyone.
Yeah, I'm up against the Dark Willow, guys. And there's like two people shooting at me. There's a bow and a gun. What's happening? Why do people have guns in my fantasy game? You damn keen folk inventing machinery. I wonder, where did Muerta get her guns from? Are they black market guns? Did she buy them from a legitimate source? Like, did snipers sell them to her? You're gonna look at the lore of Muerta? Look into that, Garrett. Yeah, we'll look into that. Hang on a second. Does she have a license for those? Unregistered weaponry. Naughty. It's going to turn out. You're going to read the lore of it. It's like, they're not actually guns. They are physically, spiritual, memories of her.
They're her pistols, what were called? Mercy and Grace.
Uh-huh.
And where she got them from, I have no clue, Gareth. But they were either Mercy or Grace.
That's it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Now, most of her lore is about just,
death.
Yeah, death, really.
Ghosty green deathy stuff. Oh, who's this? Shackled up inside Serpent Wards and Beastmaster, even with the BKB dying. Muerta trying to do something to the Shadow Fiend there, forcing a full retraction for Enigma Galaxy.
Big wraparound play.
Damn, in from behind again, this Wind Ranger finding openings for a Blink Echo Slam. Connects on a Shadow Shaman. Not the ideal go to continue this fight. OG have forced out a bunch of BKBs, and it looks like they're going to go snipe on Omar to get a bonus kill. The heals are sustained. Just keep him topped up. The Shackle Chop from Scam is good. The Fisher is nice. Sumail, though, is going to approach the fight and offer some damage here on the condition that OG stick around and play with him.
Big win for OG. Even though they lose their Beastmaster, a lot of resources being committed as well. The BKB on the Ember there for the jump outs. I think OG are still in a good spot to keep playing the map. The sustain is incredible though on Nigma. I almost want to see someone just pick up a Krella, get the heal mitigation going in here.
Time to pray that Shiva's guard gets reworked back to where it was. What is more heal reduction, guys?
It felt so natural to just pick up the Shivas, but new Shivas is also incredibly strong.
Scam has been doing such a good job with his angles. I don't know, he's studying Pythagoras or something, but he's coming into every one of these fights from the most, like, for the enemy, the most awkward angle possible. His team is attacking from the east, he's coming from the northwest. Suddenly there's a Wind Ranger shackling you, and you've been repositioning to dodge it, but you can't.
Yeah, I think he's abusing their attention span, basically, with the Blink Dagger and Force Staff going around. This time, though,
Wind Ranger.
Fisher and follow-up.
That's my fault. Praising him too much. Curse the Wind Ranger to die. OG trying to step back. But Lorinov, he's got different ideas about this. Starts out onto Natsumi, drops him to half. The Blink Echo Slam looks good. I'll try and finish off this Ember Spirit with a bit more damage, but the Grave comes in. GH saves the day, and Sumail, he opens up the kill of Natsumi. Skadi slow on Raven to get on top of the Beastmaster. BKB up, sure, but it means nothing whatsoever. 4 down as Nigma Galaxy cruise through the team fight.
Sumail, he found his moment there. He saw that Murta did not have a response, did not have ulti available. And he just runs her down, pops a nice ulti, and then follows up with some right clicks.
The King's in his
DPS
castle.
may be good, but she cannot take the right clicks of the SF.
No, you can't touch this. Can't touch this. So Mail just comes through, kills him off now into that tier 2 mid lane. As the rest of his team pushes through towards top. And Lorinov sits bottom, shoving all of the waves to set up this map. The potential of that next Roshan, but we know he's a little distant.
The Aeon Disc into Aghanim Scepter next. Aeon Disc makes a lot of sense in this game against the burst potential that Dire have. Here we can see the start of fights. So Murta popped the ulti trying to get kills on the back line, but unfortunately it didn't connect cleanly, and SF tracked the movement, saw her running away, and just went in and followed up on the Ember catching her.
Waiting perfectly for his moment to strike.
Yeah, that was just good recognition of who you need to focus in the fight. Normally, Murta is not really the first target, but she overstepped with the ulti usage.
Yeah, no roar, no pierce the veil. Shadowfiend knows he's got complete freedom there to do what he wants. And that brings us to a position where Nigma Galaxy probably thought they'd get more out of that team fight. You know, kind of wipe the enemy, go Roche, but he's taken a while to respawn. They're still napping. So a bit more time for OG to prepare themselves on the map. Try and find one of these snipes. Get a lone pick off. Remedy the situation you found yourself in.
Yeah, this is where Ember is doing a good job shoving the side lanes, pushing in the top lane. He's going to tank up now as well, get the armor. Previously had the BKB, but having some physical survivability against the Shaker, against the Beastmaster is very important as well.
It feels like Nigma Galaxy have perpetual smokes, non-stop smoking from one area of the map to the other, catching up to Tim's and forcing the Eon Disc out of this Dark Willow. Lorinov, he wasn't giving up there, and realizes that that final staircase is a bridge too far. Can't finish off the Willow.
Yeah, he can catch them, but his team is way too far. Doesn't want to be 1v5, so jumps away. Holding in Roche area is still the general plan. OG having all their spells available.
Scan already very low. Can't do any more of his angular attacks. Actually, he just dies. A Spirit Vessel ticks him over. Skem leans forward. He's like, hang on, what have I done here? What's happened?
Burn damage doing some serious work. They pop into Roche. No contest at all here, as they're just gonna go and farm. And OG running very close together as 5. They don't have a hero that can naturally just go and shove the side lanes and then join. I guess they could use the Dominator creep for it, but they're getting a bit stuck in this 5-manning and falling behind a bit the net worth from it.
The next step for Nigma Galaxy feels like it's team fight into high ground. Omar. He's starting something here.
Where's your Dazzle this time?
Yeah, no Grave out of the foul play this time. GH is going to have to grave himself as Sumail and Lorinov trying to catch up to any of these straggling targets, but unfortunately for Nigma Galaxy, OG have already TP'd out.
Double Nightfall Gambit. Double BKB on cooldown though. Yeah, did spend both of theirs. SF doesn't have BKB, but he does have Aegis, so he can still be pretty confident. Having the Swift Blink as well as the Hurricane Pike, he is looking very, very strong. And of course, that level 25 talent, even while it was nerfed, doesn't really matter.
And just croak him up, send him forward. Immediately clears out the creep waves. and then steps up the high ground. But look at him go. He's just killing off this tier 3 on his own. OG, you've got 5 heroes alive, but you've got to run back to defend your base. They've got Roshan's banner on the floor, Catapult Wave, and a Shadow Fiend on high ground going to work on these barracks now. And OG are still yet to answer. The doorbell just rings and rings and rings. The Sumail says, screw it, I'm going in. Blinks up to this barracks, looks to finish it off, and Enigma Galaxy get everything and more. They've got Fissures, they've got this fear, they can try and push them around and be annoying. No full commitment at all from OG though, as Lorinov bodyguards and zones them away.
The amount of heal is crazy coming in from this Largo plus Dazzle. SF is completely fine.
The entire map belongs to England right now.
Yeah, they're respecting the Aegis, but you're also losing a lot of map control for it. Almost wish we could see them look for one of those deep cuts, dive in, find the Dazzle and the Rasta. They've been so crucial in these fights. It feels like they always go on the Dazzle or on the Rasta, but never go on the Dazzle.
It does feel like another one of those situations where OG don't have that hero that says, I'm going to sacrifice myself for the vision, for the greater good, for the team fight start. You know, Scam is coming in a little bit later. Tim's on his Dark Willow isn't necessarily yeah, exactly. Like Earthshaker's waiting for that moment, right? You got so many moment heroes. We need this Roar to be perfect because it is a big disable from them. We need this Echo Slam to be perfect because it's so vital to get the damage out. So it feels like, you know, Wind Ranger or Dark Willow, one of these two, like we've been talking about the Shadow Shaman, has to just go and face tank shit.
Yeah. Double lick to reposition SF, puts him in safety.
Wobbling around the fissure, he's not sure where he's meant to be. And push from one side and the other. Serpent Walls gets shut down, quickly dispatched with though by Natsumi's Muerta. Shadow Fiend, half HP already as he moved high ground, Requiem'd up, goes back to hitting that tier 3 tower. A few spells spent on either side. Skem, a nice shackle shot there, landing on the SF with a Gale Force pushback. Maybe they can try something with Lorinov trapped between the fissure and the cliff face. But OG, respecting this potential for Enigma Galaxy grave save, don't go for anything. Instead, just holding on to this last lane.
Yeah, I feel like almost like they need to fissure cut the high ground, low ground, but then the lick is there to reposition SF over on the other side. It's a very difficult team fight to take for OG. At the same time, don't really feel too much stress over inside Enigma.
Nah, just step back up high ground, hit buildings. That's the way to go. A good connection here on the Muerta. OG in some trouble. Forced to pierce the veil, and now you kind of have to fight. You need to go and get something done with this Muerta ulti being popped, but you lose your buildings, you pop the Aegis, and in the back line, you've lost your Tims. Dark Willow down, Blink Echo comes in, Yopaz trying to solo on the Frog, but he just pops out the pot, says, okay, so what? I don't give a damn. Now you've got a BKB TP out of Raven, loses half his HP on the way out. Does escape with his life, but you're stuck in your base now. OG with no real answer to all the questions being posed at them by Enigma Galaxy. Cruising up the high ground every step.
Spells on CD, Shaker or SF can just go if he wants to. That's his team behind him. Of course, Dazzle is still dead, so maybe he wants to play it safe.
Indeed, you're in bottom as well. That's a nice one.
Refresher available as well. All those remnants, the Ember can do some tremendous damage with this build. All those remnants from the Aghanims and the Shard.
Especially when you've got heroes who are relying on like Shadow Realm and Windrun to stay alive and skirt the edges of the fight. Ember just says no. That's not happening. I'm gonna burn you through the Shadow Realm.
How much they're gonna stack up if they hug just a little bit too much. They're trying to push out lanes now. Beastmaster doing some pushing up top.
Bit of catch on Scamp. Is that a BKB Requiem from Sumail? Just comes straight in onto the Dark Willow. Dead with no buyback. All right. Tims is gone. He's out of here. Might not respawn before the game ends. Oh, wait, Enigma Galaxy are going out of things.
They did commit some stuff though and don't have Aegis. They want to go high ground, but could be a bit risky. Again, Dazzle is going to be the man to look out for. So far, OG have not been able to get him. The positioning has been so perfect.
Nice shackle shot. But again, paying with his life.
Oh my god, the damage.
Yeah. Nice shackle shot for what? Dead with buyback. Lorinov chasing into the back. Looking for the Beastmaster who is looping around. Another BKB TP. I feel like that's the third in a row from Raven. Yes, you're back in Fountain. Yes, you're alive, but your base is disappearing quickly.
Yeah, it's falling apart. They do have the Shaker ulti, is waiting for that moment you were talking about earlier, that moment, but I don't think they're going to stack up. I think they just send SF alone, pushing the high ground. What do you do?
Only one target. You need more. You need the cluster. And there's Ember Spirit giving all the vision and harassment, zoning them out. But dies to Natsumi inside the control. Lorinov has fallen. Now the runaway. Enigma Galaxy realizing, oh, hang on a second, no Ember Spirit, no fight.
Did he just jump into a silence from Murta? How did he die so fast? What locked down the Ember when he jumped in? Didn't have time to
And he had no BKB? Yeah, he had no BKB.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very aggressive jump.
Must have been the calling. Still going though. I got a Requiem onto Raven. The damage from the Shadow Fiend. Oh, it comes through quickly. Beastmaster out of here. Two-man Fisher connecting. Tim's trying to follow through. And Lotus going to return some spells back on the Dark Willow, but the Muerta Serpent Ward trap zoned out of the fight, getting forced back to base, while the rest of her team trying to escape. Muerta's going to turn and deal with Lorinov and Omar. A little sheep foul play, not going to pay off for the Shadow Shaman, but Sumail did get Tim's. Dark Willow out of the game for quite a while now, and Beastmaster bought back.
No buyback available for Muerta is pretty rough. I'm not sure they feel confident enough to go high ground though. From Enigma's perspective, probably just want to wait, play it safe, get the Aegis.
Now Lorinov also bought back, right? Maybe try and get him the Aegis so he doesn't get caught in the calling again. A little bit of time to wait until the big man's back up in the pit though. So a little bit of time for OG just to lick their wounds, reset, and think about the approach.
Oh, baited. The illusion. I'm not sure if it has too much of a consequence, but Roar on cooldown is at least a sense of safety for GH for a while.
It's a daisy. You don't have access to your ancients. Trying to weasel out of your base is a difficult task in its own right. Never mind trying to defend it.
He queued up the Ether Lens on Dazzle. I was thinking if he's going to go Aeon Disc as well to protect himself, or if he wants to go for the Ether Lens. He prioritizes his cast range. SF with a spicy item in the quick buy right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Rapier.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Get that Yashikaya out of here.
Yeah, this is a problem Shadow Fiends have. They always have 7 items instead of 6. What the hell? Get rid of one. He's looking to get 8 items.
Yeah, time to start buying item slots. OG needs a little bit of magic. The Armory Expander, yeah. Do you still have to do that? I remember, I don't know, quite early in Dota.
For Dota?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Because it was like a limitation of Source 1 or something, where you could only have like 500 inventory slots, and you had to legit buy an Armory Expander.
There still is a limitation. Oh, the smoke around coming?
They're coming towards the Roche pit. Roshan's still alive. They need a bit more damage to finish him off, and that's a bit awkward inside the river. He's going to fall. Aegis on the floor. Who's picking it up? Shadow Fiend gets it. Samel gets his hands on it. OG were trying to come around from behind to do something to find a sniper. Most awkward Roshan take and contest I've seen in a long time. Ends up with no one dying.
Yeah, that was very close to some TP cancels as well. They do get safety. SF took the Refresher Shard as well. He certainly doesn't have space for the Rapier now. He needs to buy more hands so he can hold more items.
He needs a basket.
That should be a Dota item. Just a prosthetic. It just gives you more space.
Little bundle. One of those little red wagons, you know, that kids carry around. And Matilda carrying her books, a little trailer. You drag behind
a stroller.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold up, let me pick up my Daedalus from my shoulder.
The reverse centaur cart. You know, people have those little teacup pigs or a chihuahua inside the baby, the pram, the pushchair. Yeah, it's my rapier. It's my Daedalus. I'm pushing around my baby. Well, I spent $6,000 on this. What do you mean? Enigma Galaxy looking to close out this game. I mean, OGF5 alive, but Serpent Wards at your tier 4s, Shadow Fiend opening up, no angles of attack. You've got to do something, and you've got to do it now. You cannot let Enigma Galaxy just finish off your base. So you blink your roar, you catch the Shadow Shaman. He's getting drifted around and saved, though. He's fine. Perfectly safe. The only casualty so far is in Sumail's career.
With the echo. I think he's too little.
You can't do anything. I mean, Skem's dead. Sumail is going to fall by the throne. You've got the Shadow Fiend down, and Rapier's on the floor. Ember Spirit trying to go to work, though. Kills off Natsumi. Muerta does have a buyback. OG can maybe drag this one out and get stuff going on. As the throne is still alive, you can defend your base. Defend the Ancient. Give it all you got. Get back out there. Grab stuff up. It's Rapier in the hands of the Ember Spirit, though, as he picks it up and looks at the throne. It's dropping low. Not finished off just yet as the Serpent Wars continue to go to work. The Catapult's been distracted. There's a couple more to the northwestern side, but OG have fought on to stay alive. Game one's not over yet.
They're still staring at it. They're gonna back out. They say, okay, fine. Let's wait for SF. Let's not throw anymore. But that's a Rapier going over on the Ember. He saved it. He's waiting to give it back.
SF Rapier.
He probably wishes he could use this Rapier right now. That Spell Amp Rapier on.
And if he could, they probably would have ended the game right there and then. But no,
actually, yeah, he could have auto-attacked the throne down. He was trying.
The bio-coded Divine Rapier. You're not allowed to use it. Enigma Galaxy just going to wait to respawn the Shadow Fiend, get back into this dire base. Game one, so close, they can taste it. This has been
death timer on the Beast as well. SF's going to be up, and Beast still out for a while.
This has been one of the worries Enigma Galaxy have had in the past, like breaking high ground, closing out games. Right, we had the classic comparison to that Alliance, but in this situation, Throne is so close to dying, it feels like it is just, you know, a little push of air is going to make it fall
strong
over.
breeze might just knock it over at this point. The SF with the Swift Blink is looking to beat that breeze.
Maybe just goes in and slays Tims, blows up the Dark Willow. Throne is gone. There we go. Enigma Galaxy